Everybody, welcome to day two here at Scgcon Dallas. I'm Tannon Grace. I'm joined today by Drake Sasser. Drake, how's it going, buddy?
It's going awesome, man. Very excited to watch some day two Magic at I think one of the biggest prize pools we've seen for a modern tournament. And of course, like getting to cover day two Magic is one of the most exciting things that you can do as a commentator. So I'm stoked to watch some modern Magic this morning.
Yeah, I remember when I saw the announcements for where the events were and then the prize pools, and I was like, man, everything really is bigger in Texas, isn't it? It's like 30K.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I saw 30K for this event, and I was like, man, if I'm not doing commentary for this thing, I might have to drive over there. It's not that hard of a drive. Now, we will be following two main players today, kind of like we did yesterday with the Swaggering Spike and Ivan, but our job was made a little easier because they happen to be playing each other round one today because it's two of our undefeated players.
Just the way we turn it up.
Yeah, Jason Shan's going to be one of them. Y'all might know him by his other name a little bit, Amaz. And then we've got Brittany Davis on the other side who went undefeated day one as well. And I've heard some rumblings about her a lot. It's one of those players that like I don't have any personal interaction with her, but like I've only heard good things. I keep seeing her name pop up here or there, so I'm really interested to see her play today. And honestly, I'm kind of rooting for her a little bit too. I was about to say, I got some friends that are friends of hers. It is in the Magic community, like you're all connected.
Yeah, everybody's like a friend of a friend. Exactly.
It's like three degrees of Kevin Bacon or 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but it's with every person in the Magic community or whatever. So definitely that. So I was about to say, I think we're almost ready to go down to the match in just a second. So we're going to be getting into Magic really, really fast today. It looks like, oh, look at that. We're straight in.
Kick things off. Yeah, absolutely. We're wasting no time here. Of course, I am also rooting for Brittany. You don't have to look far on your 2 degrees from Brittany. I am a good friend of hers. She is a Magic player I've played with for a long time. She's from my area in like the Birmingham, Alabama area. She's always been a great player. Always been, someone to respect in all the tournaments. And super excited to watch her at 8-0. Playing against one of the card game greats, right? Amaz known across multiple card games as just being a great player. So this is going to be an awesome match to watch as he leads off with Consider here.
Yeah, Amaz probably most known for his time in Hearthstone. Did a lot of work in there, especially early days in Hearthstone. Was like one of the premier streamers. Won a whole bunch of tournaments. Not so much Hearthstone in his day nowadays. This is like probably one of his favorite, if not his favorite game to play in his own time. When he's not streaming a ton. He doesn't stream this game a ton, but I know that he puts a lot of time in. I remember we actually used to stay in the same house for a while I was doing Hearthstone stuff, and he constantly would bother me. And I don't mean that in a bad way. He's just like, yo, let's cube. Let's draft. Let's do something. Like, I want to play Magic. I want to get better. And stuff like that.
Got a love for the game. That's you love to see that in players.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go out and say any success that Amaz has in his career, I'm taking full credit for it. It's all because of
understandable. It was all you. All along. That's very fair. We saw an expressive iteration there on turn 2 from Amaz after a land drop had already been played. Did exile a Murktide Regent for good. As we go back to Brittany, I believe she fetched a Rogrin Triome. Yeah, it might be the teamer one. I don't know the specific names of the triumphs that well, but I know she is playing she calls it Charming Rhinos. It's basically rhinos with Abzan charms in it. I'm sorry, Abzan. Archmage's charm. It is early. Archmage's charms in it.
That's a really funny dichotomy here in this match because she has a card added to her deck and it's mostly charms, right, that you don't see as much.
Right.
And Jason Chan, Amaz here, is playing a deck that normally has them in it, and he's not playing Archmage's charm in his deck. I actually talked to him.
Pass them over to Brittany. Here, you can have these Archmage's charms.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll work it out.
He's playing Spyro instead of it as his 3-drop of choice. He wants to churn through his deck a little bit more. This is something that I've had problems with, and I've played this deck where if I only draw like 1 or 2 threats and my opponent answers it, I'm kind of spinning my wheels a lot with this blue-red deck because your early threats are so susceptible to all the removal in the format that if you don't find a Murktide, it doesn't matter if I have an Archmage Charm to counter a spell. I don't have a way to kill my opponent at this point.
Exactly. And, that's really smart, upping the threat count organically while still allowing yourself to get more cards in the graveyard for things like Murktide Regent. And Archmage's Charm, a little less pressure on it now that Hammer is no longer a big member of the format. That is really where that card got a lot of power from the Murktide deck, is being able to, steal some of the permanents at instant speed from the Hammer deck, which of course is more or less disappeared. Maybe Will Kruger has some things to say about it, but we haven't seen much Hammer in the winning meta game of modern tournaments, as here comes a 6/6 Murktide that was played on turn 3. Maybe we're going to stop on combat here. Maybe a little Fire Ice action.
Yeah, but so we've already seen an ice work as an Arshidian port this game, so maybe one
Yeah.
is a icy manipulator as well. Yeah, sorry about the chat. I did say Spyro. I meant Seasoned Pyromancer. It's kind of a nickname that we have for that card. I'll try to use the full names of the cards in the future, but
Yeah,
yeah,
come on, chat. Keep up with the abbreviations here. You know what a Bob is, but you don't know what a Spyro is? Come on, keep up, keep up.
yeah, yeah. We'll put it on chat. Yeah, never blame me. I'm never at fault. So yeah,
Absolutely, you could never be at fault. It's not your
yeah.
fault.
So we see an early Murktide here, and this is something that we didn't see yesterday from the Murktide players that we saw. We saw like the draws where they had rag events, they had DRCs, and they kept getting the holy heated, right? They kept getting killed by one mana removal spells, and we never saw a really early Murktide that stayed alive. Now Jason has actually found a spot where he's got one and he's got mana up. Is this a really hard spot for the Rhinos to get out of?
I mean, definitely. I mean, think about just like Rhinos in general. If you made Rhinos this turn, that's only 8 power, and there's already a 6/6 Murktide in play that's gotten a hit in. This is a hard race to win against a deck with a bunch of lightning bolts to start with. If you don't answer this Murktide reject, I mean, you're obviously in a lot of trouble, and here is one of those lightning bolts. We see one already in exile. Here comes another one going to the dome. Don't exactly know what life totals are, but if I had to gander at it, it's been 2 fetches -6. That's 12 -3. Looking at 9, I mean, you're literally within a Murktide region. Yeah, here comes another ice with a counterspell follow-up. If I believe if Jason has another lightning bolt here, Brittany might just be dead right now.
Yeah, it looks like Brittany's thinking about fighting over this counterspell. I was going to say, because I think this might just be a
dead.
lethal attack.
We're done here. Exactly. Early Murktide backed up by counterspells and a couple additional bolts is more than enough to get it done here against the Rhinos deck. And we can look at the sideboards and see how things improve.
Yeah, so I think she was at 9 before Jason threw the bolt at her at the end of the turn, and then a 6/6
Sure,
Murktide.
and that makes the Murktide lethal, obviously. Yeah. Like I said, I was doing some quick back of the napkin math. Either way, it didn't look good for Brittany. It didn't take a lot of mathematics to figure out that Murktide kills pretty quick.
Yeah, we're going to try to make sure. So, I'm sorry, Drake, go ahead.
No, you're all right. This is a matchup, too, that I believe is pretty hard for the Rhinos deck. My understanding is that Rhinos beats up on most of the format, but does struggle with some of the efficiency of the Murktide deck. You kind of just have to try to run them out of threats. Like, hope their threat is Ragavan. You get to fire it. Just kind of hope your cards line up well, because Murktide Regent is so good at racing those Rhinos down, especially when backed up with counterspells.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of hard for the deck that has a bunch of 4/4s and like things like Fire Ice to deal with a 6/6 or 7/7 flyer. That's going to be, flying over all of your blockers and then kind of sidestepping some of your removal. Now, usually Rhinos does have a few cards that can interact with the giant flyer on their side with Murktide. Sometimes they have like Brazen Borrower, but it's usually not a high amount of totals. Is there anything else in their sideboards that can like kind of help them out in these spots?
Not particularly. I think sometimes, like, the thing is, as far as I understand, the Rhinos deck typically has like whatever. It'll have cards like Endurance. It'll have cards like counter spells, Force Negations, things like that. A lot of things that answer one specific problem. The problem here is that you have Murktides backed up by cheap counter spells. And none of your cards in your sideboard really do a great job answering both. You're really asking out of the Rhinos deck your cards to line up well, and that's really the challenge of it. You really need a little bit of a stumble sometimes from the Murktide deck. I think if they draw at all, you're just always going to be in bad shape. But they do have some like mediocre cards. Like a lot of the removal spells out of the Murktide deck is kind of awkward. Like they have to bring in things like Engineered Explosives over things like Unholy Heats and Lightning Bolts to cover Rhinos, because obviously your bolts don't work against Rhino tokens that are 4/4s. So there is some awkwardness with some of the draws that can be presented from the Murktide deck in the sideboard games. I think you need some of those cards to line up awkwardly for this matchup to really swing in your favor. But not saying it can't be done. It absolutely can. With Brittany packing her copies of Archmage's Charm, I think they actually are really good in this matchup. I think this is one of the matchups where you're excited to have those over the regular Rhino deck, and I'm interested to see exactly how they line up. We saw one game one just cashed in, draw 2 cards. That's certainly a good spot, but I think a lot of the time you really want to be like countering Murktides with that, or stealing a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Something a little more high impact as far as keeping you alive and swinging the race in your favor.
Speaking of swinging the race in her favor, if Brittany gets out to a really hot start, let's say like suspends Rhinos on 1, maybe ices Jason or interacts with him on turn 2, has like a Charlotte's Agent on 3, and then has any kind of permission after that, is that a game that Brittany can win? Is that what you're looking at? You need pretty much like the nuts from the Rhino side. Is it really that bad of a spot for them?
No, I don't think so. I think, by virtue of both of these decks being relatively fair decks, the matchup is just close all the time. You don't need some kind of like crazy nut draw and just have absolutely everything. It is just like a normal fair deck matchup, though, where you do need your cards to line up. Like you are a little bit on the back foot if you want to talk about who's the beatdown. I think a lot of times can see themselves as the beatdown because they can get out the gate really quickly. Of course, the Rhinos restriction is that a lot of their cards you really can't get started till even turn 2 because the whole cascade mechanic, you can't cascade into any 1-drops, and so like Fire Ice and things like Stomp are really your only cards. Those kinds of effects are the only things you have access to before turn 3. So, there's a big opportunity, especially on the play for the Murktide deck, to just get under the Rhinos deck with a quick threat backed up by some permission. And you really need that not to happen. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Look at this turn 1 Ragavan. That's going to be a problem if Brittany doesn't have copies of Ice, because Archmage Charm doesn't work yet. Needs a little bit of fire, needs a little bit of stomp, something along those lines to stop this Ragavan from crashing in.
It does look like she's going to have something. I believe that's a stomp. Yeah, it does look like a stomp. Got a little bit of glare there on the cards, but yeah, stomp the monkey. It's no longer bolt the bird. It's stomp the monkey now.
Stomp the monkey. Yeah, how modern's changed.
I mean, that is pretty much modern in a nutshell nowadays. So
it's true. It's true.
It's stomp the monkey, or my opponent's going to have 7 mana on turn 3 and do something broken. So.
And Brittany, very smartly, Stomp is an instant. She fired that off on the main phase, playing around that turn 2, play a land and have counterspell up. That's how the Murktide deck gets onto you. So smart, go ahead and main phase in that one. And we do see Jason just pass the turn back after playing a second land. No additional threats. We have a consider here on instep, but Brittany under no pressure. And this is exactly what she is looking for. She can instep some Rhinos if she has any instant speed Cascaders, not representing Archmage's Charm. I'll get it right one of these days, because of Beseju that was played as a land. So maybe her mana base a little bit awkward, but in general, this is the spot that she was looking for, and this is kind of how you need things to line up.
Yeah, both players kept 7 here, and her mana, like you said, tiny bit awkward, and we didn't have a Cascader here on turn 3, but Jason, maybe she was worried about something from Jason's side. So interested to see what's in her hand after this game. And it looks like we're going to have an Engineered Explosives for Zero here, setting up for those future Rhinos that are possibly coming out of Brittany's deck. Is a card you were talking about was going to come in from the sideboard and be impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And that card's certainly a bit of a problem. I wonder if you're supposed to just cast Rhinos into it, make Jason cash it out, and then untap and play something like the Bone Crusher Giant just to kind of get on the board, get while the getting's good, get a threat into play under some of the counter magic the Murktide deck has access to. Although, once again, if you have a counter spell, you really just kind of want to hold that up. That ever-present Murktide Regent that can come down at any time and threaten to swing the game is problematic. And here we have an instep Brazen Borrower. That's smart. That's her threat of choice here against, this Engineered Explosives. Doesn't work. And this is what I'm talking about. See how this Engineered Explosives doesn't line up against this Brazen Borrower. That's kind of like a little bit awkward for the Murktide deck. The Murktide deck has no threats into play. This is certainly a commanding position for Brittany, even though it kind of looks like both players are just awkwardly playing things that just don't line up or whatever, as Lightning Bolt does go ahead and take care of that Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, we'll see if Brittany's got any kind of follow-up after this. Her threat was taken care of by Jason there. It does look like she's going to have the 4th land here and a Steam Vents untapped and a go. Now, 4 mana, nothing to play here, but that is her 3rd source of blue, and that is pretty important in this matchup. Looks like Expressive Iteration is going to lead off for Jason here. Does Brittany want to maybe use that charm that she's representing here? Let's see.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. Expressive Iteration, it's no secret. The card's pretty good. And, in this kind of fair matchup where card advantage is something that matters, it is kind of a question. Do you counter this draw spell, or do you try to counter the relevant spell that's gotten off of it? This is a big mana tax for Jason. So if Brittany has something like Rhinos here, maybe she wants to go for it on instep and then just try to tax mana. It is a tough spot, but it looks like either way she let it resolve. Here's a land and just a passing of the turn. She casts anything on instep. This counterspell is live to be cast, so we'll see what she decides to do here.
It does look like there's going to be an endurance cast here at the end of the turn, and it does look
hard not to counterspell that one. Oh my gosh, the dispute follow-up. Wow. She has it all. Has it all lined up and put those back underneath. Thank you. No Murktide anytime soon. And Brittany, once again, back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Endurance, a very good card in this matchup for the side. Now, it doesn't match up well against the card Murktide, but it does stop all the other creatures out of Jason Chan's side of the board. Plus, it kind of preemptively answers Murktide, right? By removing that graveyard and putting it back into the deck. Jason can't really play a Murktide for anything other than retail now. He's going to have to rebuild that graveyard from here. Brittany looking like she's going to go ahead and cast this Bone Crusher Giant from exile as well, putting another 4 power into play now. She's got 7 power setting up. What does Jason have to answer this? Let's go over back to him.
Jason probably staring at that engineered explosives, wishing it was on 3 all of a sudden. They're suddenly under 7 power worth of 3 mana spells. And this is the power of the Rhino's deck. You know, it's called Rhino's deck, it's called Rhinos, and kind of akin to its living in brethren, is very good at putting Rhinos into play on turn 3 every game. But in games like this one, where that entire plan is a little disrupted by something like an engineered explosives, the Rhinos has a great backup fair game plan of things like endurance, things like Bone Crusher Giant, Brazen Borrower, all of which we've seen cast this game, and all of which represent real threats against the Murktide deck here.
Yeah, Jason with another expressive iteration here. Man, this card is super powerful. Let's see if it's good enough to dig him out of this. It looks like this one's a little bit harder than the ones in the that he's had so far. There we go. Card to hand. What card is going to get exiled this turn? This seems to be the hard part. It did look like it was 3 spells to me, so sometimes they can get kind of difficult. It looks like an expressive iteration.
How about expressive iteration number 3? Is that a good exile? We'll just go ahead and keep going, keep digging, see if we can find something. Land for turn has been played, so Bauble, the only, free value you can get off of this expressive iteration. Otherwise, it will simply be a fancily worded anticipate.
Yeah, it does look like you're going to whiff on the Bauble here. That's a consider that's going to get just chucked into exile here. But, you know, graveyard growing a little bit for Amaz, but he needs that to happen a little bit faster. He's only got 3 in there. He does have 5 lands, but he doesn't really want to be tapping out for
There's a crash for 7, and I believe you cannot take another hit with both of these threats in play. Brittany seems to maybe be a little flooded, hasn't missed a land. A few of these lands a little bit painful, but looks like she still has some spells to play as she rearranges her mana.
Yeah, went ahead and shocked in her 6 mana, so that's got to be
can't be a good sign. Absolutely cannot be a good sign if you're Jason. I would not be excited to see land number 6 shocked in. This looks like a fetch from a polluted delta.
I can't tell which one that one is, but it does look like a polluted delta now that you said it.
Yeah, all those new expedition arts, they're tough. They're tough to slog through. They look very similar.
I'm not as bad as Joe. All right, don't.
Joe just can't comprehend any of it. I feel so bad for him. He really just can't parse any of that stuff, and I don't blame him. It is tough.
Jason going to go ahead and shock here as well. Needs to get another one of the dual lands into play here. This is very interesting play. I expect a big turn from him. Oh, little fumble.
Maybe Seasoned Pyromancer. That would produce some good blockers for these creatures on the ground. And there it is. That's Spyro, as you called out earlier. One of the signature differences between Jason's Is It Murktide deck and other decks that you may have seen is the inclusion of this card, which looks like 2 spells pitched here. Narset. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 spell pitched, 1 land pitched. Narset is the spell. Going to make 1 elemental. That is 2 blockers for both threats here on the ground as 2 more cards come off the top for Jason.
Yeah, so he's going to have a bunch of cards added to his graveyard here and draw 2 more. If he were to pick up a Murktide this turn and there wasn't a way to answer the Murktide from Brittany, he'd be in a really good spots here. A couple other things he can get here too as well. Anything to get on board, anything to be able to interact with these creatures, though. It is getting to the point where even bolting Bone Crusher is a little scary, right? Because that puts you down to 2.
Yeah, and that still takes damage, as here comes another Endurance. No Murktides ever for you, Jason. That's a pretty powerful follow-up from Brittany here, as here comes Counterspell. I have to imagine if she had Archmage's Charm, it would have been cast there. So I think Jason's in the clear from that particular card. But with only 1 mana up, I believe any removal spell would be a big problem.
Yeah, pretty much anything proactive from Brittany, I think, is going to get it done here. Let's see what she's got. Maybe another Brazen Borrower.
I mean, even Rhinos work now, right? This Engineering Explosive has been in play all game, but now Jason tapped below 2 mana. She has 3 mana. I'm not great at math, but that spells 2 Rhinos to me, and that spells the end of this particular game.
Yeah, this is a...
it is a Brazen Borrower. Okay, all right.
I've still got it, Drake.
You still got it. Look at you.
I don't know if I ever actually...
no bounce of the token. Does that matter? No, it doesn't matter at all. It's all the same. Just forces a chump on each. Make sure Jason can't, do anything cute, like put, both of them on the Bone Crusher Giant, hope to draw a removal spell for Endurance. That Brazen Borrower, a big problem. Need a sweeper or something off the top for Jason. Like I said, Engineering Explosives on 3 would be great. Out of a 2-color deck, less great, but if you could put it on 3, it'd be really good. So here's another Seasoned Pyromancer. Need some spells to pitch to that one.
Yeah, and this Bone Crusher is definitely representing a pretty big problem here too. Jason can never interact with it with, like, say, Bolt or whatever, because it would shock him. So this is a card that he's going to have to somehow kill through combat. That's a hard spot for him as well. So he's being squeezed in multiple ways here. It looks like a Consider. Top card was a Ragavan that's going to go into the graveyard. Draw a card here for Jason. Let's see if he gets anything that's going to get him out of this. He needs at least another creature in play, but nope, he doesn't have what he needs to stay alive. So we're going to be going to a game 3. Brittany evening it up here after game 2.
Yeah, interesting. We saw Jason with like a copy of Blood Moon there in the in his hand at the end of the game, Brittany had like Island Forest in play. So I think that's a card that's definitely on Brittany's radar. She did a good job mitigating that card to where it didn't even have text there at the end of the game. Jason, of course, was on the hunt for a Murktide Regent, I think, trying to make sure to have a blocker for the Brazen Borrower, maybe begin to kind of swing things in his favor, but did not find it. And we are on to a game 3. And like you said, like we talked about in between the match game 1, we saw, kind of, I don't know, looked like Brittany more or less got ran over. Then that game, it looked like, things went a little back and forth, but after Jason's initial threat was answered, Brittany was able to really turn the corner really quickly with some of these 3-mana creatures without even putting a Rhino in play. And that is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to what do the games look like where Brittany is winning. Definitely look like those. Early threat is answered, then we, slowly chip away a thread at a time. Make sure that the Murktide deck is just spinning its wheels, not able to capitalize on firing off all these cancers with a huge Murktide follow-up, and then you just put it all underneath with Endurance. That's really just a nice way to clean the game up.
It also seemed pretty important in that game that Brittany's threats lined up well against what Amaz or Jason had as his answers, right? We saw the Engineered Explosive, which is generally a great card against Rhinos, right? It's going to answer at least one copy of Crashing Footfalls out of the Rhinos deck, which I'm sure she's playing. We haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen anything to say that there's actual Rhinos in her deck. But
that's true.
He did have the preemptive answer, but that question was never presented from Brittany. Instead, she was playing her 3-drops. She was playing Bone Crusher. She was playing Endurance. She was playing, the Flyers and stuff too, the Brazen Borrowers, and that just got it done. So I think that's one of the ways you were talking about earlier that Brittany has to win from this side of the matchup when it's a little unfavored is your cards need to line up well.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. And that nails it on the head. Brittany, I don't even think Brittany drew any Rhinos or anything that makes Rhinos that game at all. Yeah. So I think that really speaks to on her opening hand decisions, she isn't valuing Rhinos that highly. They're easy to counter. They're easy to clean up with Engineered Explosives. Brittany very clearly understands how this matchup's back and forth is going to play out and is like, look, no Rhinos, no problem. Don't need that. I wonder if, I do wonder now, having seen how that game plays out, if she maybe even trims on some of that stuff so that, there's not as much of those awkward draws that just line up well against the efficient counterspells.
Yeah, I was actually wondering that, if we cut back on, some of the cascading cards or what, I haven't played this matchup a bunch from the teamer side. I've played a little more from the Izzet side. And speaking of the Izzet side, unfortunately for Amaz here in game 3, we're starting off with a mulligan, and it does look like Brittany's going to keep 7. So she's going to be up 2 cards here after the first turn. Let's see if she can translate that into a win. But Jason's going to have a lot to say about that. His deck's still pretty good, even on 6.
That's true. And I mean, with the power of the London Mulligan and the nature of this matchup, I don't necessarily think that the Murktide deck is looking necessarily to win on card advantage.
Yeah, and this is one of those decks. Would you say that the Murktide deck mulligans pretty well?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, you don't need a lot to get started. You don't need like 5-6 lands. You could stop at 3 pretty reasonably and have your deck function on all cylinders. You can have a 1-mana threat that comes out the gate, something like Ragavan that really subsidizes your mana and cards. But going to, what is this, 5? That's things start to get dicey as you go further and further down. Like I said, you could win on tempo, but you do need some cards in order to get things going and start spinning your wheels to get some Murktides in play out of this deck. You can't afford to mulligan to something like 4 and 3 and just have no resources to work with at all. But you can mulligan the first 2 times, I think, pretty well.
Yeah, going to 5 going to be a dangerous spot for Jason here. You're still looking to maybe turn 1 to Ragavan and get lucky, maybe have it not get answered right away. And then you can maybe find something from Brittany's deck, get ahead on mana, maybe have something work out that way, maybe have a really powerful expressive iteration quickly in the game to get you back into it. That could be a thing that works out, but this is going to be a tall order going to 5 here. Now, he does have a little bit more card advantage card selection than most versions of this. Season Pyromancer can do a lot here at carrying, so look for Jason to have something like that very early in the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think really what he's looking for is kind of the start he had in game 2, where it's a turn 1 threat followed up by a counterspell and a second land. Like literally 2 lands, counterspell, turn 1 threat. I think that's kind of the dream in this matchup.
Now, I did see, I think, a Blood Moon in Jason's opening hand, and I think he might be keeping it. And here's the thing. I can kind of get behind this because to win from 5, are you going to have to take a little bit more risk in a spot like this? Because you think you might not be able to win a fair game?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there is a point when you're mulliganing at which you say, okay, like, what is my plan for this game? Does this hand have a plan to win this game of Magic? And it certainly does. You see a fetch land, you see a Blood Moon, you see, I think, an additional land at least. So your plan is to make land drops and try to just punk her out She fetched basics smartly in game 2, but at the same time, you can't always just know you have your basics. Like, you need to be able to cast your spells, and I think the Rhinos deck in general is very symbol heavy. There's a lot of different mana symbols, so your mana base can be really awkward if she's just operating on all basics out the gate. So if you just try to punk her out, and this is what I'm talking about, turn 1, tap Triome, the mana doesn't always work where you can always fetch basics. You need kind of a flood of lands like she had in game 2 in order to really be able to play around Blood Moon. So this does kind of play to Amaz's plan here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like he's going to fetch here. Let's see if he's going to fetch up one of those basics. I think I saw a dual land in his hand, a land that taps for 2. And it does look like he's going to go after an island. And that's pretty telling, right? When the first fetch in this matchup for this deck after board goes and gets a basic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, smartly kind of not fetching just like on instep to grab like a tap. Like, it would be really suspicious if you fetched on instep and grab a basic. But if, you can pretend like, oh, I was hoping for lands off the top, and then you fetch in your main phase, but you don't want to shock because you drew this shock land. A very small thing with the sequencing, and as he hits a bobble, kind of the nut there off of the expressive iteration, just finding the Mishra's bobble after you've already played your second land is kind of the way we drew it up. Things kind of coming up on Maz here after the mull to 5.
Yeah, this is kind of like what you were alluding to, like what's a way that he gets back into this after the mulligan to 5, maybe get a little lucky off an expressive iteration, have one of your hammers really work out. And I'll tell you this is the kind of board that Blood Moon could be really, really good on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, Amaz, like you called out, expressive iteration, clawing him back into this game. Looks like Brittany might have some upkeep effects. Now we're past draw step, maybe something like an ice in hand. I think that's a flooded grove on her side. So this is exactly what Amaz is looking for. Mana's awkward. Here comes Blood Moon. Even if she has something like Brazen Bar, where all she can do is float mana, bounce it on the next main phase, but that doesn't answer it on the next turn. She needs something like a Rhinos to get to the board, so that playing the Blood Moon is a little awkward. So yeah, she communicated clearly. Going to go ahead and petty theft that before we switch phases. That way the lands are unlocked. There is no, casting that under Blood Moon that's happening there. She did float the mana. As here comes a very quick fetch. Have to imagine that one's grabbing a basic land.
Yeah, getting basic as quick as possible here. Flooded Grove, definitely a card that you don't see all the time in these decks, but with the deck changing, with her version having Archmage's Charm in it, definitely a card that you can see the wheels turning on that one, right? Like, oh, that makes sense. Now my forest can help cast this triple blue spell and stuff like that in these games. So love that.
Flooded Grove, yeah, definitely does a lot of work to mitigate these. The fetching the basics here, and we see a Shardless Agent into the Crashing Footfalls. The first Rhinos of the game, really demonstrating that we are a Rhinos deck for the first time here in game 3. And this makes obviously playing Blood Moon so awkward, because now if you untap, just play Blood Moon again, you take a hit over the head for 10. Like, come on, that's pretty tough to do. That's a tough way to win this game. So Amaz suddenly under pressure, needs to answer these Rhinos really before he can try the Blood Moon plan again. At which point, Brittany might have another fetch lane, fetch another basic, and begin to play around it. So multiple angles of problems for Jason here.
Yeah, I think I saw an Engineered Explosives in his hand earlier, but I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, I think I do spy an Engineered Explosives in there. He's probably thinking along those same lines as you. It's like, what happens if I take 10 here? If I take 10 here and play this Blood Moon, like what? Yeah, as I say, what does it look like on the next turn? Is this a risk that you can take, or do you have to kind of start playing a more fair game from here and removing these Rhinos now?
Once there's already the first basic in play, I'm hard pressed to be like, dang, I should really just jam this Blood Moon again because it's going to lock her out. If she had all just dual lands and Blood Moon completely shut her out, maybe you could take that hit for 10, go to 7, crack the Rhinos with the Engineered Explosives, and then, just try to hope to beat the Shardless Agent. But as soon as there's 10 total power and, she has a basic, it's like, you kind of have to pivot off the Blood Moon plan, I think. It's just not going to be effective enough. You failed to punk her out. Like, maybe it'll work a little bit because it's kind of free for you. You see, we just fetched the second island. Maybe we can play it down the line to disrupt some of her mana for things like Archmage's Charm. But it's not going to be a lockout. Like, you don't get to play Magic anymore. It's time to just start fighting her on the fair axis, on the card advantage axis, which is honestly not where Jason wants to be at all.
Right. Does look like Shardless Agent is going to come in and get a little bit of damage. Let's see if Brittany's got any follow-up here. Oh, maybe before damage. I'm sorry. I got a little ahead of it. Yeah,
clean it all up, and this is puts a lot of pressure on Brittany to have a follow-up, because otherwise, she knows that Blood Moon's there. So there's a Blood Moon coming. If Amaz gets to just untap, slam this Blood Moon, I'm sure he is very interested in doing that. And if Brittany has absolutely no follow-up at all, then really her mana could get awkward even with 2 basics. Like I said, a lot of symbols in the Rhinos deck. So even with multiple basics under a Blood Moon, things get awkward as we see the Blood Moon on the stack once more.
Now, we still have that Brazen Bar sitting down there as well for Brittany, so she does still have a creature on layaway here, and it does look like She's going to play something. Okay.
Oh, 3-mana mystical dispute. Do it the hard way. These disputes have looked really good in this matchup, even in the face of some red spells. Certainly some of the more relevant cards on Brittany's side.
Yeah, the alternate cost, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the full retail value. Yeah, we don't see that as often.
Yeah, that's tough. And here is a basic mountain, just the basic you wanted to see against the Blood Moon deck. Fortunately, Blood Moon kind of off the table, quite literally for Jason, as maybe flooding out a little bit. Just played his 6th land drop. Like I said, you don't need a ton to work in the Murktide deck. And here comes Brazen Bar. We're finally cast from being on an adventure.
It does look like it's going to possibly get in there. So does Jason have an Unholy Heat? And it looks like, yes, he does. But he is down to 1 card here now. Well, he was putting up a valiant fight. Now you're starting to see that mulligan to 5 really looming its ugly head here. He's got 1 too many lands here, maybe 2 too many lands. And this is really going to hurt him in this matchup. But Brittany, again, no follow-up once her threat is answered. Does she have an endurance here? Does she have another Brazen Bar or one of her instant speed threats? It's something that she needs here to be putting some pressure on. Jason's one expressive iteration away from just being right back in this game.
Absolutely. Certainly some of the better draw steps, think for Jason, involve something like either a Seasoned Pyromancer or a Murktide Regent. Both of those cards have a lot of text here and can swing the game and the texture of the game in his favor immensely very quickly. But Brittany, you can see her, riffling around her 4 or 5 cards to Jason's 2. It's just not where you want to be. As here does come Murktide Regent. Plenty of spells from a game that has been played for at least 7 turns at this point to exile with that Murktide Regent. Doesn't do you a lot of good to exile these artifacts or enchantments, but will do a good job keeping Delirium after you're done exiling cards for your Murktide Regent.
Yeah, I find that these are the hardest ones, right? The first ones where you're kind of assuming your card is either A, not going to resolve, or B, it's going to die. So you need to kind of make sure that possibly you have Delirium as well left over, or you still have some fodder left over in instant sorceries to make sure that it's big enough to survive a bolt as the game goes on as well. So good on Amaz here for leaving a few extra things left over in his graveyard. I was supposed to say, I can't tell. I see at least 3 different cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, I think Blood Moon, Expressive Iteration, Mishra's Bauble, and a Fetch land are the 4 remaining cards. So we do still have Delirium. Murktide Regent, one of the smaller ones I think I've seen. You don't see a lot of 5/5 Murktide Regents, as it does go right back to the hand. All these artifacts and enchantments kind of a little bit of a dyssynergy with Murktide Regent, but they are, as we've seen, powerful enough to keep Jason in this game, have been a big part of him, being able to battle Brittany on this card advantage axis. But another Brazen Bar is going to be brutal against this Murktide Regent. Yeah,
that does look like there's going to be an Engineered Explosives played for Jason here as well. Now, Brittany's going to go ahead, fetch up another basic island here, just in case there's another Blood Moon that rears its ugly head later.
Little insurance against that one. No, thank you.
And it's going to let her play this Brazen Bar as well. Really clean turn for Brittany here. Answer your threat, play a threat of my own. And now we're
Brazen
back
Bar looking real powerful out of the Team of Rhinos deck here. I mean, just look at how impactful they've been this game. Truthfully, answering the Blood Moon, providing a threat that had to be shocked. As here comes an Endurance follow-up, and this is how the door begins to close. We saw this in Game 2. It doesn't involve Rhinos, which Amaz has checked. Amaz has not been hit by Rhinos yet. This entire match has not been hit by a Rhino token. But these 3-mana creatures are the real thorn in the side for the Murktide deck as Amaz plays and cracks his 7th land.
Yeah, it looks like a flooded. I'm going to go ahead and get a land for him here. And this looks kind of like Game 2 all over again, right? The Engineered Explosive sitting on the board, I got you, boss. I'm here to help out, but I can't help against this army. That's amazing.
Yeah, sorry, you're only 2 colors, not 3. As here comes a 7-mana 3/3 flyer. Is that good on rate? Is that pretty good?
I was supposed to say, I don't know if I've ever seen the just tap out play Murktide Regent as a 3/3 before.
Well, it gets disputed anyway. 1-mana dispute. Put that one in the garbage can. No, thank you. Yes, and we'll put you on the 2-turn clock. Yeah, it just doesn't happen. It doesn't even get in play. Doesn't matter if it's good on rate. It's going to the garbage can, and we're going to come across for 6. And Amaz, a blank on the draw, and that is going to give Brittany this match 2-1 over Amaz. And, honestly, I don't want to say she stole it because she certainly didn't. She played great. She really showed that she knows what's going on in this matchup. It's about the 3-mana creatures. It's about lining your mystical disputes up. And like I said, I think everything really did come up her way. Amaz did stumble a little bit, but that's kind of what you need. When it comes to your tough matchups, that's how you have to capitalize. You need them to stumble, and you need to capitalize on that. And she certainly did. And, a hard-earned victory for Brittany as she moves to 9-0.
Yeah, like you said, Brittany up to 9-0. Amaz, though, still very much in this at 8-1. I think they had 4 8-0s after day one, if I remember correctly. I know at least 3, but I think they said that there was a 4th. So they're still in a really, really good spot to make that top 12 that they're fighting for today. You know, there's only a few more rounds left in the tournament before we make that cut. And so both these players still in really good positions, but Brittany is now leading the field along with whoever wins the other 8-0 matchup as the only undefeateds left. And then possibly after next round, there's only one left over after that. So will it be Brittany? Will it be one of the other players that was 8-0? We're going to have to find out. But really, really good showing from Brittany here, showing that, you know, like you said, knows what's going on, knows her matchups, knows how to play that matchup in particular. The mulligan for 5, a little unfortunate for Jason in game 3. Definitely saw it kind of come into play by about turn 5 or 6, where he kind of sputtered out of gas a little bit. You know, Brittany knew how to pace the game really well from that point, it seems.
Absolutely. And, you know, Amaz obviously showing his expertise in the matchup as well. He knows he needs a hand that can come out the gate quick. He needs to capitalize on the fact he's on the play if he's going to be able to steal the game from the Rhinos deck that, you know, has a little bit of heavy hitters on the top end of the curve. You need to capitalize on your own mana efficiency and really tempo out Brittany. You don't need cards to do that. You just need a hand that can come out the gate strong with a good plan. Mulligans to, you know, a hand that had the Blood Moon plan, but both games 2 and 3, Brittany knew that was on her radar. She was fetching basics aggressively. She was playing around it. She didn't do, you know, any the upkeep ice stuff. She didn't do any of that. She just floated the mana, you know, made sure she had it up so she could Brazen Borrow with a Blood Moon and just keep that checked all game. And, you know, that was obviously Amaz's plan there for game 3. Didn't pan out. And as a result, you know, it did lead to him losing that game and match.
Absolutely. And before we go, let's make sure that we mention our sponsor, Nestico Collectibles. Make sure that you go and check them out real quick. Let me pull up his Twitter real fast.
Yeah, Dynamo Collectibles. I've actually bought from Mark Nestico multiple times through Twitter. He does a lot of Magic sales, video game sales, and stuff like that. Bought multiple cards from him. Honestly, you know, some of the best experience you could have. You know, he's easy to work with. Is, you know, great prices. He was willing to buy any of your stuff, buys video games, buys, you know, cards, all that stuff. Dynamo Collectibles, just honestly one of the best possible people you can work with. Great prices. There's just no losing. There's no losing. And if you love coverage, you love what we're doing here, make sure you support him. Make sure you reach out to him there at that email, marknestico@gmail.com, and you know, sell all your stuff to him. Make sure we can keep doing this. Make sure he can keep doing his thing, and, you know, keep the whole engine running.
Yeah, as I say, it's at Dynamo Nestico, or selling cards sucks. I love his persona on Twitter. It's like actually one of my absolute favorites. So make sure you check him out on Twitter as well. Give him a follow over there. He does sales all the time on there. He posts a lot of his stuff on there as well. So if you're like me, I like to window shop. You know, I'm not the kind of person, I don't go looking for stuff as much, but he gets me real good on Twitter. He like posts a photo of like what he's got. And I'm like, you know, I didn't know I needed that, but now I do. Now I need that.
That foil looks pretty good.
I need that for my commander deck. I need one of those in foil or whatever. So make sure you check him out. He's a good friend of mine, like you said. Easiest transactions you'll ever have, and he's a big reason why we're getting to do this today. And the other reason, obviously, is Anurag Das. So we got to give him a shout out as well. Thanks, Anurag, for having us on today. Thanks for putting this on. I mean, I'm looking at the chat during the games and trying to, as much as I can, interact with them. And not only has it been one of the more positive Twitch chats I've ever seen, so shout out to this community, y'all are great. But overall, it's just like, yo, this is awesome. We're getting to watch SCG on a Sunday morning again, right?
Yeah, it's the good old days all over again, Tannon. Back in our grinding days, but suddenly, you know, the roles are reversed. What happened? Where did all the time go?
Yeah, I know, right? We were joking about this the other day. I was like, man, what happened? It used to be I'm the one on the screen, not the one behind the screen.
You're washed now, bud.
I will say this, whenever I'm not playing, like when I'm not competing myself, I was one of the people I was glued to my screen every weekend. In fact, we used to make a thing of it. Like, you know who Brian Basoko is, you know, 2-time SCG Open champion. He's unfortunately one of the people who's beaten me in a final, so take one of those trophies away from me. But yeah, so he, I was going to say, he and I would used to like hang out and just watch on weekends, like you would like any kind of sporting event. He'd come over, we'd make some food. But more on that later. It actually sounds like we've got time for a small break. And then we're going to go to Anurag Das actually talking with Amaz, or Jason Chan, the player that was playing Murktide in the round that we were just watching. So make sure you stay around. You don't want to miss that. And we'll be right back.
What's up, guys? We're back. All right, cool. It is day 2. Sorry, okay, here's the deal, right? Day 2 started at 9 a.m. today, all right? Yesterday, we started at 10 a.m. It was really good. I slept in, and I was like, okay, I got time. This morning, I was like completely rushed, and I was actually late. I barely finished setting up right before the first match started, and it was a banger of a match. I'm not gonna lie. But I could introduce the show. This is my introduction, and to make it up to you, I got Jason here. How's it going?
Yeah, doing good.
Do you prefer going by Jason or Amaz?
Amaz, actually. Usually, yeah, people call me that now.
Okay, cool, yeah. So that's awesome. Yeah, wow. I'm a little bit shocked because I watched all your content and I'm literally sitting next to you. You must get this all the time. So, Magic, that's interesting. So, I would say that, for the most part, Hearthstone was your big thing, but Tannon was telling me that you played a lot of Magic. You guys lived together for a little while.
Yeah, we were roommates. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said that every time you're just trying to get into a game of Magic with him, something, this or that. How long have you been playing for? What's your history?
I guess I started Origins,
Okay.
and it was when I first started Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Hearthstone's my first big one, right?
Yeah.
And then I went to a house with a lot of Hearthstone players, but they play Magic as well.
Yeah.
So whenever I play Magic, I'll be like, "What are you
Okay.
talking about?" Or whatever. So I guess I got into that. And then I guess I'm playing a little bit more now.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Fun
that's,
game.
I mean, you're doing a good job. You finished
not bad. Yeah.
day 1 at 8-0.
Yeah.
Do you play mostly modern or all formats?
No, I mostly play limited.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't really play constructed formats too much.
Okay.
But
When you do,
but then all my friends do now.
okay.
So that's same thing. I guess I'll learn it. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay. How do you feel about the the PT announcement? Would you call yourself a super competitive player? Would you want to
Yeah, I guess we can try it out.
Okay.
Yeah. It's fine. I mean, I don't know anything about Pioneer.
I mean, neither. Don't worry.
So we'll see how much time I have.
Okay. Yeah. I was watching you play and I noticed. Origins is wait, that came out in 2010.
4 or 5 years ago. No,
Was it really
it seems a little recent. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I started Hearthstone at 2014, I want to say.
Okay.
So Origins probably 2015.
Okay. All right.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a long while. That's about when I started playing as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, watching you play, I was struggling to keep up sometimes because you played with a lot of dexterity, which is a very important skill set. So I mean, I could tell just by watching you that you know what you're doing. You're very sharp and all that sort of stuff. So that's super awesome. Today you're playing blue red. Is it Murktide? Yeah. So talk to me about that. Getting into modern. What was that your first and only choice? Did you have other choices? Why did you pick this?
So when I got to my first modern pro tour,
Yeah.
I was like, I have to learn this. So then I just chose a deck, and that was Is It Phoenix?
Okay.
And I mean that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
You have a lot of card selection, a lot of doing stuff, a lot of free stuff. I guess, something like that. So I guess I stick with blue red.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to overload my information too much.
No. Yeah. I totally understand that, but just okay. That's interesting. That's a nice little backstory. So okay, what decks were you considering to play today, but then you decided not?
Oh, I was always on Murktide.
Oh, so there was just okay. Cool.
Yeah, because I guess that's the only deck I own. I guess. I mean, I could get other cards, but not too familiar with it. And I don't know. I used to say that even in Hearthstone, I just stick with one deck.
Okay.
And then if there's bad matchups or whatever matchups, you just tinker your card choices to it, right?
Adjust how you play. Like that.
I don't like going oh, this deck is unplayable. Or that deck is I think all art decks are playable.
Oh really? Okay.
Just like Hearthstone.
Okay.
But then you gotta have to make a meta call on what.
Okay. That's a really positive attitude. I like that. Yeah. I'm somewhat similar. I play one deck in Legacy, and when it's bad, I lose, and when it's good, I win. But that's pretty cool. I like that too a lot. But so 8-0 is a very good start on the day.
Yeah.
Do you mind going through some of the decks you played against and how those matches?
Oh yeah, I play against a different deck every round.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh okay, I'm gonna test your memory now then.
Okay, I played against Heliod.
Yeah.
Goblins, Blue Eye Control. There was a Tron player. There was a Mardu Stoneblade. Yeah, I actually have it marked down.
Oh, really?
I want to remember it.
Oh, are we gonna get the fresh Amaz tournament report?
No, it's not even required. Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, 4-color Omnath and then Zombie Bombardment for the last round.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually the closest one.
Okay.
I was at 1 in both games. I was about to die because Goblin Bombardment is like kind of crazy.
So Goblin Bombardment probably, is it like Citrus Supplier, Blood Gas, all that sort of stuff?
It's like Blood Gas, and then they recur Gravecaller.
Okay.
Second game plan is like Vengevine.
Yeah.
Insolent DNA.
Okay.
And that's pretty strong.
Yeah, it sounds like Legacy Hogak, but just like, well, actually, you know, that deck has existed for a while, and I'm somewhat familiar with it. It's a very like Sam Black-esque deck.
Right.
But that's the kind of deck that like, if you underestimate it, you probably just like lose games because like they have so much recursion, and Goblin Bombardment is like insane. But I have to imagine that like the Murktide region and like, you know, the subset of cards, all the cards you play, like,
Oh, Murktide probably sucks against that. I don't know. Yeah,
Really?
it's probably really bad because they can sack their creatures
okay,
whenever they want. I think my version is a little bit better because I've seen the Pyro. So I can like chump block their stuff. But if you're playing Charm, then they can just like, I'm just gonna sack that and then just whatever. It's just 3 mana removal is pretty bad.
Okay. So then wait, that's an interesting question. All right. So I did see the season Pyro, you know, on camera, and it actually looked pretty good because you were like discarding a bunch of dead cards and drawing a bunch of good cards, and even after the endurances, like you kept yourself in a position where you could like top deck Murktide. So I mean, in as much detail as you're comfortable with, how do you feel about season Pyro? Like, how did you come to this conclusion? Why are you playing this card?
Okay, so like when I first looked at Murktide lists, so it was actually like the first versions were like really how they say it, fragile, I guess, because they only have like 4 expressives for card advantage, and that's it. So that was very awkward. And then the later versions, they added charms.
Yeah.
For like more gas, right?
Yeah.
And then when I played it, it's like every time I drew charms in my hand, I like I hated it.
Yeah.
What am I doing, right? You can't cast both of them. And then 3 mana draw 2 is not even that good an option.
Yeah.
And obviously 3 mana cancel is not a good option. So I was like, I want to play this. So then I subbed them all for Steam Pyro. It's actually very good against Blue Control and 4-color Omnath.
Okay.
Which I think
those are very
I think there's a lot of players go beyond that.
Yeah.
And it allows me to play like weird shit. Like main deck weird shit, so I can like pitch it.
Yeah.
So like, you saw the velocity.
Okay.
Like pitching velocity is great, right?
Yeah, but like okay, use a free card almost.
Yeah, free card. And then the ones are really hard to deal with.
That too. It just gives you like extra. Oh, okay. I see what you're
Yeah.
Okay. That's actually really smart. Okay. I can totally understand that as well. Okay. All right. Are there any matchups you're interested in playing? Like, you know, if for the rest of the I mean, I don't know what record. There's like 4 more rounds of Swiss, right?
Yeah, 4 more rounds.
Okay.
Yeah. So I came with like I don't know, like 7 friends, I guess. So like a group of 8.
Okay.
Like 4 of us made day 2, so that's pretty good. But then the one guy who lost, he was on E-Tron.
Okay.
He was 5-3.
Okay.
So very close.
Yeah.
But all his 3 losses were to Amaz.
Are you
That
serious?
was pretty funny.
No.
Yeah, that's what he said. And then Amaz is a good matchup for me, but I didn't see a single one.
Okay.
So yeah, but I don't know. But Blue and Murktide is like pretty even across all.
It seems like the kind of deck that like has a very high floor and like has a
high floor. Yeah.
A very high. Yes,
high floor,
you'll consistently do what you want to do, but the ceiling's not even.
The ceiling is not. The ceiling's okay. It's not as explosive as other decks.
Yeah, sure.
But you always have a chance.
Consistency. Yeah.
And then it's just my sideboard is pretty good.
Okay. Yeah.
My roommate plays Omnath.
Okay. Oh, so you got a lot of testing.
I got a lot of testing. Oh my god, it was just like let's play a game. It's like,
and I think going into this weekend, Omnath is like one of the decks to beat. Like, so you being prepared for it is very good.
Yeah.
How do you feel about like your living end matchup, for example?
I think it's fine.
You think
I think Rhinos might be the harder Cascade matchup anyways.
Okay. All right.
Play like more threats.
Okay.
Living end is like I have a lot of support for that.
Right.
Shaking hard. Yeah. As long as I got really lucky yesterday actually.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the first step to winning.
I'm also 5 twice yesterday, and I still got 8-0. Like that, you have to be a little bit lucky to get 8-0. I think.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, you have to like not mulligan. Like that's like a baseline, right?
Yeah.
So, I think I got pretty lucky.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, it could just be like the combination of good deck building, a little bit of luck. That's what it takes to win. Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we just called time in the round, guys. We're gonna take a quick break, Jordan. If that's okay with you, I'm gonna go and take care of some stuff on my end. But round number 10 should start soon-ish. So I'll catch you guys later, all right? I also have to set up the backup feature match soon. Wait, what's up? Oh, there's one match outstanding. Yeah, so it's going to actually start very, very soon. So I'm going to go try and set up some other things, and we'll go from there. All right. Bye, guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Scgcon Dallas. I'm Tannon Grace. I'm joined today by Drake Sasser. Drake, we had a great round one here today.
Yeah, it was, honestly, two titans of the current modern format, the Rhinos deck and the Murktide deck. Awesome match to watch. A lot of little things that are easy to miss if you are not intimately familiar with the matchup. Both players clearly were, and it was honestly some awesome Magic to watch. And that's just the nature of Day 2 Magic, right? You and I both played a lot of Day 2 Magic. Honestly, personally, it is some of my favorite Magic to be played anywhere. I love playing high-stakes Day 2 Magic against, good players, competent pilots, and just watching the sparks fly. It was awesome stuff to watch.
Yeah, I love the competition, right? Like, you get you get the butterflies, right? You get a little nervous. Absolutely love
yeah,
it.
You do. It matters, Tannon. It matters.
Yeah.
It's
Speaking
so
of that competition, it does seem like the players are taking opening hands. Let's go ahead and go down to the match. It's going to be Jason Chan. We're going to be following him yet again with his Is It Murktide deck. It looks like we're going to be playing against Spencer Moore, who's revealed a companion. This is a Yorion, so I'm assuming possibly Money Pile, but there's some other ones.
That's true. Is that Corey Baumeister signed Yorion? Is that some extra points?
It does
there?
actually look like that's a Corey B signed.
I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to theorize, and so maybe a little bit of a fan. Never stop being a fan of the game. I went around with a bunch of tokens, the Inkland tokens, Inkland Customs, awesome artist.
I still have them. I still use them.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome tokens. I use them for everything, and I got them signed by all the SCG Tour players. And never stop being a fan of the game. It's awesome stuff to see.
Yeah,
as
same
we are
here.
looking at open hands.
I was going to say, Corey did one of his own back streams this weekend. Unfortunately, didn't make it into day 2 here, but I love that he still finds a way to make it onto this stream.
Yeah, truly an excellent content creator, and you never have enough of them, and so he'll show up in the Yorion little ways. Just thinking of him,
Yeah, we love you, Corey. if you go back and watch this, because I think he's playing right now, so he's playing his trusty Death Shadow finally. Ooh, yeah, definitely want to leave that one on top most likely. That looks like an expressive iteration to me.
That seems like a good one in this. Almost certainly 4-color control. You see Yorion in the current modern meta game. It's hard not to immediately assume that you are playing a 4-color control, very reminiscent of Ivan Espinosa's deck. He's been doing a lot of innovation on that. I feel like a lot of players are kind of on the same train as that one. Might have seen an ephemerate as he was fanning through, so it might be something a little closer to kind of Edgar's kind of build, where you see things like Eternal Witness, ephemerate stuff going on instead of just some of the other value engines.
Yeah,
no, only fetches one land. It's a fetch 2. There we go. We found a triumph on end step.
Now, we've heard Amaz talk about this, saying that this is a matchup this is one of the reasons he's playing the deck he is. How does this matchup generally play out for you? Let's assume it is just like the 4-color Money Pile type deck.
Sure. So once again, Murktide, the power of Murktide in this modern metagame is that you can get under a lot of these bigger decks. Now, with these pitch cards and cards like Ren, it can be hard to keep up on card advantage. They have expressive iterations of their own. They have Yorion. They have Omnath, which is an incredible value engine, as we've seen in every format it's been legal in. So trying to fight this deck on the card advantage axis can be really, really challenging. I think the power of the Murktide deck is you have multiple cheap threats, and obviously Murktide Regent, always the best card in your deck. The deck's called Murktide. There's a reason. Murktide Regent, easily your best threat, and the way you're going to win a lot of these games. I think that's an important key player, is getting to 4 lands and being able to play Murktide Regent with some counterspell backup is really how you're going to lock the game up against these 4-color decks. As you see a Lightning Bolt to knock this Ren down to 1, maybe a follow-up Lightning Bolt to take it off the table here.
Maybe even a dashed Ragavan. Lots of options from
Absolutely.
Jason Chan here. Got to believe he has a plan here, though, to take care of this Ren 6. Looks like he's going to start off with Cracking of a Scalding Tarn. So many different arts on all these cards. Keeping up with this.
A painful mana base, too. Here you see a Steam Vents here. 2 Steam Vents in play, 2 fetch lands. Really, Murktide, not great against burn for very obvious reasons, as you're seeing, but thankfully, not a lot of life total pressure in this particular matchup. Looks like maybe cast for 1 with a maximized velocity played on Ragavan. I love it. That'll give it +1/+1 in haste. This card has what I believe the mechanic is Jump Start.
It is Jump Start, yeah.
Yeah, where you can pay it red, discard a card, and flash it back, essentially. So we're going to see a hasty Ragavan that gets to stay into play thanks to that innovative maximized velocity from Jason Chan. Love to see it there as Ren leaves the play. Yorion is bought for Spencer, and we are right back to Jason. Have to be excited to get in with this Ragavan.
And this is a scary card to have sitting in Jason's graveyard, right? If ever a giant Murktide happens, this technically gives it +2/+2 because it'll give it the +1/+1 effect from the card. Plus, it's a card leaving the graveyard whenever you're flashing it back. And a Murktide all of a sudden just gets to attack you the turn it comes into play. This could be something. We heard him talking about it during the break. That this is one of the cards that he likes in his deck. And I'm going to directly quote him here. He's like, "I get to play a lot of shit in my deck because I have I have Spire in my deck. I get to kind of, run through cards, because if they're not good, I can just discard them or discard them for value. And you're seeing that actually, come up here with the Maximize Velocity, a card that I always loved. I know you liked it a lot when you were playing a lot. Is it Phoenix
Put that on a
decks back in the
crackling
day?
drink? Talk to me.
Yeah. You just get the Hi-Ya somebody. It just kills them immediately.
Bonk, beep, beep.
Okay,
Don't exactly know what that
bolt.
card is.
I think it's a lightning bolt.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good hit off of Ragavan. I mean, really just kind of a little bit of free value. We've seen both these players playing some quick magic. I think Amaz resolved a pretty good looking expressive iteration to make that Spire Bluff land drop. Of course, got to hit in with Ragavan, hit a Scgcon, not good enough. Can't play that one, but got to keep the treasure around. Spencer, untapped, played a land. It looks like just passed the turn right back. Once again, allowing for another hit from the Ragavan as here comes a Spyro follow-up with 3 mana up. Could potentially be some counterspell backup, but Amaz taking a lot of game action. Spencer, not so much.
Yeah, I got a quick look at his hand, and while I didn't see all of it, it does look like it's a bunch of lands and 5-drops. I think I saw Fury plus the Orion that was added. And yeah, Jason here, I love the sequencing here. He's going to go ahead and draw first before he decides what to do with that bolt. And when he's going to not use this bolt, I think this kind of signals to Spencer, like, you're probably not resolving your next spell.
Your next spell's not looking so good, pal. I don't know what you're planning on casting, but it's probably not resolving because, we don't even have that extra mana to cast whatever that is. I have to imagine that you are in some dire straits, especially as once again, you're not making any plays. You're letting your opponent hit you with Ragavan. Spencer's certainly on the back foot, going to need a real good one, something like Supreme Verdict, what have you, to catch up from this board state.
Yeah. And, one of my favorite things about watching some of these decks in Modern, especially this one on the side of Spencer Moore, is how customized and how customizable all the decks are. And it looks like this is going to meet, I expect a counterspell.
That's a pretty good theory. I have to imagine if there's a counterspell laying around, which of course there is, all that mana held up from Jason, you have to imagine he has something. Counterspell going to take care of that Fury that would have looked real good at it hit the table. And this is exactly where the Murktide wants to be. A ton of threats in play, a lot of pressure, backed up by some counterspells, continual card advantage from Ragavan, literally everything coming up on Amaz here.
Well, I will say this looks like it's a Murktide on top, but he's going to go ahead and forego that.
Already got threats in play. We don't need those. We need more counter magic. Let's see a fetch land among other cards in Jason's hand here.
I wonder if there's a Murktide already in the hand. It does look like there's a Murktide already, and I was about to say,
is this lethal?
This might be lethal if there's no endurance or anything like that, which endurance probably would have gotten cast any of the free spells. So with Maximize Velocity here, you got to believe that this is about to happen. Yes, he
just doesn't know where to put the dice. Like, I'm comboing off. I have all my things. I don't know. Well, here, either way, get rid of this land. Maximize Velocity. Beep, beep. You're dead. Have a nice day. Pick up those cards. And a quick game from Jason here. That Maximize Velocity, that looked incredible. I mean, that's not something you typically see, and that just looked awesome.
Yeah, it's something that, like, I love when we get to kind of talk about, like, a cool interaction that can happen with a card. Is like, it's not a corner case in this deck. This is something that's pretty much why it's there. Yeah, you got to see value off of it, right? You got to see him use like the whole buffalo, as we say. Like,
definitely the whole buffalo.
You got play Ragavan, give my Ragavan haste, attack down this Renin 6. He kind of like technically like 3-for-1 himself, but not really there. Because you had the Ragavan plus the bolt plus the maximized velocity. But it's like we said, that maximized velocity is going to loom large as the game goes on, and we saw it exactly there. It kind of just got to come into play and just one-shot the opponent. Because there was no, one of the free elemental cards out of Spencer Moore's deck. He's probably got multiple of green ones, white ones, and maybe even some other colors. We saw the red ones as well. So any of those were coming in, but like the counterspell backup that kept the Fury off the board was enough to be able to let Jason Chan swing for lethal that turn. So that's pretty cool. And I was talking about that because it's something that had to be on Spencer's mind, right? You had to worry about the fact that card was there the whole time. And that's a threat that's always there and always looming. Like, you need to worry about Murktide killing you from that point because of that card.
Absolutely. No, you're entirely right. And it's really cool to watch how Jason navigated that game. With the turn 2 Ren from Spencer, we got to see a kind of an unfavorable interaction. I mean, look at all the resources Amaz used to take that card off the table. He bolted it, played a Ragavan, gave it haste with maximized velocity. I mean, that's 3 cards and a whole, hit from Ragavan you're foregoing just to remove Ren from the table. But look at how hamstrung Spencer was after that Ren was removed from the table, and Amaz quickly sealed the game up after that, what looked to be a pretty disadvantageous interaction. So I really like that navigation there from Amaz, and I think it really shows how important Renin 6 is as the glue that holds this 4-color deck together. As we move to sideboards here, have to imagine there's some mystical disputes coming in from Jason Chan's side. Spencer, of course, some cheap removal spells always on the list. You can see Ragavan's kind of, I think, being flicked to the front there. Those cards kind of hard to get in sometimes, easy to kill, and not necessarily great in the matchup. There's a lot of plays you can do. There's a lot of philosophies I've seen with when to cut Ragavan, when not to in these card advantage matters matchups. I have to imagine the Murktide's going to keep him in, trying to get under the Yorion deck. And with the Yorion deck, knowing that Murktide's on the beatdown, maybe Ragavan a little less good, but we'll see exactly how things play out.
Is this another matchup where Jason Shan's going to want to try to Blood Moon his opponent?
So this is interesting, right? The 4-color Yorion decks often adopt a Magus of the Moon that they can Aldamaris call for in matchups that are big mana based, things like, whatever, Amulet and stuff like that can't get Besagered. So it's funny. It's like, do you Blood Moon the Blood Moon deck? I personally would. I think Blood Moon is a really low cost in Jason's deck. And like he said before in the interview, if it's bad, just discard it to Seasoned Pyromancer. We'll just always have that. No problem. It's going to go in the garbage and we're not going to worry about it. So I think you can afford to at least bring in a copy or two just to hedge. You can sometimes just get a free win. You're already up a game. So it's like, if you steal one of the two games, you win the match. It seems fairly free in his deck, knowing that he has other cards that are kind of mediocre in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's talking about mediocre cards. Let's see if these hands are better than mediocre for these players. Hopefully we get to keep sevens and see a good game from both of them on their sides here. Spencer a little flooded in game one, didn't get to really interact a ton, and what he didn't really get to resolve. So let's see if Jason Chan's deck's going to keep churning the way it has in the games that we've seen so far today. So it does look like both players are keeping 7. And it's going to lead off with just a fetch land for Spencer Moore here. We're going to go over.
Yeah, obviously the Yorion deck very, very traditionally fetches a Triome tapped on turn 1. Not a whole lot of 1-drops you're looking to cast, especially on the play if you cut Ragavan. So we'll see exactly how Spencer decides to sequence the mana. Like I said, you have to know that Blood Moon's on your radar. All the Murktide decks play some Blood Moons. So it has to be on Spencer's radar, as here's a turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler off of a shock land with the Bobble follow-up. Kind of the dream, right? This is just comboing off. Being able to turn on that Dragon's Rage Channeler very, very quickly. You have to imagine that Spencer's thinking about, okay, how do I sequence my mana? How do I put things together to respect Blood Moon but still cast my spells?
I do see at least one Ragavan left over in Spencer's deck. I got a little peek of it there when he picked up his deck. But yeah, so for Delirium count, right now we've got 2. I think there's 2 lands and the Bauble left over in Jason's graveyard. We're going to try to keep up with that as much as we can because it seems like that is directly under the lights here in
that's all right.
Fort Worth Convention Center. So
love a good Dallas Fort Worth Convention Center. Love that city a lot. Been there many times, as I know you have as well.
Oh, way too many times.
Little Veil of Summer action in Spencer's deck, definitely respecting the cheap counter spells, the early threat backed up by cheap counter spells. So of course you can, do a little bit of Prismatic Ending for 1 or something like that, followed up with Veil, and try to fight the Murktide deck on efficiency with some of these other cards. Jace the Mind Sculptor is the second Surveil, and we do like that one. Could turn on Delirium with that one, putting it in the graveyard, but Jason, I think, respecting the power of that card a little too much to be willing to part with it, probably has some extra lands in order to cast it, and we are just passing the turn right back.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a hard one, right? Like you saw Jason kind of think for a second, like I can get Delirium here, I can get the extra damage in, but Jace is such a powerful card here. You had to kind of weigh the option, right? Get the extra damage in with the threat that is a little fragile in this matchup, right? Dies to pretty much every removal spell in Spencer Moore's deck, or do I keep one of the most powerful cards ever printed into my hand in a matchup that might go long, and this card might be big as the game goes on. So you saw Jason.
Is that a
really
cycled Veil of Summer?
That was a cycled Veil of Summer for Spencer Moore there. Maybe
if you're Jason,
his
you have
hand
to be loving that, right?
Yeah, exactly right. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that maybe his hand is a little land-like? That looks like that might be the case.
I believe so, especially with how quickly we fired off this expressive iteration. Maybe, certainly land light, I'm sure removal spell light too. And with the land exposed here, expressive iteration, if lands are the problem, I'm going to go ahead and break you out of that. I believe see a counter spell among other cards in Spencer's hand. So looks like plenty of powerful cards to cast. Maybe not the lands to cast them. And honestly, Blood Moon looking pretty juicy here. If we untap, go to Amaz here, he has a fetch land for a basic and a Blood Moon follow-up. It would look good here. We were kind of musing about that a little bit. And, necessarily how would Spencer fetch lands? How would he sequence mana base? And they look pretty good here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what land Spencer gets here, and it's another dual land because I think at this point, you and I played a lot of Legacy, right, and Modern before, and in the matchups where there are Blood Moons, at some point you have to resign yourself to the fact that if a Blood Moon happens, I'm probably not beating it anyway, so you fully play into it. You're like, I'm just gonna go keep getting my dual lands. I'm gonna make my mana base as good as possible because if I just go get a basic here, it's not gonna be good enough anyway. So I'm just gonna act as if Blood Moon doesn't exist. Which,
sure.
I thought for a second here I saw a
You
red
got
card.
so excited when those 3 lands were tapped so quick. You were ready for it, but no, just the Seasoned Pyromancer. Kind of cute that you get to cycle the bauble fast using the Seasoned Pyromancer and get a 1/1 out of it, turn it into a real cantrip for 0 mana, and of course, put 4 power, 4 toughness across 3 bodies into play. Delirium is online. A Dress Down among the cards pitched. Those are a pretty common sideboard option. Very good against the pitch elementals because essentially, obviously turns them entirely off. And we are counting the graveyard types, it seems.
Confirming, yeah, I was gonna say, I think they're confirming for Delirium here. Probably worried about future Unholy Heats. If I were to play an Omnath here, what's the likelihood that it just gets answered for 1 mana?
100%, Tannon. They always have it.
Yeah, they always do. That, or maybe he's looking at Endurance. Like, do I want to get rid of this graveyard now? And I think this is a good spot to possibly get an Endurance in, but looks like Spencer doesn't have it here.
Yeah, hard to disagree with you there. I think the Endurance is a really attractive option. Maybe, I think we might see one in his hand there. So maybe trying to get a little ambush action. He does have the other Veil of Summer in hand. So maybe you feel a little bit safer going for it in combat, trying to eat the Seasoned Pyromancer, and then, whatever, just eat the graveyard, get a little bit more value out of that Endurance.
I think there's a counter spell in his hand along with the... I was going to say, so he's getting trying to get max greed out of this play. I kind of like this.
Absolutely.
Target him. Yes, we'll say
there. Yep. Here's an Unholy Heat. That does get around Veil, so heads up play from Amaz here. Don't counter that one. Just eat it. Go ahead and blow that one up with Unholy Heat. Get that one taken care of. Crash in for 4, and we see Spencer's life total. All these dual lands and these fetch lands beginning to take a big toll. No Omnath ready yet to gain some life, and we're going to see a quick fetch from Jason. I wonder what the follow-up here is.
It'll say the speed at which he's moving at. I think there's going to be something following up.
It has to be good. He's excited about it, and it's a dual land, so it's no blow. Oh, not a dual land.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I think this is where you want to start getting basics. You've got 3 dual lands in play already. That 3 lands that produce both blue and red. So I think it's about time to start getting those basics, just in case this game goes long and a Blood Moon is found, or if he has a Blood Moon here. I will say I saw the red card again.
Pyromancers. How about that? How about that, Tanner? We'll just put more 1/1s into play. Die, Spencer. Die to these 1/1s. And a Jace finally pitched. So I guess with the success that these Seasoned Pyromancers have for getting in the red zone, Amaz more than happy to be like, I have enough threats. I have enough card advantage. I don't need this Jace anymore. Go ahead and get rid of this Jace Ragavan. Make 2 more 1/1 elementals, expressive iteration among the draws, and kind of everything coming up Jason here.
Yeah, to say Spencer most likely going to try to find another source of red here, just in case there is a Fury in his hand. He doesn't want to pitch it, wants to be able to cast it for 5 mana here, because I think Fury is one of the cards that he's really looking to try to get into play here as soon as possible. I think this is one of the ways that he's going to get himself back into this game. So we'll see if Spencer Moore is up to this task, because Jason's doing a very good job of going wide here in this matchup, which is nice because, you see a lot of the 1-for-1 removal out of Spencer's deck, and this is a good way to kind of get around that.
Jason, of course, tapped out here, and that was a quick fetch from Spencer. I have to imagine the card that needs to be on Jason's radar is Fury. That card is going to do a lot of havoc on this board state, just kind of putting a big stop sign as far as the attack train goes. Could pick up, any number of bodies ranging from 4 to 2, realistically. And would be a big swing in Spencer's favor, going all the way down to 6 life. Not really where you want to be. We do see the namesake Fury, and doesn't matter. We got the subtlety. Get out of here. Get out of here. We have it all.
Wow. And
insane.
That's going to do it. That is one of the fastest matches I've covered all weekend long. What a beating from Jason Chan. Just had it all steps of the way. And look, I got to say this. From seeing his deck and the way it's played out these last 2 rounds, he and I chatted a little bit last night. And he was I was asking him like, hey, I just kind of jokingly was like, hey, nice record, after day 1, because he's 8-0. And he's like, yeah, my changes in the deck really, really helps me. And I was like, oh, did you what are you playing? What did you change? He's like, I'm playing Is it Murktide? I'm not playing Archmage's Charm. I'm playing Spyros instead. And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. I've always felt like the deck was a tiny bit threat light, just the tiniest bit threat light, right? And that adds a little bit in. You're still drawing some cards or whatever. And I got to say, from seeing these games and the way that they've played out, I might be a believer now.
How dominant did those Seasoned Pyromancers look that game? Above Jace the Mind Sculptor. He had mana to cast Jace the Mind Sculptor, instead, did multiple things, did a multiple spell turn, cast Seasoned Pyromancer, made bodies, drew cards. He just had it all going on all cylinders, was able to churn through his deck, find the subtleties, find the interaction that he needed. Everything lined up Jason. And this is honestly, his changes, his assessment of the deck, just has been phenomenal. How many people are questioning the Seasoned Pyromancers? How many people are questioning the maximized velocity? In every game we've watched, they have looked incredible. And, the results don't lie. He's at 9-1 for a reason. He's figured it out. There's a reason the great players are great, because they assess things differently. They see things differently. And honestly, his deck building, his play, they've all looked incredible here. And I am excited to watch a lot more of his games this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice when like you get to, talk to a player about the changes they've made to a deck and you see their record, right? But you don't know how much those changes have interacted, right? Like how much it's actually happened, how much it's come up. And we got to see a lot of it right here in this match specifically. Like you said, the Spyros looked great. The maximum velocity got to one shot his opponent in one of the turns of the game, and they've looked amazing. And I might be digging through my bulk here in a minute. Whenever I get a little bit of a break, gonna go find up one of my copies of Maximize Velocity. Gonna go ahead and go find my subtleties that I've put away because they're not getting played too much. But the subtlety even looked really good in this format, because like here's the thing, you're a tempo deck, right? Like you're the quote unquote Delver deck of this format, and any of those tempo positive plays have looked really, really good in his deck. And I love that Spyro, like he said, I'm not gonna direct quote him again this time because I don't want us to get in trouble, but you get to get rid of the bad stuff, right? You get to play this and you can just pitch the cards that you don't need. You get 2 more cards, you get some bodies. Plus, once that goes to the graveyard, that's another threat later in the game too. So that's kind of fixing a lot of the problems that the deck has always had for me. Is sometimes you spin your wheels a lot, right? Like you're casting expressive iterations, you're casting considers, but you're finding more of those cards and you're finding more counterspell and Archmage Charms sometimes when you're behind on board, right? And
Absolutely.
I just have a problem with that. You need that that core amount of threat, right? You need that density in the deck of threats, and I think Jason's found a really good way to have both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Murktide deck, very good at leveraging efficient spells and getting that quick tempo advantage. I've said it a lot. I'm going to keep saying it this weekend as many times as it takes. Very good tempo deck, but has a hard time catching up from behind. And Seasoned Pyromancer does that with being able to, get rid of some bad cards, get multiple bodies on the table, and really just help catch up. Just in a 1-card little package that we see him including in this deck. Really smart, really heads up. And like I said, his record doesn't lie. It looks incredible. And can't wait to watch more, that's for sure.
And speaking of watching more, it does seem like we're going to take a really small break here, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be back. We're trying to get the backup match set up and going, so we'll be back as soon as we can with that match. Hey, we're back. I told you it was only going to be a small break. I'm Tannon Gray, such Drake Sasser. We're doing coverage of the SCG Open that's going on in, the SCGcon, right? I think is what they're called now.
You know, Scgcon's Tannon, get it together.
All right, I think the players are shuffling up for game 3, and we do have Brittany back, Brittany Davis back on. So it seems like we're going into game 3 here. So she's going to be playing for 10-0 in this round here, and I'm not sure, but Justin McGuire was probably the other undefeated. So, I mean, it's usually how it works out. I mean,
I imagine that has to be the
work.
case. This has to be probably, like you said, table 1, both players at 10 or 9-0. 10-0? 9-0.
Yeah, we've seen some weird stuff before, like at an invitational, some weird stuff could happen because the tournament, 2 days and multiple formats, but this is a 1 format, 2-day event. So I would assume this is the 2 undefeated players. I think that our director said that it is. So let's see if Brittany can move up to 10-0 and get started.
This is how you do it, right, Tannon? Yeah. This is how you do the Rhinos thing. You just suspend it on turn 1 and then it comes off suspend. Just beautiful deck building. We've done it all. This is the Rhinos deck. Welcome.
Love to see the reminder for Brittany there. That's the way that I do it, by the way, as well. It looks like this might be blue-white control, I think, on the other side, because I don't know many other decks that play Mystic Gate.
Yeah, hard pressed to pin it on anything else that wants a Mystic Gate. So I have to imagine it is the Supreme Verdict plus Cryptic Command deck, needing to cast all of those symbols, all that mana in the 2-color deck. Mystic Gate, an appealing option for doing so. And of course, this is game 3, worth noting. And so Brittany does know the matchup. There is sideboarding that has occurred. We both players kind of know what's up, and we'll see exactly how the game plays out. I have to imagine a lot of those 3-mana creatures, those flash creatures, things like Brazen Borrower, things like Endurance and all that stuff, are going to be big players against the Counterspell deck. Just try to overload their Counterspell mana, stick a threat, start sitting behind it. And like I said, Brittany really looking to be the beatdown here. I don't think Blue Eye Control can ever really come out the gate hard, attacking with creatures and what have you.
Hey, they got a Kahira. You don't know their life. They might be.
Okay, all right, you're right. We got a 3-2. Have Vigilance. I think it has Vigilance. Let's go attack.
It does. But
sick.
I gotta say this. Like, I don't know Justin McGuire very well, but I gotta commend his choice of basics. Those are very nice.
Nice. I mean, anytime you have Old Border, it's hard to go wrong. Now, what's going on with the Scalding Tarn though? That's not Old Border. How did we mess this up?
I was say I did just update my legacy decks recently with the old bordered fetch lands, because you know me, I'm like a beta basic guy. I'm a black bordered oldest version of the card kind of guy when I'm playing Legacy. So
absolutely,
I'm loving it. But in Modern, I get a little more flair in my decks. My basics can be a little different.
That's very fair. I mean, look at Brittany's basics. She's got those sick Neon Dynasty Kamigawa basics. Those are the ones I actually have in my commander deck at the moment. I have a Japanese foil slivers deck that I got to upgrade the basics on.
Little on theme basics.
Yeah, little on theme basics. We love to see it. Yeah, no.
I think that's my favorite thing this weekend of doing coverage too. Is you see the differences in the decks. Like everybody kind of making my deck my own kind of thing. And I'm absolutely loving it. It looks like this is going to be, is this an end of turn ice from Brittany here to make sure she can draw an extra card? Because I do believe that she missed a land drop.
I love the icing the Mystic Gate too. If you want to use that mana, you have to tap 2 lands. So we are going to see that mana go ahead and go away. Justin McGuire, of course, now still has access to something like Counterspell this turn, but like you said, likely just cycling for a land drop, and we did find it with a Rawgrin Triumph tapped, 2 counters left on this Crashing Footfalls. We do see a Teferi Time Raveler in Justin's hand. Now we know that interaction well. We've seen enough Modern coverage that Teferi will actually stop that Crashing Footfalls from being cast at basically any point. Like if you go to cast on an upkeep, that's not your main phase, can't cast that one. You go to cast it off of a Cascade spell, absolutely not. That is a spell in the stack, that is not okay. So Teferi, one of the better cards, and we really see the patience that Justin has with holding this Teferi, not just going to leave it in play for it to get removed with something like a Stomp or something like a Brazen Borrower. We're not here for that. We're going to wait till the last possible turn, and then I think we're gonna try to stick that to shut down this Crashing Footfalls here.
Yeah, he's also, I believe I saw Dovin's Veto in his hand as well. So he's waiting for, hey, I'm going to have 5 mana in play. I'm going to be able to play the Teferi, hold up 2 mana to be able to protect it here, because it's going to be, that 2-for-1, that 3-for-1, if it stays in play for long enough and it actually gets to leave the Crashing Footfalls in suspend, never to be played this game. So definitely going to see it here this turn.
Yep, and there it is. There is your Teferi off of that Mystic Gate. Gonna go ahead and use that one now. We're not getting that one ice. No, thank you. Yeah. Brittany, a little bit of thinking here. Now, we do remember Brittany's on what she deems this deck Charming Footfalls. There is access to, I believe, 4 copies of Archmage's Charm. So multiple different options for answering Teferi here. Archmage's Charm, known for its flexibility at this point in time. Looks like Mystical Dispute is the counterspell of choice to lead off the terms of engagement here. I can't imagine that you're casting this Teferi with no intent of protecting it. So I think we're going to see a Dovin's Veto potentially as the answer for this dispute. No fight.
Looks like we're going to probably just fight over the footfalls itself, because maybe they believe that there is something else from Brittany here, and I would think that would make sense, and they'd rather do it this way. Oh, these rhinos.
How about more rhinos? How about that? How about we become a rhinos deck all of a sudden? Very different from how we saw the games playing out against Murktide. We're just going to put some rhinos into play. Here they come, beep beep.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of rhinos. Like you said, we didn't see a ton of them. That's what I say. I'm the one. I always reveal too many cards. If I have to play this deck in paper in a real tournament, I have to slow myself down. I'm the one that I just dump over.
Yeah,
the deck.
You just go past it. Like, wait a minute, need to go back. That's no good. What is it like? Looking at extra cards? I don't even know what the warning is. But
kind of warning.
Either way, look at the sequencing from Brittany. Like, she was able to answer the Teferi. There was no fight over that. Went for rhinos, seeing the opening position, the open position there. Got that Dovin's vetoed, but now that clears the way for the rhinos to resolve on upkeep. So now, Justin maybe wants to answer rhinos with something like an Engineer Explosives, like Supreme Verdict, something that can answer all of the rhinos. Now, if she was making 4 rhinos, you could just do that. Instead, the Dovin's veto traded for the first copy of the rhinos, and the second one resolved. So, being able to line these up to where you don't get all of your rhinos killed. And look, now we're prismatic ending one of them, really showing the card advantage that can be demonstrated by these rhinos in this matchup. You would think they'd get swept up by Supreme Verdicts and stuff all the time. That's not the case, as we see Justin really struggling to answer all of the rhino tokens.
Yeah, trading 1 card for half a card here. And it does look like we're just going to have a raw-dogged Brazen Borrower here. Not bouncing anything, just going to go ahead and play a 3-1 just to get multiple threats in play. And let's
just get a real clock going. This is a nice 3-turn clock here with all 7 power coming across the red zone here. Maybe a little bit of a response. This 5 mana, we've seen a little Solitude or a Cycle. I think we see a Shark Typhoon there that could potentially be a 3-3 and trade with the Brazen Borrower. That does appear to be what is going to happen. If Brittany has another copy of Brazen Borrower, now would certainly be the time. Go ahead and pick up that Shark token and, of course, crash across 4-7. Looks like Brittany may have some effects before blocks, or is this after blocks? Where are we?
They'll let us know. Let's take a look.
Looks like we are just going to let blocks happen. Going to crash in for 4 damage. Brittany, of course, still on the front foot. All her mana untapped. See a Chalice, a Solitude, and an Archmage's Charm as Justin's 3 cards. As here comes Shardless Agent. Justin's hand looks pretty good in this matchup. I mean, if you're just going to rattle off cards good in this matchup, I think every single one of those is among them. But Justin appears to be incredibly far behind, as the 3rd copy of Crashing Footfalls is on the stack with no answer for that one in sight, and just a ton of 1-for-1s for Rhino tokens. Not really the terms of engagement Justin's looking for in this Rhinos matchup. And we are going to go ahead and go back to Justin. And we're going to lead things off with a Chalice of the Void on 0. Going to stop any future copies of Rhinos, but there's already been 3 copies in the stack. I think this one might be a little late to the party.
Yeah, I think there's a 1 more cascading spell in Brittany's hand, but she, it's one of the ones that pumps as well. So it could be just used as a combat trick here. You don't necessarily need to get more Rhinos now that you've got 3 in play. We've got a full crash of Rhinos here on Brittany's side. Do you know the other name for it? There's actually multiple names for a group of rhino. The one that most people know is a crash.
Yeah, I know crash. That's what I got.
Apparently it's like a stubbornness or something, which that one just doesn't make sense to me. That one I'm like, are we so sure about that? Now, maybe we do need a few more rhinos. One of them's going to go and join the side of Justin over here, getting to use that 3rd mode of charm. The mode that Twitch chat always wants. Hey, you can steal something here.
Just it's the coolest mode by far. I'll take that at instant speed. Thank you very much.
It's like a Shark Typhoon. Twitch chat always wants you to cast Shark Typhoon. And by the way, Drake, I'm Twitch chat. I want you to.
You are Twitch chat. You want to see a cast Shark Typhoon. Well, unfortunately, we cycled this game as Justin continually on the back foot. Looks like this Rhino's going to get in front of the Shardless Agent. Justin going to take a big hit for 8 here, down to 7. And I mean, with that confident of a block with 2 Rhino tokens in play, you have to kind of suspect that Justin's got more stuff. And Brittany going to pass the turn here with, I think, 3 or 4 cards in hand. All of her mana up. I think we're going to see quite a fight here soon, as here comes an in-step Subtlety. That's a pretty good one at answering Rhinos.
Yeah, I like these. Yeah, I like these plays from Brittany too. Just not messing around, not looking for, hey, I'm trying to get max value out of my cards by getting a spell with them or something like that. No, you're at 7. I'm trying to kill you. I love these plays. It does look like it's going to meet a counter spell here from Justin. Justin playing this one real close too. We'll say it does look like he's got we'll say, is that one of the endurances, or not endurance, I'm sorry, he's got one of the elementals in his hand, but he doesn't have
I believe it
a
is a
white card.
solitude he's been really patient with, as
Yeah,
that
he doesn't have
subtlety,
a
of course, did not
yeah,
resolve.
no white card with it here. I think it's a Shark Typhoon. Oh, is this
How about
going to
Cryptic
be,
Command? And that
that's
is
gonna be
going to
lethal.
do it. Wow. I mean, Brittany really showing the advent of all these counter spells that she put in her deck, or things like Archmage's Charm, things like Cryptic Command, just continually winning her game after game, that it's like, okay, she's behind. All of Justin's cards look good. And then she's like, she finds her spot, she picks her spot, gets a few threats into play. And then those threats, backed up by the counterspell deck, really allows her to pivot incredibly well. And, honestly, 10-0, she's 10-0 for a reason. She's put a ton of work into this deck. She's been posting about it on Twitter. There's a sideboard guide on her Twitter if you go follow her at BrittanyMTG.
I'm going to do that right now.
Working on this deck, and it's incredible stuff. Yeah, why don't you go check it out, Dan? It's good content. And, like I said, these aren't decisions made at random. She's put a lot of time in. She's certainly put the work in, and it is paying off big here in Dallas, as she is the lone remaining undefeated player.
And a little local to you as well. It seems like, for a little from Birmingham, Alabama, closest to your area of the woods.
Yeah, we're commentators. We're not supposed to be that biased, but it's hard not to be in Brittany's corner. I've got to see this player, really rise over the course of the last, it's been probably 10 years that we've been playing in similar spaces. She is local to the same Alabama scene I am. She's always been a good player. And, it's really, really awesome to see a lot of her hard work over the years paying off big. And, I'm really glad I get to be in the booth here covering it. It's awesome stuff to see, and, honestly, masterful navigation.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing the fact that, we're following Jason Chan, Amaz, and we're following Brittany Davis here, and both of them are playing very established archetypes, right? Decks that people can recognize right away when they see it. It's a good known commodity in Modern. We know the deck is good, but each one of them has like that twist in it, right? Like they have their personal stuff. Like Amaz, we've seen a couple of different cards in it. With Brittany, we've seen the charms that were not in Amaz's deck are in her deck, actually. So I wonder if there's like a trade before the tournament. They're like, oh, we only have, so hey, I need charms. Well, I don't need them anymore. Here you go, kind of thing.
There's charms. You need a cryptic too? I have that in my binder. Like, how about that?
It's in my teamer binder. I got enough of the stuff in there.
Sure,
but
whatever, we'll figure it out.
We're seeing both these players make these changes to the decks, right? And both of them have talked about the fact that these weren't just, changes they made on the fly. This is something they put in time, they put in effort, and you're seeing them put up the results with it. And we're seeing those cards actually do quite a bit of work in the games that we're seeing. And like you said, Brittany's moved up to 10-0 now. I've got to believe that next round's just practically a win and in for her. As I say, 11-0 has got to,
I believe that's accurate. With five rounds on day 2, she came in at 8-0. She has 2 wins. I believe once you pick up the 3rd win, you should be able to double draw, if my tournament math is not forsaken me as a now commentator.
Yeah.
We're washed. We're in the booth. I don't know what the actual math looks like, especially with the cut to top 12. She might be able to start drawing sooner, but either way, she looks to be in really good shape to make those cutoff rounds. And I really like the point you made about the differences in these players' decks. And I think this is something that we can spend just a second on before we move on to whatever's going on with Anurag. He's always got something cooked up for the on-site venue. But players that are relatively new to the game and want to make their mark, want to personalize their decks, they take a deck list and they customize it with cards they like. Great players, the players that put in the work, the players that see success over and over again, they iterate on deck lists. They start with a deck list that's well known, and they start putting in cards that solve problems. And you see both Amaz and Brittany are doing that to great success this weekend. Amaz upping the threat count in Murktide, also being able to make some of the awkward cards less awkward, but being able to pitch them to Seasoned Pyromancers, have things like Maximize Velocity that you can up your ceiling on your Murktide regions, things like that. Extremely impressive. Brittany solving problems by adding counter spells to your deck that allow you to back up your rhinos and stuff with counter spells in order to make sure that you get through. And so you can pivot from being this kind of card advantage control role into a beatdown role. Both of these players, saw a problem with each deck list, solved it, and are seeing big success this weekend.
Well, both those players saw some big success this round too, as we saw Amaz dispatch his opponent in a very timely manner. So it allowed us to get game 3 of Brittany Davis's match, and that game looked really good for her as well. So she is pacing the field now at 10-0.
Absolutely.
Is she going to win next round? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. We're going to take a really small break, and like you said, I think we're going to catch up with Anu and see what he's doing, what's going on down at the floor. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coverage.
What's up, guys? All right, we're back in between round, I think 10 and 11, with now the only undefeated player in the entire tournament, Brittany Davis. That's awesome. At Brittany_MTG. Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah. So first of all, congratulations, because that is freaking amazing.
Thank you.
I want to ask you a lot of questions. So first of all, what are you playing today?
I am playing Crashing Footballs, just like a pretty stock list, except for it has Archmage's Charm.
Archmage's Charm.
Cryptic Command. So
Okay.
we cut some of the red spells, like I'm only playing 2 Dead Gone, 2 Fury.
Okay.
And we added some more like controlling cards.
Yeah.
I think it helps you grind better.
Yeah.
And having access to that means that you're better against the field. It kind of means you sacrifice some game 1s versus like aggressive decks, but you can still win game 2 and 3.
Yeah. And you plus you have like the resiliency against aggressive decks of just like, here are 2 4/4s, you know, I'm going to block and then I'm going to kill you afterwards. So that seems really smart. I think Drake called it Charming Footfalls or something like that.
Yeah, that's what we named it.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good name. I really like that name. It makes me very happy. Yeah, and also I personally, I mean, I'm a little bit biased, but I do love the trend going from like red decks to blue decks. I mean, blue is just objectively the best color in Magic. Not close.
Yeah.
You know who you are. But yeah, that's interesting. So talk to me about, is there anything else about the list that like, so the main deck is just both those 2 cards, right? Cryptic Command and Archmage's Charm?
Yeah, so those were kind of like the flex slots that we had that we put those cards in, and the mana base is like what makes the deck actually function though.
Okay.
I copied a list originally that had 3 Archmage's Charms in the main, and it had 2 Flooded Grove, and Flooded Grove is really what mitigates some of like the other things that you need to play.
Okay.
Like I'm playing 1 Besage and 2 Otawara.
Okay.
So those utility lands are now in place of the Fiery Islet,
Okay.
kind of.
Yeah.
And Flooded Grove has helped me so much in this deck. I don't know if I had built that mana base by myself that I would have seen.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you're playing super well. I mean, I think deck building is one thing, but when you're finally here on the day of, it's about playing as best as you can with the tools you have. And it's great that you discovered that too. So that's super awesome. Talk to me about some of your matchups in day 1, because you started day 1 8-0. I mean, obviously for 10-0, you started 8-0. Anything interesting you played against yesterday?
Honestly, I played against pretty stock decks. I got pretty lucky in my matchups because I think I have a really good blue-white matchup. I played against blue-white twice. I played against 4-color twice, which I also think is a good matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they can find their Supreme Verdicts, like, you know,
Yeah,
that kind of sucks. But if they're casting Supreme Verdict on 4th, they're also tapping out, and, you know, hopefully you can just rebuild.
Yeah. We got to see the back half of your match just now against blue-white, and it did not feel particularly close. You were constantly like, kept putting pressure in a way that forced them to tap out, and then while they were tapped out, you capitalized on that by putting more rhinos into play, which honestly is a very good way. That to me is just like an understanding, like, you know what's important in the matchup and how to punch holes in their strategy, which is very good. And the fact that you have cards like Archmage Charm and Cryptic Command, like I did see like you had Cryptic to draw and then like bounce at some point, but you could all right. This is a I don't play Modern question. I'm a legacy specialist. Cryptic can also bounce lands, right?
Correct.
So you can do like weird stuff like bouncing land to play around like the Dovin's Veto, weird things like that. So very, very versatile. And I really, really like that. But also like, sorry, and I'm take this out. This earpiece like is falling out of my ear every 3 seconds. Amaz mentioned the same thing, which was like, you know, big ticket items in the format right now are 4-color, blue-white, and then I think Living End was another one.
I
So
did
that's
play
about-
against Living End yesterday.
Okay. How did that go?
I think
Well,
having-
yeah.
So having access to 4 endurance out of your sideboard is just like kind of something that every deck wants to do right now, especially with Living End being so popular. And our deck having that, I think it makes the matchup pretty lopsided in our favor.
Okay.
Also, we bring in subtlety because sometimes they can kind of like subtlety or endurance when you're having that like war when they put Living End on the stack
Okay.
and then you put endurance on the stack, and like just being able to like have mystical dispute, endurance, and subtlety in that
Yeah.
matchup, it's kind of like
You really lean into
it's
like
easier
the
for them to attack that
control
plan.
element, it sounds like, yeah, with all the counters and things like that. Yeah.
And they also play no removal, so if you can just make sure that their Living End's never resolved, like
Yeah.
your rhinos just kill you.
That's also a very, very good game plan. All right, cool. So we're 4 minutes overtime in the round right now, which is fine. I'm not sure how many outstanding matches there are. But talk to me about matchups. So you do want to play against those three that we mentioned earlier. How do you feel about your Murktide matchup? Because you had a really good feature match against Amaz in the first round, and game 1 didn't really go your way, but games 2 and 3 were like nice, you know.
So I actually think that Murktide is a better matchup than I originally thought. Like if you go back at my Twitter, you can see like the way that I used to look at the matchup, like through my notes in the sideboard guide, and like how I've changed my outlook. And I think it's a little bit better now that I have kind of understood like what I need to be attacking in particular. Like I don't need to mystical dispute their expressive iteration.
Yeah.
Not that I was doing that, but the way to win is just to make sure that their Murktides never like stay on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So like that, like as long as you always have that in the forefront of your mind, like they're always 2-for-1ing themselves with their removal spells, right? So like you're just always ahead on cards. We cut the
So when you say that they're 2-for-1ing themselves, you mean like you have 2 rhinos and they have
for 1 card, yeah. So you know, sometimes they're just like bolt unholy heat because I've endurance their graveyard to kill a rhino because, you know, 8 damage was like to take over.
4 toughness is a very good stat mark against the lightning bolt deck, so that does make a lot of sense. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, watching that game 1, actually the way you said it completely different. Game 1 there was a Murktide and it was a problem. But games 2 and 3, it felt like Murktide was never in play. There was the season Pyromancer with some of the tokens, but you know, like that, you just outstat that, right? So like that's
I think Amaz made his list a little bit worse against my deck in particular by having the season Pyromancer maximize velocity and stuff going on. That might be better against the field. But
yeah, he had a sweet maximized velocity, like Murktide hasted in for like 7 or something like that, and was pretty lethal. But I can understand like in that matchup, maybe it's a card that goes to the board or something like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. I also think he got pretty unlucky. I think he mulled to
5,
and like you just can't also like have the counter spells and the pressure that you need or answers to like play with 5 cards on play. I don't think
that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. So next match, you get to pick one deck to play against. What is it, and how are you going to win?
That's a good question. I think I really do like my living in matchup. I don't know what the like how many decks of each like archetype came into day 2, but I've just been killing living in online. But honestly, like I would play against 4 color or blue white. That the decks that I don't want to see really is just like hammer or just anything that's gonna punish the fact that I only have 2 furies in my deck.
Okay, all right.
But I haven't seen them. You know?
Sure. No, but I mean that is a very good point. Innovative deck building, and now you're at 10-0 in the Swiss, and you have 3 more rounds left in the day. So very close. You know, I'll let you focus up for the next round. Guys, I think we're gonna take an ad break, not an ad break, whatever break after this. So stay tuned, and I'll get round 11 as fast as I can. All right, bye guys.
All right, we're back here on Anurag Das coverage of the Scgcon event. I'm Joe Lossett, returning instead of Tanner Grace, who had something he had to deal with. Anyway, I'm joined by Drake Sasser. Awesome. You've been here this morning. Fill me in. What have I missed?
Oh, you've missed some great stuff, Joe. Day 2 Magic, always incredible to watch. A lot of, high stakes Magic going on, a lot of really tight play. And we've been following Amaz playing his take on Is It Murktide, of course, featuring seasoned pyromancers, things like Maximize Velocity, some unorthodox cards that have put in a lot of work on camera. We've got to see them, in multiple spots be game-breaking changes and have been really, really cool to watch. We even had an interview where he broke that down a little bit. You should be able to go back and watch that if you're interested. And we've also been following the lone remaining undefeated player, Brittany Davis, playing her take on Teamer Rhinos. Of course, some changes she made. She calls it Charming Rhinos, as it features Archmage's Charm. I will remember what charm that is for the rest of the broadcast, I hope. And of course, some other counterspells, things like Cryptic Command. We've seen a lot of her changes look really good, because it turns out you put some Rhinos into play, back them up with counter magic, that's pretty effective.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I was following a little bit along on Twitter and saw that she was 8-0 last night. But so here we are, and she's still undefeated. We're moving into round, where are we at?
11. So she's playing to be 11-0.
All right. Well, the players are ready. Let's go ahead and get the match rolling. I guess we're watching Jason Chan, who is known as Amaz. And yeah, bring us down to the table. Okay. So, Is It Murktide against Noah?
Is this pronounced no or no? Noah.
Maybe we can get that
little
discovered.
confirmation.
Things underway. Dragon Rage Channeler and the Bobble. Good way to start.
Absolutely. One of the best starts you see from this deck. Jason on the play, being able to fetch Shock, the Dragon's Rage Channeler, cast the Bobble, graveyard, and extra land. Clearly not looking for more of those, as here comes a whole Unholy Heat off of a Misty Rainforest from Noah. We're going to say Leal. I'm going to use Leal as the last name. From Leal. Going to fetch a Steam Vents. Kind of wonder if this is a mirror. No companion from either player.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So, getting word from the chat potentially that it's Noe, Leal. Yeah. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but we'll go with it for now.
All right. We'll go with Noe. That works for me.
Replacement Dragon Rage Channeler for Jason. Let's see if another spell to trigger or not. Looks like not right yet. And Noe. Yeah, we'll see if it's a Murktide or if it's something else.
Well, it's kind of heads up here from Noe. You can maybe kind of fish out an extra Unholy Heat. Of course, Noe does not have Delirium quite yet. This Consider not going to really add to that mix either. So if, an Unholy Heat goes after this Dragon's Rage Channel, you could potentially respond with something like a Consider and potentially just lock up Delirium and, of course, fizzle more or less that Unholy Heat. So a little bit free, can kind of fish that out. But of course, you're in this holding pattern. So we see no in-step instant cast by Jason. Probably going to want multiple spells up, as we see this Consider now cast in the main phase that will turn on Delirium with a creature, artifact, land, and instant in the graveyard.
Yeah, so dangerous to try and go after that Dragon Rage Channeler there, because if it does enable Delirium in response, you're just blown out and tempo down a card down. Oh, and there we. Okay, well, Lightning Bolt.
Just have Lightning Bolt all along. All the tricks, nothing matters.
Look at the artwork. Look at the beauty of that Lightning Bolt.
White border, Joe. Come on.
Noe,
Joe.
Clearly stylish human being.
We have the Dynasty Basics, the OG Shock lands. Yeah, Noe's just got it all figured out, huh?
This is just a person who's got their image well thought out.
And a Murktide Regent here on turn 3. That's a fast Murktide. And wow, that has to spell bad news for Jason, who did, I believe, miss a land drop as the player on the play. Is not able to hold Counterspell up to try to counter that. As here comes a Lightning Bolt, likely going after face. Smells like another Murktide to me.
It does. Yeah, and it's going to have to be, a pretty sizable one in order to contest. But there are quite a few cards in Jason's graveyard, even though I can't make out exactly what all of them are. But we're looking at, has to be max size here. Or, I guess, because of the changes in the deck list, potentially Jason's Murktide could be, only 3 or 4 counters and then grow to match, like you were telling me with the maximized velocity that he's implemented in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see the third land as a pickup for Jason. That Spire Bluff Canal comes in untapped, as here comes another Lightning Bolt, pretty much screaming Murktide from the rooftops. And here we are, Murktide mirror, each player with a Murktide in play. This is the way the matchup's drawn up. And this one is 1 counter bigger, so that's bad news for Noe. Anytime the Murktide's max size and yours isn't, that's tough. Both outside of Unholy Heat range, but it looks like Jason gets to keep quite a few types in his graveyard. Might not be far off Delirium as a follow-up still after casting Murktide, and that's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. Now, Noe here, I believe with the Lightning Bolt in hand, trading Murktide plus Lightning Bolt for Jason's Murktide isn't as disadvantageous as it would be sometimes because Jason had to fire off 2 bolts to the face just to get this on the board. So there is, it's probably worthwhile for Noe here, maybe just attack. And here it is. Yeah, 7 damage coming across.
Yeah, absolutely. And being on the front foot here with the Murktide Regent does mean a lot. You're able to attack first. That means you're winning the race by proxy. I mean, these things hit hard and they hit fast. So now we have seen, like you said, cards like Maximize Velocity can quickly swing the race for Jason. That's a trick he has up his sleeve that we're not sure if Noe knows about or not. Jason, gonna go ahead and make the block. Have to imagine there has to be a red spell follow-up here to remove the Murktides. Board state is now clear. And Noe is actually up on cards representing Counterspell with those 2 islands in play.
Yeah, up on cards, but down on graveyard, and that matters too. And Jason may decide, well, I have a better chance of rebuilding a new Murktide than you do, so I'm going to go ahead and make this trade. As Spell Pierce picks off Expressive Iteration, that's pretty significant.
That's a big play. Spell Pierce not typically one of the really good cards in this matchup. They don't line up that well very often, but with Jason missing land drops, this Spell Pierce is able to pick off a premium spell, especially when Jason's behind on cards. He spent all those cards, like you saw, to get his Murktide Regent into play. Expressive Iteration was going to do a lot of work to rebuild that, but no, gets picked off by Spell Pierce, and that's a great trade for Noe, and a Dragon's Rage Channeler to follow up, still with 2 blue up, representing Counterspell. This Noe's in the driver's seat. No other way about it.
Yeah, Consider's coming back and forth on both sides. And Expressive Iteration just interacts poorly with Spell Pierce. Even on turn, 4 or 5, whatever we're on here, it just picks it off. Always being played before the land drop makes it more susceptible than it would be otherwise. And all right, so this was the first Consider that actually took any thought. Noe's were instant decisions. Jason puts a few seconds into that, and let's see what it's going to be. Another Murktide? Yes, it is.
All right, Murktide Regent, the follow-up, an important follow-up for Jason for sure. That one does do a good job checking this Dragon's Rage Channeler, as we're going to see the Consider that was just cast among the exiled cards. Looks like it might not be that big, might still be a little susceptible to something like Unholy Heat as we try to maintain Delirium, but no, we're going to go ahead and move that Expressive Iteration too and just make it as big as we possibly can, which I believe is a full 6/6. We are going to see that counter spell that Noe was representing. Going to leave that one on top, and, Noe getting to untap with this Dragon's Rage Channeler after counterspelling a Murktide Regent with an Expressive Iteration follow-up. It's just everything coming up, Noe here.
Yeah, this is looking nice. Yeah, important to have that counterspell because, like you were saying, Unholy Heat might have been able to take down the Murktide, but I'm not sure Noe had Delirium at that point. But certainly on the way back there now with triggers and iterations and a replacement land, that's fine.
An untapped land, definitely what you want to see. Typically, the play off Expressive Iteration, you do generally want to just go ahead and make your land drops with that card. As here comes a Dash Ragavan. Should be coming across, looks like Sorcery, Land, Instant, and Creature with a Murktide Regent. We are going to be coming for the full power Dragon's Rage Channeler. Unholy Heat, normally actually a pretty good hit, usually when there's threats in play for both players. Not going to be able to really be cast for any kind of value here. That's okay. We're still going to get a treasure and 2 damage for your trouble, as we are going to go back to Amaz.
Yeah, and I'm sure, obviously it's nice to be able to cast the card that flips over, but Noe is probably fine with Jason not drawing the Unholy Heat.
Yeah, definitely excited to get that one out the way as here comes Seasoned Pyromancer. Gonna do a good job checking the Ragavan as we discard a Blood Moon and a Lightning Bolt.
So I asked you what might be significant differences in Jason's deck, and you didn't mention Blood Moon? Because that seems pretty relevant.
The main deck. Look, it's pretty common in the deck list, Joe. They're usually in the sideboard. I actually was not aware they're in the main deck. So, Jason talks about he can play, as he calls them, garbage cards in his main deck and get rid of them with Seasoned Pyromancer. And certainly really showing that here with the Seasoned Pyromancer discarding a Blood Moon when your opponent has 3 islands in play. So certainly going to do a good job cashing that out for a 1/1 in a card. Easily the best thing it could be doing here. Ragavan checked. Dragon's Rage Channeler still a 3/3 in the air, but with you no longer spewing cards to the top of your library, you have to imagine Jason's kind of beginning to work his way back into this game.
Yeah, the ground is locked up. I don't think Noe's ever going to there's no efficient way to get through tokens, and there's no large ground. In fact, do these decks even have a creature that attacks on the ground that's bigger than 1 toughness at any point in the game once you have Delirium?
Yeah, so they don't really plan on attacking with the ground.
Yeah.
Typically the creatures you see are like Brazen Borrower, Murktide Regents, Dragon's Rage Channelers. So the answer is pretty firmly no, as Ragavan is typically the only card that should be attacking on the ground if everything is going your way. But Jason Chan, of course, wrapping his own versions of Seasoned Pyromancers. So that is the answer to your question, I suppose. If all the lists now are on Seasoned Pyromancers, then you're just going to crash those into each other in a mirror match. They are mirror matches after all. So here comes Unholy Heat. Have to imagine we have Delirium with all these enchantments, artifacts, lands, and all that stuff. Hard to get a good look, but I'm pretty confident that Delirium has been preserved across the multiple Murktides that have been cast this game as Jason looks at any potential attacks. What kind of attacks you like here?
I mean, certainly there's something you could find. At least, at absolute minimum, one token can come across, and I feel comfortable sending in Pyromancer plus a token. And then here's a dash. I think this is a dash Ragavan.
This is a dash Ragavan, so
that's coming.
Your intent is the dash Ragavan. That's getting in the red zone. Otherwise, you just tap 2 lands for not a lot of purpose. As here comes the whole team, and a Lightning Bolt, one of the last cards Noe has access to. Going to pick off the Ragavan. It looks like, you definitely don't want to make any kind of blocks. You want to get that extra card from Ragavan. So here we go, dealer. What's off the top? Mishra's Bobble, a very good hit. Anything that gets you a card is certainly a win for Noe's. We're going to get a look at the top card of Jason Chan's library.
That was a
Tide Regent is the draw. Wow.
Yeah. That was
a
very
draw step.
It was. That was very aggressive by Jason letting Ragavan connect there. Sending in all the tokens. I believe
Jason, believing he had the life total advantage, is trying to really push that advantage. That's kind of what he has going for him. He's a little behind on cards and resources and all that. But yeah, you're right. Not leaving anything back at all. Certainly quite a demonstration of how much he values the life total as his avenue to victory. Going to consider in response to the card drawn from Bobble. I believe this is the play around Counterspell. Just to not get your one cantrip that you have access to counterspelled. Tough to imagine any other reason to do it. Might just be free if that's part of your turn anyway. And Jason doesn't find it. Gonna die to that really large Murktide Regent, as that is what this matchup has been about from the get-go. It's just trading those Murktide Regents. And of course, the last player standing with the Murktide Regent gonna be able to crash in through all of those tokens on the ground and steal the victory. And that is going to be Noe up a game as we move to the sideboard games.
I mean, I just showed up like 10 minutes ago. That was a pretty good game.
That was my day. I mean, Joe, I told you, we're watching great Magic here today. This has been awesome stuff.
Yeah, all right. So the players work on their sideboards here. We're in round 11 of 13 of Swiss, I believe. 900 or so players in the event, cutting the top 12. So 9-1, obviously live for further glory moving into the afternoon. And yeah, so Drake, feeling much, if you're at this point, you feeling much stress? Are you just excited to be playing if you're in these players' shoes?
Oh, Joe, I both have played our fair share of day twos, and when I'm in my day two zone, I am focused, but my adrenaline is pumping. Every match has so much on the line. These players playing for a ton of money, a ton of glory. Obviously, they're here on camera in front of thousands of people, whatever, what have you. This is the peak of Magic, competitive Magic for me. You're on camera, your adrenaline's pumping from that. You're playing for a lot of money, your adrenaline's pumping from that. And, of course, there's a trophy on the line. You don't want to let those thoughts seep into your head too quick, because you start thinking about the trophy, things, little losses, anything that goes wrong is going to start to hit you harder. But, that is the ultimate goal, at the end of this, to, cash out your check and hoist the trophy. And that's what every Magic player wants.
Indeed. All right. So moving into the, Game 2 here, I want to mention Dynamo Collectibles, Mark Nesco's eBay business, buying and selling video games, supporting and sponsoring this stream at Dynamo Nesco. You can see there on your screen. Anurag Das, this is his channel, this is his show. He's organized this and put it together himself. So if you want to follow, you want to subscribe to his Twitch channel that you're watching this on, if you want to do business with Dynamo Collectibles, which is helping out, everything you do helps increase the odds that Anurag is able to continue putting this coverage on for future events. So thanks for your support, thanks for viewing, and let's get back to the action.
Absolutely, Joe. And I've done my fair share of business with Mark Nestico. He's very easy to work with. His prices are all reasonable. And honestly, I've been looking at some of my consoles and games and stuff that I don't really touch anymore and wondering what I can get for him. So I'm not far from reaching out from him. I just need to actually go dredge everything up and figure out what I actually have access to. Because traditionally, I've just been buying Magic cards off him, which of course he does deal in as well. It is Dynamo Collectibles, not just video games and stuff like that, but started out.
It's primarily video games. Let me stop you right there. Yeah, it's primarily video games that he's involved with and what's going on. We don't want to overlap on potentially any conflict with any organizations who are letting us broadcast events from their show this weekend. So Jason Chan looking for comeback here. Down a game. I feel like started out a little bit on the back foot, and then that Season Pyromancer looked like it might run away with the game, and then Noe's second Murktide obviously slammed the door on those dreams. But
both players had access to 2 Murktides in the game, as you saw. It's just Noe being ahead, being able to have that mana advantage, was able to line up his counterspell with Jason's second Murktide, leaving Jason kind of on the back foot for most of the game, and then peeled his second Murktide right in the nick of time to really close the door in the game. And that's really the power of Murktide Regent, is that it just ends the game so quickly when it enters play and is unchecked.
All right, so opening hands being dealt out here. Jason Chan looking for big top 8 today, but Noe Lil, well, he wants it also. Everybody here is gunning for the big prize at this point. I mean, at some point on Saturday afternoon, you're like, all right, I want to make day 2. I want to make day 2. We've done that. Now the goal becomes, let's make top 12. All right, and it looks like a mulligan on both sides.
Quick mulligans for both players.
Yeah. Huh? Have you ever played in an event that was top 12 instead of top 8?
I have not. So traditionally, everything in Magic has been top 8s, right? My first experience with separate cuts has kind of been, I guess, that Scgcon in Indy a few weekends ago. I was playing the team tournament alongside Ivan Espinosa and Zach Allen, and the cut was top 6. And I thought it was really cool because, like, first seed, second seed, they got a bye. So normally they would be playing 7th and 8th. They didn't even have to. You literally get a bye in the top 6, of course, which would have been a top 8, if you do the math. Instead, there's buys. And, the other 2 players have to play an additional round. I thought that was a really cool structure, but unfortunately, the tournament did lead towards, there was a lot of breaker stuff that was happening. We made the top 6 on breakers alone, and, it could be any other team because there was so much, like, kind of breaker math going on. So, kind of playing around with different cuts, I think is really, really interesting, and I think that's a nice advantage that SCG has. And, of course, being able to go into this with a top 12, that's easier than a top 8, right? Just by virtue of it being more people, that's easier to do. So both of these players, very much live for that, as here comes a turn 1 Ragavan from Jason Chan.
Well, that's a good way to start. Both players on 6. So for Noe, it's a relic. So this Ragavan is going to connect. That's always scary.
Oh, this is the power of Ragavan. You play it on turn 1. It gets a hit in. Things we know very well start to snowball from here. Thankfully, no big hit there. No expressive iterations or bobbles or what have you. And, Jason, maybe on the hunt for a second land here with this considered quickly graveyarding a Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, I think almost certainly looking for a land. Otherwise, there is advantage to waiting for Noe to untap before putting a card in your graveyard. Because now this relic just gets a free activation, exiles that Bauble. And we're on our way. Jason with the early mana advantage, obviously with the Ragavan connection, and no removal yet for this Ragavan.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and fetch. I think we're gonna see a little response here. Maybe he wants to try to kill Ragavan while the shields are down. Looks like we're a little bit of conversation about when exactly we're exiling. Of course, any fetch lands do sacrifice as part of the cost. It is already in the graveyard, and if you respond to a fetch land ability with a relic, they can exile the fetch land, which is what we just saw happen there. Jason Chan going to fetch up a Steam Vents. We'll see if that's coming in tapped or untapped here.
Yeah, Noe incentivize would obviously rather the instants and sorceries get removed, but it doesn't matter. You're just trying to keep the graveyard in check overall. Delirium doesn't matter at this point, so it's just overall size, slow down Murktides that might be incoming, and this relic is going to matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's certainly going to matter. This matchup is very much about graveyards, being able to nerf things like the Dragon's Rage Channelers and the Murktide Regents, those both some of the more premier threats. But if this Ragavan keeps coming in, it's not going to matter. We're going to fill the graveyard up quick. We're going to maintain a card advantage over Noe, as well as developing a mana advantage. You see, of course, Jason has access to 4 mana here, gets to hit a Mishra's Bauble among the better hits, just literally a free card. Does put an artifact in Noe's graveyard, not irrelevant. But, you certainly are going to take that when you're up on cards, you're up on mana. Ragavan is doing its thing. And, I would say certainly Jason's in the lead despite the graveyard kind of being cut here, as here's a fetch in response to a consider potentially.
Yeah, and here's the ultimate of the relic. And I'm not surprised by this, as Noe can't really let Murktide get into play at this point. And with 2 treasures on the board, Jason doesn't need that many cards in the graveyard to be able to pull that off. So it does put a stop to that. As once the Murktide's in play, the relic is pretty worthless. So, all right, passing the turn, and Noe needs to get this Ragavan off the board. Like, it's been hit twice. I mean, you're playing a dangerous game here when you're letting this happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, letting Ragavan hit you once is a potential problem because, as we said, things start to snowball. And with it's kind of like, it's like any of those planeswalkers you see. As each turn progresses, with this free advantage being able to be, leveraged every turn, 2 damage, plus a treasure, plus potentially to get, multiple cards off the top with things like Expressive Iteration, or even just a single card for free with things like Mishra's Bauble. This card is really going to start to snowball the game as mana, cards, everything begins to come up Jason with Ragavan. We see this happen a lot in Modern. That's why Ragavan is as powerful as it is. But there are plenty of other ways to get back in the game if you're Noe. If you find a removal spell here that you can push through with something like a counter spell, then, you're a little more at parity. You can start to work through the mana advantage and the card advantage and then stick something big like a Murktide. And of course, that can close the game really quickly. Doesn't matter how many draw cards you have in hand. Doesn't matter how many, lightning bolts and stuff. I guess you need like 3. Murktide Regent can always just close the door in a game behind on. So no, he's certainly not out of it, but Ragavan, I mean, doing its thing, and it's hard to view Jason as behind in any angle in this game.
Yeah. So did the Mishra's Bauble come off last turn or the turn before? Because I don't know that Jason picked the card up if this last combat phase. And here is, I may be wrong about that though. Here's an Archmage Charm countered, and this time Ragavan has a counterspell. That is not going to matter.
Yeah, I would assume that's a Spell Pierce, might be one of the newer arts, but either way, it was a 1-mana counterspell for an Archmage Charm that does work. Counterspell the hit itself off of the Ragavan trigger. And then we are going to go ahead, tick up that treasure. We do get one more of those as Jason is reviewing his options. Graveyard, a little bit nerfed at the moment. We see an Expressive Iteration, the follow-up, and that's quite a follow-up. I think Dragon's Rage Channeler, Unholy Heat, Ragavan, the cards among we are considering. Hard to like a Ragavan when you already have one that's going to town. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and get that Dragon's Rage Channeler in exile. Can't have to imagine that one's going to interplay, and it does. 2 mana up. That's the magic number with counterspells, tap Spiral Bluff Canal, and a passing of the turn.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to have that. I mean, it wasn't relevant there, but having the counterspell back up just with the treasures is just, I like that. Anyway, all right. So Noe here, I mean, on a mulligan, but both players on a mulligan, and Jason is just come out of the gates much stronger.
Steam Vents when you're behind. I do like the cast Dragon's Rage Channeler. You need to be able to cast your spells, but when you're behind on life, it can be pretty tough. These Shocklands get extra punishing.
All right, so if you have another Archmage Charm here, which creature are you stealing? Okay, that's not the case, so scratch that. It's just a second Channeler.
A second Channeler, 2 mana up, still representing Counterspell. Of course, that's the magic number when you are playing a Murktide Mirror. That does represent, of course, actual Counterspell, as well as the whole host of multiple 1-mana Counterspells you can have. Things like Dispute, Spell Pierce we've seen to good use in this matchup. No Archmage's Charm, but we know Jason Chan doesn't have Archmage's Charm. Clearly, no, he does. And of course, it got met with a Spell Pierce. We really didn't get to see that one resolved. Maybe that's another advantage to Seasoned Pyromancer, is not being able to be tagged by the Spell Pierces and things like the mirror matches. Could come up big.
Yeah, it certainly could be. You're right about that. And yes, I mean, right now, with these Dragon Rage Challengers from Noe not having Delirium, again, Seasoned Pyromancer just, I mean, the more I think about it, I mean, it's just going to dominate the board in a lot of these scenarios. It would be great right now as one Dragon Rage Challenger does get picked off, and Jason maintains a bit of an advantage here, both on the board and on the life totals.
And we have to see the respect here. Normally, you can get Dragon Rage Channeler up to a 3/3 some amount of the time in order to try to eat things like Ragavan. We are going to see a trade here really showing the respect for how powerful Ragavan is. And here is a follow-up Murktide Regent. Do you have the counterspell again, Noe? Because you are certainly going to need it. And it looks like that one resolves. Have to imagine it's full power. It looks like 4 counters, also a very modest amount, leaving a fetch land and a Murktide Regent in the graveyard. Here's a 4 mana for a Jason Mind Sculptor. That's a pretty good one. And the last card in hand is Counterspell. That's going to seal the deal on game 2, and we are going to move to a pretty quick game 3. Both these players playing at a very quick pace.
Yeah, they are. They're playing very fast, which may explain, I believe Jason did miss the Mishra's Bauble trigger that came off of Noe's deck. But lots of stuff going on there. And yeah, Jace, interesting. Obviously powerful when there's only one creature on the opposing board, but when there's 2, it would fall. And obviously, last card in Jason's hand, Counterspell, doesn't matter anyway. So moving on to game 3 in a fast and furious match.
Yeah, the mirror, I mean, you can see the mirror is certainly about leveraging advantages. And I'm sure, whatever, some amount of the time you have those games like that where they get stolen by a turn 1 Ragavan from the player on the play. That happens. That's just kind of the nature of how the format, plays out in these kinds of mirror matches. You just kind of check them for a removal spell if they don't have it. It's a pretty good way to steal a game with what would otherwise be somewhat of an innocuous one drop, but we know at this point in time that Ragavan is just absolutely a powerhouse and here to stay as a staple of Modern for as long as it is around. But, you know, like we saw in game 1, a lot of the time, Murktide regions do a lot to swing the tide, the Murktide, if you will, of the game in the favor of whichever player is able to stick a big one first and get the first hit in, because that card does a lot of damage, Joe.
All right, so this is looks like Jason's dealt his opening hand, and Noe just isn't done shuffling. All right, so
gotta count. Make sure that we have all our cards here.
Yeah,
you know.
So
we're
Jason
doing sideboarding, what have you.
Jason Chan, known as Amaz. Drake Sasser, I'm not aware that you have ever had a nickname for yourself, even though you inspired one in someone else. Am I correct on that? You've never, like, Drake Sasser is just Drake Sasser, right? That you don't need anything else. Drake is a good name. You're good with what you have.
That's true. Well, you know, Joe, when you interact in the Magic space, when you have an entire creature type that shares your name, you get called the whole range of things. Okay, you get called Crackling Drakes, you get called whatever Viral Drakes, you get called the whole host, and eventually you just learn to lean into that. So it is more wordy. I wouldn't necessarily call it a nickname. Drake is kind of like one syllable and all that stuff. So it's not. You don't have to do a lot of nicknaming, and when you exist in the Magic space, there's a whole host of things you can do with the Drake name. So,
all right, so let me follow up with this.
Oh no, here we go.
How would you rate as a nickname or a moniker? How would you rate the?
Oh,
because
stop. Are we
the person hey, I was just asking a generic question. You jumped to the fact that I'm
conclusions.
You just came up with an example of someone whose nickname is apparently the, and I don't know.
The Drake, that doesn't sound right. The Drake sounds like you're really important, especially when there's already like somebody else more famous than me named Drake. Calling myself the Drake gets really disingenuous really quickly. So honestly, it seems really egotistical. I think anybody that does that has to just be completely off their rocker.
Yeah, probably. And there was the Drake is already taken from Seinfeld. Actually, there was a character in there they named the Drake. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm glad that you said it, but I agree with your statement that the egotistical stuff alongside putting the in front of your name. So. Yeah,
I think we're in unison on our opinion here of using the word the. Thankfully, no one that has been on this cast or will ever be on this cast would ever put a the in front of their name and take themselves seriously. So we don't have to worry about that at any point in time as these players look to be resolving Mulligans. No, he found a hand that they like. Jason, of course, looks to be still shuffling up, looking for some cards that we like. Here as we move to game 3 of round 11 of Scgcon Dallas. 30K on the line, Joe. Have you ever played a 30K event? Can't say I ever have. Most of the SCGs are like what, 20Ks or whatever?
Yeah, SCGs topped out at 20 during the tour years. Grand Prix have had varying prize pools over the years, and so have Pro Tours, I guess. But yeah, I've certainly played in events with prize pools this point and larger, but still, I mean, 5,000 up top first place.
Yeah, that's a big upgrade.
5,000, I believe, is the first place prize in this event. That is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, Joe. That's certainly makes a big difference. And I think both of these players, at 9-1, certainly have their eyes on that number. That's certainly what they're playing for. They know that's on the line. High stakes Magic as Noe going to lead off with a Relic of Progenitus. Seems to be a play that they like a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing it 2 games in a row, although it did not lead to a victory in game 2.
The turn 1 threats Dragon's Rage Channeler instead of Ragavan. I think we're going to see it a lot more effective in this game. And Jason certainly probably, not super excited about seeing a Relic on the other side of the table. No, nothing in the graveyard quite yet. Maybe looking to try to overwhelm the Relic. The Surveil trigger is so powerful, puts cards in the graveyard so quickly. The best play might just be try to force your way through by just casting a ton of really cheap interaction. We'll see exactly how Jason decides to navigate this.
I mean, I feel like you almost have to that's what we saw last game, as eventually he did just break the Relic off. But again, that's only works up to a point, as then he just cashes it in for a card and then Jason has to start over with. I mean, in some ways, we could probably argue that at the moment, Noe's down a card. Jason's down a graveyard, but maybe that's a good trade-off for some period of time.
Well, the threats, the threats in the Murktide decks traditionally, I mean, Jason, of course, has made a little bit of changes, incorporating a few more threats than is traditional. The threats normally are few and far between. And so if you're able to check really any number of those threats, I think you're already in a commanding position. And Noe, of course, was able to pick off the Dragon's Rage Chandler with a lightning bolt as well, put that one straight into exile. We have a follow-up Mishra's Bauble here. Hitting every land drop, we have Otawara Island and a Steam Vincent Blade. Maybe a little light on red mana, but when the name of the game is casting things like Archmage's Charms, Murktide Regents, and counter spells, not being behind on red mana doesn't matter too much. As we move back to Amaz, who still down a threat. We're going to try an Expressive Iteration, maybe to hit our third land drop. Noe going to go ahead and let that one resolve. We see a land among the bunch, a little Unholy Heat action, and didn't get a good look at the third card. So some good options for Amaz for sure as he reconsults the grip.
Is there any scenario where if you're Noe, you would take Blood Moon into account when you're fetching or playing land drops in game 3 here?
I don't think there's a way. That card has to be out of Amaz's deck. If you're looking at things to sideboard out, you're already bringing in expensive cards, things like Jace, things like whatever, Chandra, some of the Planeswalkers. You want these expensive cards in the matchup that accumulate advantage across multiple turns and to artificially up your threat count. And, having things like Blood Moon are just such a liability, and certainly probably one of the first cards cut, as Noe here is going to follow up with their own Expressive Iteration, the powerful 2-mana spell that's going to go ahead and get both players up a little bit of card advantage here, as a Mishra's Bauble is the find for Noe off of the Expressive Iteration. Another way to kind of cheat the exile mode. Typically you see it done with lands. Mishra's Bauble to this deck, aside from being an artifact, does make your Expressive Iterations even better because it is a 0 mana effect that can net you an additional card when you cast an Expressive Iteration after you've, say, already done your land for turn. And we've seen Amaz actually do that multiple times in just the games we've watched today. He's fire off some Expressive Iterations after making his land drop, and sometimes he hits Bauble, sometimes he doesn't, but he's certainly a player that knows his role and knows when it's time to fire off a 2-mana Anticipated Sorcery Speed, but of course always has the ceiling of hitting a Bauble. As we go back to Amaz here, turn 4.
Noe, obviously we can see the effect of the Relic of Progenitus. Noe with a growing graveyard, Jason with nothing. And now Noe can't actually cash in this Relic here really without drawing Murktide first, as I think it's just too much to give up. So it is kind of stuck with that Relic on the board and no threat here, as another iteration for Jason, giving opportunity to catch up here in cards, but no one's on the board.
Yeah, no threats in play. Noe, I would say generically is ahead. I mean, having a graveyard versus no graveyard is, I'm sure, very preferable in this matchup when you are trying to do things like resolve Murktide Regents. So, like you said, Noe certainly on the hunt for their own Murktide Regents, but just being able to keep Jason off of Murktide Regents, be able to keep those Dragon's Rage Channelers to just being little 1/1s, I think that's a big step and a good way for Noe to kind of stay ahead, even though they don't have any threats dealing damage in play quite yet.
And a bolt upstairs off the iteration for Jason. So Noe behind on life, but another iteration. So we're just going back and forth.
Just Expressive Iteration every turn, Joe.
Yeah,
every turn.
I mean, and we've seen that. I mean, in both Modern and Legacy lately, it's just iteration back and forth, and then eventually I'll find a threat. But hopefully I can just pass more iterations than you and win the game just based on that. But
that is how these fair matchups seem to play out. And of course, Expressive Iteration being a cantrip that looks at 3 different cards, if you can even call it a cantrip, is very good at finding additional copies of Expressive Iteration, as we're going to see Spell Pierce as the exile for Noe here.
Yeah, that's not a winner.
Not exactly what you hope to see. More or less likely to anticipate. Does do some amount to keep Jason from playing any 1-drops at end of turn, but when it's face up, it's pretty easy to play around.
I guess, there's nothing doing
here.
Thought
about tapping another land. Decided not to tap off of the signature counterspell mana. Likely a very wise choice, as we're going to respect Jason's ability to put together a big turn that could put multiple threats into play. Being able to interact with that to some degree, I think, very important for this matchup, as we are seeing an end of turn fetch for another Steam Vince, likely signaling there is no Blood Moons in sight, as we figured there would be. As we take a draw step here, I see Jace among other cards in Jason's hand. This looks to be more or less a holding pattern. We're just looking to make land drops and eventually be able to stick a threat with a little bit of backup, I think.
Yeah, Jace would be so good here, but I mean, how could you possibly be confident you could resolve it?
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, both players sitting on something nearing 7 cards. It looks to be either 5 or 6. But we are going to see Seasoned Pyromancer here. And this is one of the better threats that you can run directly into counterspells. If it's countered, you still have that 5-mana activated ability to put 2 1/1s into play from the graveyard. Of course, it can be exiled by Relic, but you have a few things to pad that right now. You have 2 other cards in your graveyard. And of course, it doesn't get answered with things like Spell Pierce. It doesn't get answered by Mystical Dispute very well. You have to counterspell that one. So certainly a good way to lead off and kind of start the engagement. And we do see the counterspell that works, counterspell itself, against the Seasoned Pyromancer, land number 5 deployed. So Jason, now Seasoned Pyromancer once again showing up, appearing to be powerful. We have this threat in the graveyard, and here is Murktide
this is
Regent
so
right
big.
on time.
Yeah, and this is so timely because Noe was kind of stuck here, unable to ultimate the relic to wipe out the Seasoned Pyromancer without giving up his own graveyard. But that's not an issue anymore.
Yeah, now we can see something like Murktide Regent, and then it's funny, if he had more than 5 spells, he could make it even bigger by just cracking the relic.
Yeah,
don't need to do that though. We're going to go ahead and delve out some cards, and of course, you have the option here to go ahead and cash out that relic, blow up the graveyards just one more time, get rid of those Seasoned Pyromancer tokens if that is something that you are worried about. But you might not even have to. This Murktide Regent's so big, Jason can't really afford to just spend his mana, putting 2 1/1s into play. That doesn't line up well against this huge dragon that's now on Noe's side of the table. So you can maybe even leave it up a little bit longer and get a few more cards out. As here is another Murktide Regent.
Okay, well, using all 10 cards in the graveyard, double Murktide on the way in. This one should be this is
this one's now a 9/9. I have a 9/9 of a 6/6. That's 15 power. Exile a card from your graveyard. It's your turn.
Now you said Jason had a Jason hand potentially, and Noe obviously would tapped out. So I mean, the big Murktide could get reset at the cost of the Jace, most likely. So that's something for Jason to plan on. But this is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, you see Jason here kind of considering what to exile. I certainly think that matters to some degree because, once again, the other Murktide Regent is actually only a 6/6. So he could be thinking about how to assemble something like Delirium in order to make Unholy Heat work against the other Murktide. Because if you get to untap, go Jace, bounce, Unholy Heat the other one, you're in great shape. Suddenly you flip the entire script and you're in the driver's seat. And I think that's very much what Jason's thinking about here. As you remove the instant, cast Lightning Bolt to put instant back in the yard, that has to be kind of what's on his radar here.
I mean, that would be lovely, but that's a lot to ask right now. A fetch land would help, as I don't think there's a land in the graveyard, actually. It looks like...
I believe fetch land does it. We are looking at
you're right.
Sorcery creature in the yard right now. So fetch land is the draw step here. Amaz does have that Unholy Heat, which I can't really get a great look. Then, he literally just flips the script, and he's just ahead. And here is Dragon's Rage Chandler. I have to imagine that signals he does not have it, but... we can surveil Delirium here, and that would allow you to block for Jace and bounce the other one on the following turn. As we are thinking about the top card of our library, it's going to stay on top, and we're going to bounce that big Murktide. Can't let that one stay into play as we go back to Noe with a 6/6 Murktide in play.
Okay, so Jace vulnerable here, and 6 damage coming across. This may be a spot where, sometimes it's just, I'll just use my combat to kill the Jace, but this one may be where, say a bolt might be worthwhile to expend to pick off the Jace and get 6 damage across, but no, he just attacks down the Jace, gets rid of it, and Unholy Heat takes down Dragon Rage Chandler, maybe?
Well, yeah, the Jace is now...
Oh, no. Yeah, okay.
We're going to go ahead and crack the relic afterwards. Yeah. Probably something you were moderately interested in doing anyway. And actually, I believe does put a counter on this Murktide Regent. Because that Unholy Heat was in the graveyard. So that matters a lot.
And that's a trigger that you do have to remember. And Noe clearly missed that one. As you're right.
That would get it out of Unholy Heat range. It could be big game here. Turns it from a 3-turn clock. I believe it's still a 3-turn clock no matter what because Jason is at 18. But either way, it gets it out of Unholy Heat range. Like you said, maybe missed that one. Gonna miss whatever, a point of damage or whatever. But no, he's certainly still in the driver's seat as we'll see Archmage's Charm among other cards, including a Dragon's Rage Chandler, which is now entered play. Counterspell, the response from Jason. Want to go ahead and keep only one threat in play at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Noe minds that though. A counterspell on Dragon Rage Chandler, sure. Let me just hang out here with my Murktide. Go ahead and deal with that. As
when graveyard that also considered, perhaps signaling, don't really have time for that. Even though you have a fetch land to play, don't really have time for that. And now representing Delirium whenever they want because they can crack Fiery Islet or a fetch land, get a land in graveyard, and then we have Delirium once more. And that really shows the power of this Murktide deck. Its ability to just get Delirium over and over and over again around multiple exile effects. I mean, multiple Murktides were cast by Noe, and we cracked the relic. And, there's been a ton of game played, and now we just have Delirium again a turn or two later. It's just really, really showing how this deck fires on all cylinders to make Delirium work as a mechanic.
All right, 12 life, 2 swings for Murktide. At the moment, the missed counter is not relevant, but you were saying.
I mean,
It certainly
Murktide
could
being
be.
big versus bigger, Joe, is
Yeah, I know.
typically pretty trivial.
Yeah. So Noe giving some thought to turn here, though. So obviously there's other potential pre-combat action here, but no, just swinging across.
And go to
Jason,
6. This is now a lethal threat. And it looks like a bolt among other cards. Double bolt still live as a potential victory condition. I believe Archmage's Charm still in Noe's hand as a potential kill. No real need to fire it off yet. Can kind of wait until Amaz has to move. I mean, this lethal threat in play has to be answered. So, no need to like really fire that off. You can take your time. I would call it a slow roll, but it's not a slow roll. There's a lot of other stuff going on in the context of this game as Jason takes a draw step. Does it block or answer a Murktide Regent? We will find out momentarily. Bam. Shock in a land. That's a statement. This turn, we are living or dying. Here's a Murktide Regent. This is my blocker. That's going to get Archmage's Charm. Amaz is going to fall 2-1 to Noe. And, honestly, a lot of back and forth. The Murktide matchup, obviously, clearly about Murktide Regent. That is what sealed up most of the games outside of Ragavan. Ragavan can steal a few, but, we really saw the power of Murktide Regent even around multiple exile effects. I mean, graveyards were empty most of the game, and Jason still cast the Murktide Regent there at the end of the game.
Yeah, but a smallish, or at least requiring a lot of mana. And so the relic, I mean, even if Jason had, counter backup there to deal with the Archmage's Charm, the relic prevented that. As what did that cost? 6 mana for that Murktide there? That's triple what you wouldn't be paying for it.
Yeah, not ideal. Certainly not ideal. I think we've seen a 7 mana Murktide Regent from Amaz as well at one point. Just 7 mana. Here's a 3/3. That one didn't even resolve. But we've seen some pretty anemic Murktide Regents, but we've also seen some really big ones, and maybe a little bit of a range on that card, akin to things like Ragavan, which go from being blocked very easily to literally stealing games like we've seen as well. So that's the power of the Murktide deck. You get to see them find the right threats at the right time using their density of cantrips and back it all up with counter spells. And I mean, both of these players, obviously, they were 9-1. Amaz is going to fall to 9-2. Still not out of it. Should be able to rattle off a few wins and be in the conversation for a top 12 cut. And then, of course, if you're Noe, you're sitting pretty. You're sitting at 10-1. You got 2 rounds left, and maybe even just another win puts you in a position to do something like a draw. I'm not necessarily sure. I don't really want to speak to that too much, but certainly looking very good to make a top 12 cut.
Yeah. All right. So before we go to a break and set Honor up for between rounds, I just want to know. All right. So people talk about power creep in Magic all the time, right? Okay. Over the years, new cards get printed. 6 mana 3/3 flyer.
Busted, Joe. Busted. Too good.
I've been playing Magic for a long time. I don't think that would have made the cut back in the day, and that's what we're doing now.
Dreadnought, but it'll do.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think we can see why Noe advanced, because that's a lot of mana.
Look a lot better. His Murktide look a lot better.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and like you said, the matchup's all about Murktide, not just how big they are, but how much they cost as well. Anyway, all right, so we are going to step away, and when we come back, Anurag's going to be back on the floor, spilling his stories, talking with guests, whatever he's got going on. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, we're back here on the Honorog DOS broadcast network. I'm Joe Lossett, joined by Drake Sasser, where we've got, we've got round 12 coming up. Players playing, securing their places in the elimination rounds. Before we get to that, we want to mention another time sponsor for Honorog's show here at the anzidmtg channel. We have Nestico Collectibles.
Yeah, Dynamo Collectibles, just, of course, sponsor the stream. Could not do it without him. We really appreciate his support. And of course, he is buying video games. He actually just made a tweet 6 minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and link that in the chat right now. Bam. I'm going to read it to you for those of you that are not able to see at the moment. It says, I want to spend about $5,000 in your video games today, so DM me your picks and price charting links. DMs open all day, buying everything. Handhelds, JRPGs, Pokemon, and retro. Pay out the fattest. That's his words, not mine. Hit me up. He is here all fucking day. So why don't you go hit up Dynamo Collectibles? Like I said, I linked the tweet in the chat. Go hit him up, DM him, sell him your video games. He pays top dollar. And we really appreciate his support for allowing this guerrilla coverage to be possible.
Yeah, so awesome putting this together. Him, his Honorog, everything involved in this. And we've got, so let's go ahead and talk. We got a few minutes before the round starts. Let's talk about the stakes here. Brittany MTG likely locked up a top 12 slot already, playing to... we're going to watch this round. Another win probably locks up top 4 and effectively a bye in the first elimination round. This is a big thing. Now, I don't think we want to understate how much of an accomplishment this is. The list of women who have done well in Grand Prix style events over the years is not lengthy. There are certainly some standout names: Michelle Bush back in the day, Melissa DeTora, Jessica Estefan, and those are Grand Prix finishes, but it's important, I think, to realize that a 900-person open event, this is larger than most Grand Prix were in the first decade of competitive Magic. So this is a big deal, and this is an impressive achievement that Brittany's put together here this weekend. Looking for one more win to lock up the top 4 seeds and potentially number 1 overall.
Exactly. And honestly, I couldn't be happier. Like I said, I've been friends with Brittany for multiple years. She lives in my area. She's been a grinder in my area. It's been awesome to watch her, meteoric rise as a, prominent and, quite competent Magic player. She really has just always been on the hunt for those top finishes and, has had a few, whatever, pretty good finishes, but this is like a real big deal. This is a 30K event. We talked about it earlier, a lot of money on the line. And, she is the lone remaining undefeated player, has been, I believe, for the last 2 rounds, the last 10-0, and she's also the last 11-0. Now, because of this unique tournament structure, which I know you're a big fan of, because of this unique tournament structure, she kind of gets to play for wins in the top 12 right now. Because if she locks up one of those top 4 seeds, she has a bye in the top 12, immediately putting her on to the next round. And so being able to, still have reasons to play, still be able to pick up wins in this top 12 right now, a big deal for Brittany. So it's still a lot on the line for her, even though she appears to be locked up for the top 12 cut.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool way of looking at it is most of these players are playing for top 12 right now. She's playing for top 8, which is, it's the same match, but
nobody else is, right? People are looking
right
at this 12. That's not something that people even have the luxury to do. And because she has accumulated this many wins, she still has more to play for. It doesn't stop here. And I believe we are going to have the privilege of being able to check out that match here in just a little bit. As the players, of course, get paired, get started, we will be able to bring that to you. But for the time being, let's talk about our other player, Amaz, playing his take on Izzet Murktide. Now, we just saw him paired up in the mirror match. Of course, it's a mirror match, always going to be fairly 50-50. He does have some changes that may put him ahead or behind, but either way, was fairly quickly dispatched by Noe, and we are going to see him fall to 9-2. I don't know. His chances for a top 12 cut, a top 12 cut's a lot, but I don't have access to standings. I don't have access to anything. I would have to imagine that he needs to pick up these remaining 2 wins, these last 2 rounds, in order to really try to make that cut for that top 12. But of course, I think buys in the top 12 are already off the table for him.
Yeah, I agree with that last statement for sure. But yeah, maybe a win and draw, maybe 2 wins. Obviously got set back in the last round, but 9-2, clearly the plan is working.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, he was one of the only 8-0s. That's why we've been following him all day.
Mm-hmm.
He's somebody that we know is going to give us good Magic type plays, and certainly has been. And has been playing very well all day. Some things, maybe a lot of mulligans we've seen on his side, a few things not necessarily breaking his way, but still an incredible performance. 9-2. Honestly, you can't understate that either. That's a really good record. And he's still in it. He's still in the conversation for top 12. Still a very good performance here as we are playing against the cream of the crop in day 2. These are the players that have been succeeding. Like you said, 900 players to start. I believe only a little more than 120 in day 2. Day 2 Magic is where the stakes are high. A lot of money on the line. There's a trophy on the line. And for some players like Brittany, there's buys in the top 12 on the line, which we cannot understate the value of that when you're playing against the best players in this tournament.
Yeah, and for Amaz, it's you got to get your mental state back to where it was yesterday. I mean, some players are gonna be able to shrug recent results off and not even care about it at all. But it was 8-0 yesterday. He's 1-2 today. And so just got to, like, you know what? Ignore what happened this morning. Put myself, remember yesterday. I crushed everybody yesterday. There's no reason I can't keep doing it. And it's only 1 or 2 more to make it through. I mean, just Magic, there is variance. You can play perfect and you can lose. So Amaz just may as well tell himself, listen, I played perfect, and these lucky scrubs beat me 2 rounds today. Shrug that off, no problem. Let's get it going.
Is that what you tell yourself when you take a few tough losses, Joe? You're just like, I played perfect.
When I played you, yeah, of course. But yeah, but sometimes it's true. Sometimes like, oh, well, that was an 80% matchup. My opponent, mulled to 3, and I drew 27 land in a row and lost. And it's like, oh, well, maybe it's a deck building error, or maybe I was just unlucky, and we'll just get him next round, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Not everybody can be Joe Lossett. Not everyone can be as
talented.
I would
hope not.
So we have to hope to get lucky. Certainly, that is my plan whenever I am paired against Joe Lossett. And as you alluded to, keeping your head in the game, extremely important, especially when you have such a dominant start. It's hard not to let thoughts of top 12 and trophies slip into your head a little bit. And when things start to slip, it's easy for that to snowball. So like you said, Maz going to have to recenter and kind of get it together for this next game.
Yeah, and I mean, for myself, I'm someone who I know people say, like, oh, I'm just focused on the upcoming game. I'm just focused on the upcoming match. The rest of it is just noise. I'm not paying attention. I'm not one of those people. I mean, I started event 3 and now I'm like, oh man, I could go undefeated today. I could win this Grand Prix. And it's like, well, not really. But
true. Yeah,
3-0
is the long stretch from 9-0, Joe. There's a lot more work to do.
Yeah, and that's with 2 buys. You just win 1 match, and we're like, oh, we got it. We're done. We're in there.
Just can't lose.
there was an invitational several years ago where I needed. I don't remember what my record was, but I needed to win 1 of the last 3 rounds to lock up an Players Championship berth. I was like, I just needed 1 out of 3. I can do this. I went 0-3. Then I entered the Open, right? Because there's and I was like, okay, if I day two this Open, I will probably also lock up the Players Championship slot. I went 0-4. And I was like, all right, I have lost 7 matches in a row. But you want to escape from that mindset, right? You want to just ignore that noise and keep going. So I entered like the 5K. And I went 0-2 drop. So I lost 9 matches in a row. And I'm not going to say the mindset didn't get to me moving through that. Like, sometimes you just can't get away from it, both up and down. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
I definitely know that pain. You definitely can't let it slip into your head, and let those thoughts of defeat really get to you.
9 matches in a row, Drake Sasser. Can you even imagine? Have you ever lost 9 matches in a row in your life?
Matches in a row, Joe. That's a Joe only thing. I've never done that.
Boy, sometimes it's just, but
let me tell you who is not losing 7 matches in a row.
Yeah, the inverse. Yeah, the inverse.
11 matches in a row, locked up top 12, almost certainly. And of course, when you're 11-0, you have only the most formidable opponents that you're going to get lined up against. So here we have Wesley Blanchard. Now, this is somebody that Dallas has seen before. At SCG Dallas in 2015, it took down the whole event. Trophy, left with it. Good to go. Modern, Naya Zoo, clearly a, aggressive deck expert. And we're going to see, necessarily if he's Modern's come a long way since 2015, Joe. It's been a few years, almost a decade now. We're getting old. So I doubt Naya Zoo is the choice today, but we will see if Wesley decides to stick to their laurels and, really represent the aggro community. here in Dallas again. Once again, looking to pick up another trophy. Clearly been treated well in Dallas before. And obviously here is now, as they are at 10-1-1, paired against the only undefeated of Brittany Davis. So I think we're going to see some really good magic here as the players are shuffling up, counting sideboards, and getting ready to begin the match.
Brittany Davis, 11-0. I mean, that was my all-time worst losing streak, except won all of them, and then wasn't even finished and played 2 more matches and won both of those. She is on a roll. And if you're Wesley Blanchard coming into this match, how can you possibly feel confident? There's just no way.
Can't. I mean, you have to know that there's so much on the line. This is a player that's 11-0. You know, honestly, when I'm paired against someone with that dominant of a record, Joe, I am immediately thinking, oh God, they have to have broke it. Like they are winning so many matches. Like 11-0 is so hard. I played a lot of SCGs in my days. I played a few GPs in my days. I've had some dominant starts. I've never been 11-0. Never been 11-0. And that is just so impressive. Yeah, and Brittany, like I said, clearly just has really displayed her knowledge of not just this deck, but the modern format, how all of these matches play out. You see her in-depth guide on her Twitter, like to this charming Rhinos deck. And, you know, obviously is just putting her money where her mouth is. She's like, all right, look, here's my list. Here's my guide. Put it out there for everybody to see. Literally, you could just go find this on Twitter. And she shows up and starts 11-0. It's hard to argue with that, Joe. Like everybody knows what she could be on if they literally did a cursory search, and she just shows up, puts her money where her mouth is, and is crushing this event. So if you're Wesley, you got to be thinking, oh no, like I don't know what she did, but it seems like she has broken Modern wide open. Like that would literally be what I'm thinking. It's like I would feel behind by virtue of just not knowing what she's doing differently to be 11-0.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and talk about that because you've seen this deck play out at least once today already. This is Team of Rhinos with a couple changes. Primarily, I believe it's Archmage Charm, right?
Yeah, Archmage's Charm, that is like where the charming Rhinos comes from. It is Archmage's Charm. You do see a singleton copy of Cryptic Command, which we've seen on camera, winning her a game and match today. So clearly, you know, she upped the number of counter spells, and of course, they fit the bounds for the Cascade spells. You do want to make sure you have no 2 mana or less spells to cascade into. You want to just hit your Rhinos. So Archmage's Charm fits that build perfectly. Cryptic Command as well. So her mana base built a little differently in order to support those cards, but they have really shown their power in place. As we see a friend, we've seen this before. A Rhino's Mirror. Here we go.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Maybe Team of Rhinos putting on a show this weekend, but being on the play first and suspending right away. I mean, okay. Obviously, crashing Rhinos is not ideal, but if you're going to draw, it may as well be in your opening hand.
Yeah, get it off on turn 5 or whatever. I mean, I think it's a suspend 4. I haven't done necessarily the math on that, but I believe it's turn 5. No, is it turn 4? I don't know, Joe. I don't know how this works. I just cast it on turn 3, cascade into it, and there's 2 Rhinos in play. All right, that's how you're supposed to do it. See, Brittany, she didn't mess with all that. Look, okay, Brittany said, you know what? That's cute. You know, you suspended it. That's 1 mana. I'm just gonna pay 3 mana for it on turn 3. Okay, look, I'm gonna do it the right way, and we're gonna figure it out.
Now, with these Rhinos obviously bouncing off of each other, each pair of 4/4s can just trade with each other. I wonder if we'll be in a situation in a longer game where if either player's main deck copies of Endurance to shuffle Rhinos back into the deck, it might actually make a difference.
Endurance, being able to get more and more Rhinos. So all your Cascaders always have Rhinos to cascade into. We can certainly see, like you said, you know, the 5th copy of Crashing Footfalls cast, despite there only being 4 in the deck, because of Endurance being able to shuffle them back in. This could easily be a slog, right? The nature of mirror matches, you both have the same exact tools to work with. A lot of the time in these like somewhat proactive, somewhat reactive matchups, you're going to see a lot of cards trading off with each other. And then when the dust settles, whoever has the last thing standing is the one that's going to end up sealing the match. We saw that with the Murktide mirror, where it's the last person with a Murktide. I think we're going to see the same thing here with the last person that has 2 Rhinos in play that aren't trading with 2 other Rhinos is going to be the person to seal it up. And the game is a lot about navigating it to that spot. You want to be the person with the last 2 Rhinos in play. And I think Brittany's changes, once again, are going to come in big here. These Archmage's Charms, you know, once again, being able to steal a Rhino. And that right there just trades on a whole pack of Rhinos there, a crash of Rhinos, if you will. And, you know, the Cryptic Command could just tap down the Rhinos, get in a lethal kill. All of these counterspell changes she's made are going to look really good here, I think, in this matchup where there's a lot of, you know, instant speed tricks, a lot of trading resources off, and she just has the more powerful cards in the main deck games.
Right. Okay, so we see an ice there to tap down land, prevent Wesley from getting 3 mana on turn 3. A tempo positive play that may actually not matter too much in the long run, but it's still a cantrip, so no reason not to burn it off there. As Chartless Agent will put
top card, never did
Brittany
have
on the
no
board.
Call that one.
Yeah, that's a
Here
good
comes
point.
2 rhinos.
Yeah, Brittany on the board first here. And if you're just joining in and wondering, well, 11-0, why isn't Brittany able to draw in? She could. But because of the top 12 structure, she's playing for, well, Wesley is trying to likely earn a spot in the top 12. Brittany is trying to earn a spot in the top 4 and then not have to play in the first elimination round. So that's what's on the line here as the casual 10 power on turn 3 play happens here for Brittany Davis.
Yeah, pretty medium, right? I don't know if they had that back in your day, Joe, but is 10 power for 3 mana across 3 bodies, is that powerful? Would that be good back in the good old days, Joe?
It's better than a 6 mana 3/3 flyer. I will give you that.
Okay, all right. You know what?
Yeah.
I believe you.
No, this is certainly a pretty sizable. I mean, if this was, if you go back 10 or 15 years, the game's already over. The opponent can't possibly keep up with this.
Absolutely. Well, we are in different times, Joe, and both players certainly have access to that exact play: 3 mana, 10 power, 3 bodies. So I mean, I think Brittany being ahead, the first one on board with rhinos, has to matter. She's suddenly, more or less stolen back the play, right? That ice play, it looked a little innocuous tapping that land down, but she's now the first person with rhinos in play, as here comes a violent outburst to put 2 rhinos in play. So like we said, a lot of times these rhinos are going to interplay. They're going to trade with other rhinos, and she has a force of negation that she has to wait for the cascade to finish resolving. But she does have a force of negation that she's going to cast on this Crashing Woodfalls, it seems, based on her revealing that. And maybe not. What are these? Are these Ancient Mew as the Rhino tokens?
I'm not sure what happened. She definitely
drop it? Oh, maybe she doesn't want to cast it or doesn't have a blue card.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe she doesn't have a blue card because that Force Negation definitely was on the table there for a second. And okay, Wesley has drawn another
follow-up of more rhinos, Joe. This is definitely the way we drew it up.
I mean,
spend those.
Well, that's even the play. Yeah, that's not ideal, obviously, but her follow-up is going to hopefully be more rhinos also. That's just what this matchup is going to be about. But yeah, interesting. And Wesley has to be thinking also now, what do you have over there that led you to not use the Force Negation that you revealed?
Well, it kind of makes sense, Joe, because you know that there's another Crashing Footfalls coming off suspend on Wesley's upkeep. So she's like, okay, well, instead of pitching for rhinos here, I get the same amount of equity if I wait a turn and just cast it on the Crashing Footfalls coming off suspend. But I can pay 3 mana for that instead of pitching a card, and that way I can stay up a little bit on card advantage. That clearly displays she's not looking to get aggressive here. She's looking to just, whatever, hang back, trade resources, end up ahead on card advantage. And here we are. I think we're considering either more rhinos or countering Wesley's incoming rhinos. And I think that's a reasonable decision that you're going to have to make and have to understand, necessarily what is your plan for this matchup, as it looks like there was no blocks by Wesley, as here comes a violent outburst. This might be after no blocks.
Yeah. So this is going to be
sick.
Yeah. So this will put Wesley down to 13, which is, take 13 down to 3, which is significant in a couple different ways. One is that the Shardless Agent was now lethal with another Violent Outburst, so it would have to be blocked every single time. If this is actually happening, I would be kind of surprised if Wesley let the Shardless Agent through, but I guess, maybe there is a block. There is a block here,
picking up some rhinos, but that's okay, because you still get a point each, right? This is still worth something. Shardless Agent gets 3 points through. It looks like that one was not blocked. Each rhino token appears to have been blocked, and of course they have trample. So we're looking at a total of 5 points through. That puts Wesley down to 11. And once again, like you said, any kind of fetch puts on board lethal, and a Violent Outburst, again, appearing to be lethal if this Crashing Footfalls here does not resolve, which it looks like it will. Brittany, once again, still has that Force Negation. Not sure if we have a blue card or not, but either way, still in her hand, ever looming. And
I feel like at this point, I, alongside Wesley and probably a lot of viewers, have to conclude that she doesn't have a blue card.
Right.
Because counting and crashing, there's nothing to save the Force of Negation for. Unless you're trying to set up a turn where you're going to hard cast it. And that even seems, that's the same, casting your own additional cascade spell is the same as countering your opponent's. So, at least in some ways. So, holding it back Doesn't
Go ahead and bounce a
make
token.
a ton of sense.
Look
Yeah,
at that token's going to go away past the turn. Those tokens, of course, I believe are summoning sick, as
Right.
we're going to fetch here. Even if they're not, maybe you want to hold back. You are behind on life. And, something like a Violent Outburst and mixed with some Archmage's Charms or some configuration like that could be extremely problematic for you. But either way, these Rhinos are untapped, ready to block a Shardless Agent and a Rhino token on Brittany Davis's side. 3 more turns on that suspended Crashing Footfalls. Wesley, not really doing it the fast way, doing it the mana efficient way, but
yeah.
certainly maybe not the way you drew it up. But honestly, he's doing a good job weathering Brittany's onslaught of Rhino tokens. She was the first one on the board with Rhino tokens, untapping with only 1 alongside a Shardless Agent. And we'll see if she has any of her signature counter spells, things like Cryptic Command, Archmage's Charm to swing the tide of this game. I think these are the spots where they're really going to start to look good, as here is potentially a Fury Pitchcast pitching a Bone Crusher Giant. Go ahead and pick off one of those tokens, please, and thank you. Maybe answer another token and get in for 6. That would put Lethal on board. That is what we're going to see. Here's a dead. Or, sorry, gone? Dead's the damage. Gone is the other one.
Correct. Yeah, so 6 damage comes across here. And Wesley drops to 6. And his Suspend Rhinos is still got a ways to go.
Yeah, we got 2 turns that we need to weather through this on-board Lethal. We'll see if Wesley has another copy of Rhinos, and he sure does, as here comes Violent Outburst. Go looking for what I believe to be the 4th copy of Crashing Footfalls. That one, not in his hand, not on Suspend. So here we go. I believe this is number 4.
And if the Force of Negation that's in her hand that we saw, if there's a blue card to go with it, this game 1 is over.
Absolutely.
So we will wait and see. Wesley's stomach's got to be flittering around right now. Butterflies are going crazy. They were wondering, this Crashing Rhinos is way deep in the deck.
Yeah.
There it is.
Here we go. Was it 2 cards left? Or,
yeah.
Looks like not very many. As Brittany's going to get a whole look at his entire main deck if she so chooses.
She's not even interested. She's like, I know your list.
Flipping. Come on. She knows this. She's the expert.
There's no information to be gained for me here. So you can have this back.
Here you go.
And
have
then,
a deck. Thanks. Is my Rhino's
Wesley's
result?
like,
She says yes,
it
does. That one. Not
okay.
going to force negation. 6 life for Wesley, 15 for Brittany, 2 Ancient Mew, 4/4 tramples with Rhino. I'm sorry, with the Rhino creature type. Kind of hard to read, I know. It's a secret layer, Joe. It's a secret layer. You need to get the arts together.
I don't know what's going on with these tokens for Wesley here, but it's obvious they are 4/4 Rhinos, even if we can't read them, or if I can't. Anyway, okay, 4/4 for Brittany coming across. Double
block. Want to trade off with a single Ancient Mew. There can only be one. And here is her own Suspend. Here we go. We're doing it right.
Yeah. All right. So Wesley actually ahead on the board for the moment.
For the first time all game, very behind on life total, but that could quickly change as there's a Crashing Footfalls on Suspend. That is number 4. Now keep in mind, until Wesley casts an Endurance, and Endurance is himself, he's out of Rhinos. That's all 4, I believe. So
I think you're right.
We are doing it with our 3-mana creatures and the Rhinos that we have access to on board here. As here is a 3-mana cast my Bone Crusher Giant that
that works too.
Yeah, previously stomped.
Yeah,
here's a Adventure Rhinos.
Yeah, from the Adventure Zone. Yeah, okay. And then so Brittany, so 6 mana. So Force of Negation, Hardcast plus something else if she's whatever she might have. 2 cards left in hand, and we know one of them. And yeah, can Wesley close this game out before she gets to unload the Rhinos that's suspended? Force of Negation does take out Wesley's suspended Crash, so finally that's out of her hand.
Yeah,
Wesley's still ahead of the board.
Pretty behind on board, and of course that Bone Crusher Giant we see in Exile was pitched to Fury. Doesn't have access to that one as here comes 8 power across. This is a 2-turn clock. Remember, all these cards hit really, really hard. So even though Brittany extremely ahead on life, that may not be for long, as here comes, like I said, 8 power. That's a lot of power. If Brittany had some kind of instant speed Rhinos, that would be a big play here. It looks like she does not, and I think that's a breath of fresh air for Wesley's. Finally, I might be a little ahead.
Yeah, so what does he have to worry about here? I mean, an attack and double Bone Crusher would do it.
Something like Archmage's Charm has to always be on your radar. If you know what Brittany's got going on here, then you have to know that she has Archmage's Charms. And if she... Oh, is this double burn for lethal? Oh, how about a stomp plus a fire to go ahead and finish her off? She doesn't even get a chance to instep Archmage's Charm still. And no, get out of here. burn you out. Goodbye. Game 2, we go.
Yeah, so, okay. So we saw a bunch of Crushing Rhinos actually suspended there. A couple of them came off, some got countered. And Wesley, who looked to be on the back foot, at least for a little bit of that game, comes back and takes it down. It's like, you know what? I heard you were 11-0, but if I win this match, we're even. So what do you got on me, really? Wesley's going to try and earn his spot in potentially in the upper half of the elimination round bracket. So answering back, Brittany Davis obviously knows the matchup. Sideboarding here. This is a confident sideboard. I can tell. Just like there was no thought. Like these are the cards that are coming in.
Absolutely. And, of course, I think we have access to Brittany's sideboard guide. We could try to piece together exactly what she does in Rhinos. It's kind of dizzying. It is on her Twitter. If you are interested in knowing the ins and outs that she's doing against Rhino No Charms, I think things like Dead Gone, Bone Crusher Giant come out for things like Mystical Disputes and extra copies of Endurance or whatever. But, a little just kind of, once again, you're just kind of setting up to play a fair mirror and just kind of let the cards fall where they may. Mirrors are very inherently 50-50, even with Brittany's advantages, things like the Archmage's Charm, things like Cryptic Command. You still need to draw those cards, and at the end of the day, most of your cards are still the same as your opponent's. So it's all about lining that stuff up and hoping that your draw outpaces theirs. And I think we're going to see a lot of really close, really tight Magic like we saw there in Game 1. Brittany got to board first, but Wesley was eventually able to slog through the onslaught of 4/4 Tramplers, have time for all of his Crashing Footfalls to come off suspend, and swing it in his favor to eventually burn her out for the victory.
Yeah, I am interested to see. I mean, clearly we can see that the potential for Endurance to matter here, as Wesley was out. If Brittany had managed to stabilize that board, there wasn't any more Rhinos to come for Wesley. So we'll see whether there's any graveyard recycling this time around. Meanwhile, as we wait for the players to get ready for game number 2, if you're watching along, obviously you're watching along on Honorog's Twitch channel. Let's get some followers and subscriber action going here. Every bit of support goes towards him being able to put on future events like this. So if you're enjoying the coverage, do hit the follow button. Do consider subscribing. We don't have, or at least I don't have, updating totals in front of me, but I feel like 5 new followers around, that seems like a reasonably achievable goal. Let's go ahead and make that happen for him. What do you think? Is that too small?
Goals, Joe. Is it small ball goals? Come on, we have like 50,000 people watching, Joe. We can do better than 5.
Yeah, but lots of them are probably already following. We can't ask people to do something that they can't. Should we go in 50? Should it be 50 new followers around? Or we revolt?
50 is at least 10 extra.
All right. Drake says if there aren't 50 new followers in the next 10 minutes, we're just shutting the stream off. It's over.
I really feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on me here.
We're just providing incentive. It was good thought by you. So
I appreciate that. I believe we did get an update from our backup match. It looks like Amaz may be down a game to 4-color Yorion. Not good news, but we have seen Amaz dispatch 4-color Yorion earlier in the tournament. So a matchup he clearly knows his way around and has plenty of expertise in, and easily could battle his way back to earn the victory. As both of our featured players here, both Brittany and Amaz, down a game. Not necessarily what we need to see, but Brittany, not too much on the line. Like I said, she is just playing for wins in the top 12. She is, I believe, functionally already locked. According to her own words on Twitter, she said she is locked. So I'm going to take her word for it and say that she's already in the top 12 cut. And so, she can kind of take a breather, doesn't need to stress as much. Knows she's already in the cut, just playing for an additional wins, which are worth a lot. Big stakes here. But she knows it's not the end of the road. Even if she goes lose, the Joe Lossett special, lose 7 in a row. Even if she loses twice here, she is still in the top 12, and that has to feel good. That has to be a good position.
The Joe Lossett special is losing 7 in a row. Oh, man.
That's what you just told me, Joe. That's what you just told me. I wasn't it, so it's a Joe Lossett special.
I wasn't. Well, it wasn't like an achievement. I was hoping to repeat or be. I mean. Come on. I was trying to fill time until the round started in a somewhat entertaining way. And now I have to just eat that one for the rest of the day?
It's all over with, Joe. There's no battling back. You're done. Quite like you were in those tournaments. You are behind.
Yes. Okay. All right. There are some people in the chat. Drake, do you have Brittany's Twitter address? There's some people in the chat asking for it.
Sure. Yeah. Why don't I go ahead and link her Twitter, since I do reference it a lot. It's hard for me not to. Once again, Brittany is a friend of mine. I worked with her for SCG Indy, which we did make the elimination rounds of with Phoenix. So let me go ahead and get her Twitter posted, please. If you do choose to follow her, treat her with respect. Do not come on there acting a fool and tell her that Drake sent you, because then she will get very mad at me. So please.
Well, that's, you know what? Honor beat you by 1.5 seconds, even in the post. So
oh, okay,
you know,
so it's all Honor's
covered.
fault. I don't have to worry at all. It's both players looking at opening hands here. It looks like both players satisfied enough, and there is a Gemstone Caverns.
Yes, I love Gemstone Caverns.
It looks like you like that card, huh?
I do. I'll tell you what. Before the first Star City Players Championship, when we showed up on site, I bought every single one they had. I was like, I'm going to play these in my Legacy deck. People are going to be excited. The price is going to increase. I bought them out for like $1.30. It's one of the only times I've speculated on a card in my life. I don't even know what they're worth. They're like in a box. I've never even taken them out. But
well, Joe, I think you'll be pretty happy to hear that today, because of the look, I dabble a lot in competitive EDH, CEDH as it's called.
I've seen you tweeting about that all the time lately. It's like in the last 2 months.
It's very fun. I recommend it.
Yeah,
but it's really good in that format, Joe, as you're on the draw 75% of the time. So it is actually just another copy of Mox Diamond, basically. Very, very good in the format. Cards like $40 now or something ridiculous. So good luck. Cash in. Enjoy your payday.
I made bank on that one then. Okay, so we start off, like you said, with Caverns for Wesley. Bringing the board with a couple lands, but we can kind of waste some time in the developing turns, as anyone in the know watching this match realizes that nothing really happens before 3 mana.
Yeah, nothing really to dead. There's no Ragavans that you need to answer. There's no whatever. Like, you could stomp faces or whatever, but mostly it's just develop your mana, get to the point where you start casting rhinos, and that's where the sparks begin to fly, Joe. That's where some of these, pitch cards come into account. That's where these counter spells begin to matter, and we might see multiple plays a turn. And of course, I can't really understate the power of the Gemstone Caverns here. We were memeing on it a little bit, but once again, Wesley on the draw gets to suddenly be the first one to play a 3-mana Cascade spell to hit rhinos. That's big game in this matchup. We saw Brittany do it first last game. We called it out, and she did end up losing that one. But Wesley, of course, had more Crashing Footfalls that he attempted to resolve. Was the only one with Footfalls once all the dust settled. Basically played out exactly the way Wesley wanted it to. A lot of things went his way last game, but being the first one to get rhinos in play, having the mana advantage cannot be understated in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not like totally convinced.
Okay.
That,
all right.
That, I mean, I agree. I mean, I agree with you that it matters. Like, obviously it matters, but like, I'm not totally convinced that it's getting out first is super significant. I mean, it lets you. I will say that it's nice that if you get to attack first in your opponent, then your Violent Outburst is effectively a burn spell, whereas otherwise it's not. So that is cool. But
especially if you get to lead on Charlotte's Agent, that is the one that you want to cast first.
Yes,
as that puts additional power into play, turns it from an 8 mana across 2 bodies play to 8 power across 2 bodies to 10 power across 3 bodies, and that is a big difference. Mm-hmm. As here is a petty theft to go ahead and return one of those tokens. Going to be on a little adventure. Could eventually matter down the line once the dust settles a little bit. But I think 3 mana for a Brazen Borrower, not necessarily the play she's going to be looking to do on her turn 3. As I think we're going to see a quick fetch and maybe some rhinos of her own here.
Yeah, I mean, if turn 3 play was Brazen Borrower, I think that would be real bad news. But it certainly could matter much later in the game after the first couple sets of rhinos have bounced off of each other. But yeah, if there's not a couple 4/4s at least being attempted here, then definitely she's going to fall behind rather quickly. As 6 damage on the board right now for Wesley.
6 damage now, still representing a 3-turn clock, given that both players playing with these fetch lands. They hurt you. 6 power is good enough to kill you in 3 turns. So Brittany's certainly going to have to find an answer quick. We talk a lot about Murktide and how quickly that closes the game. That's the same story with rhinos. I mean, 8 power, 8 toughness, trample bodies, like that's big game. And so, these are kind of like, it's just like the Murktide mirror is about Murktides. This is about rhinos, and both of those cards able to end the game extremely quickly if unchecked. That's the power of this deck. And Brittany's going to need a really good answer here, up to and including her own rhinos. But how about this? How about I take your rhino? That one looks good. I'll take that one. I like Mew.
Casting her own Crashing Rhinos there puts her up 1/4/4. This also puts her up 1/4/4. So really the same thing. And yeah, no reason this isn't just as good. Now she's in charge.
Because
it might be.
She gets to keep the Footfalls in her deck, right? Like we saw both players kind of nearing the end of the number of Crashing Footfalls in their deck last game. Well, how about this? How about I get the same result, but I don't even have to use a Footfalls. I just cast my Archmage's Charm, the Charming Rhinos. I'm going to charm your Rhino, and I'll take that one. Thank you very much.
Okay, so another mismatching. What is this? I mean, Wesley, I appreciate you playing the real artwork instead of this fake card that's next to it on the board, but
Joe, you just can't let it go, man. All these arts, They're just disrupting your entire life. They just
I mean, they're just. I'm just a simple man trying to cast a game of Magic, and they're making it harder on me than they really need to. And now Brittany's been corrupted, and she's using Wesley's tokens also. I guess she stole his tokens, so that's why.
Yeah, she needs to know it's owned by him. It's actually just strictly correct, right, Joe? You need to know that
no. I mean, the tokens are all the same, right? What you should do, you Archmage's Charm your opponent's 4/4, throw their token across the room, and use your own token to represent it.
Joe, I think you're a lot more disruptive at the table with the table mannerisms than the average.
She's 11-0. I do exert your dominance. All right,
she'll just do whatever. All right, fair enough.
Jarvis agent back for Brittany here. So we're going to end up, assuming this all resolves, with 3 Rhinos versus 2 and a couple Shardless agents. So now Brazen Borrower has the skies to itself if it makes it onto the board. And look, there you go. See, she did replace the token. So the only thing she missed out on was...
I have all of these. They're mine.
Yeah. The only she missed out on was throwing it across the room.
No, but she did miss out on that, Joe. But, it is kind of a motley crew. I was going to comment. It's like we got Mew, we got 2 Rhinos, we got a Shardless agent, we got a little exiled Brazen Borrower, just a motley crew of beaters. It's really interesting to watch this matchup play out. Just like more or less, it kind of looks like limited creatures. When you talk about the power level of modern creatures, a lot of times they need to do extremely powerful effects. Things like drawing cards, things like having immediate impact. Look at the pitch elementals that have ETB effects. Well, how about some vanilla 4/4s, trample? How about, a 2/2 with no other text? It's also an artifact, I guess. Is that exciting? Just now, we got 2/2s and 4/4s. We're going to run them into each other until something happens. And that is the plan. That's what we're doing here.
The only reason why this isn't an overwhelming board position for either player is because they're playing against each other. If one of these decks, with one of them if it was 3 4/4s and a pair of 2/2s against like Burn or a Zoo, or like the Zoo deck that Wesley top 8 won an event with 7 years ago, things getting squashed right. Like here's my 4 or 5 Tarmogoyf. Cool. Here's 4 4/4 tramplers. Get wrecked. But here it's even standing. And here's an attack, and we're likely going to see some double blocking and trade off some stuff.
Clear up the table a little bit. Oh no, maybe not clear up the table. You have a Violent Outburst for me.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something. I mean, that's the reason to double block, is because if there is Violent Outburst, at least you don't take an extra point of damage.
That's true.
Yeah, so I think maybe the Shardless agent is not
some issues if there's Violent Outburst plus like things like Fire, Ice, they can get one out. Probably just not worth it. We're going to go ahead and save one of my tokens real quick. That's okay. Okay. Keep a little bit of damage because of the trample, so that is good from Wesley there.
Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, so 4 comes across there. Now that, in this case, not double blocking didn't cost her anything because Wesley would have just blocked the one that was single blocked.
Yeah, literally no difference there. So good blocking by Brittany, good sequencing by Wesley. Both these players, obviously, they've earned their records, 10-1, 11-0. Both players, impressive records. Going to be playing tight. I'm sure they have to know their ways around a Rhino's mirror, as here is the right way to do it as we suspend a Crashing Footfalls with 4 counters on it. Pretty
right way? It's the fair way. I don't know if it's the right way.
It's as Garfield intended, as they say, Joe.
And not a 4th land drop for Brittany. So maybe a Fire Ice or something like that, but no new Rhinos this turn. And Wesley is aware of that information. So certainly,
Joe, I have the most important update from the chat possible. Okay, you ready for this?
Hit me.
Okay, Wesley Blanchard, right? If you're not going to use Rhino tokens, right? Very reasonable thing to do. You can use anything you want as a token. I think that's in the Magic rules. Using Ancient Mew, right? Hear me out. There's a Pokemon called Rhydon that's literally a Rhino. What are we doing, Joe?
Okay.
Why aren't we using those?
I mean, I'm not going to comment on anyone using Pokemon cards or not, or which Pokemon. Dude, I don't even know. I'm aware that there are approximately 3,800 different Pokemon. I think I could name 2. So I'm going to leave any Pokemon references to you.
You're just like my parents. What's that? Those Pokemans or whatever.
Yeah.
Come on.
Maybe no. I'm discrediting myself here. I could probably name 5.
Okay. Good enough. Here comes an attack. 4/8. Brittany at 11. Keep going. What you got?
Yeah. I mean, there's a green toad guy named Blastoise or Bulbasaur or something, and there's a Charizard that's like a red fire guy, and there's a Mew. I think I'm out. That's all I got. But I knew those.
We play Magic. We don't play Pokemon. We don't need Pokemon cards. As here's a stomp to go ahead and finish off the Rhino token. That's big game. This is what we were talking about earlier. Rhino tokens typically trade with each other. And when you see a Rhino get in front of a Shardless agent, that's only 2 damage. You're expecting your Rhino to live, but that does open the door for your Bone Crusher Giant to go ahead and pick off that Rhino. And I believe it was also the follow-up play. So you not only do you get to kill a Rhino, but you get to put a 4/3 into play. That's pretty good use of 5 mana out of this Rhino stack.
Yeah. Okay, another petty theft.
Go ahead and bounce that one. Get that one out of my face. Thank you.
Brittany's struggling a little bit this game. This Bone Crusher coming across for... I mean, we saw last game, Wesley finished off the last 3 points just with spells. So this could be it right here.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Stomp go ahead and pick off a token, so maybe there's a little bit less burn than there otherwise would be. Definitely don't want to be targeting that Bone Crusher Giant, though. So Brittany kind of needing to live for another 3 turns to get her Crashing Footfalls off, as here is Wesley's own Crashing Footfalls to race, doing it the right way, Joe. And, of course, the Bone Crusher Giant is the most important one. Brittany down to 3. These Brazen Borrows don't do anything to block. And I
don't know if it'll matter. I think she missed her takedown this turn. Maybe
might
not.
Be what the players are discussing right here. Here comes a Shock Land. I believe that puts you to 1. That's a number. And here is 5 mana of Fury potentially. Fury, go ahead and Fury that one. Goodbye. I believe Bone Crusher Giant only says spells. So here we go. Not going to be dead to that trigger. No, thank you. And here's a 3/3 double striker that can go ahead and check Rhinos later.
Oop, right
here's
back
your
at
own
you.
Fury. All right, get that one out of here.
All right.
We're going to take down our Rhinos this time. Thank you. And do we have an answer to this Fury? What do we have?
All right, so just real quick, so chat discussing the potential miss trigger. It is a trigger you can miss. Any trigger like that can be missed. It is up to you to keep track of it yourself. All right, so Fury coming across. We have another.
How about bounce that?
How about force back? Oh, force back. Yeah.
And an Archmage's Charm. Well, that'll do it. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Now get that one out of my face. And I have 3 Brazen Bars ready to go. As soon as I get a spare turn to start putting them into play, they can really start going to work. But we have 1 tick down left on these Rhinos. We know there's a Fury in hand. Let's see how Brittany's going to navigate this. She's done a great job weathering the storms. Here's a Shardless Agent. Here we go. That's what the doctor ordered.
All right. This game is it looked like Brittany was on the brink of actually losing a match, but no, fighting back here, reestablishing board. If she can stabilize, I mean, she's got a pair of 4/4s here, 2 more coming, and then 3 Brazen Barbers waiting in the Adventure Stone, like you pointed out. You see Wesley kind of shifting his seat there a little bit, leaning back like, oh, I thought you were dead.
Are you kidding? I thought I had this. Why won't you just die?
What is this nonsense? I mean, I thought you were 11-0 because of a fluke, but apparently you're telling me you're actually fighting back?
Yeah, what is this? This is nonsense. No, and Brittany has to know that she needs to get this game over with. Being at 1 is a precarious position in a deck full of Fire Ices and Stomps. So you know that at any moment, it's kind of the pairing against Burn, right? Where you're at 3 and they're top decking. You're like, please don't top deck a Bolt. Come on. I've worked so hard to get this far. Brittany has to be thinking the same thing. It's like, please no Fire Ices, please no Stomps, no thank you, none of that. You can have your Fury. That doesn't go face. You can have all those. That's fine. I have more Rhinos than you. But please, no burn spells to finish me off. As here comes a draw step from Wesley. Any draw step could potentially end this game on the spot. You see that? Pretty dramatic. And that one does not look like it goes face. That looks like a dead gone, Joe.
Yeah, it does. It's a burn spell, but it's not the right one. So it looks like we're going to see a Fury come down here, pick off one of the Rhinos. All right. And then, I mean, that was kind of the window. Now we're going to get a fresh card in hand and reload the board.
Brittany, of course, ahead on board here a little bit. Now, there is going to be more Rhinos added to the mix, but Brittany has 3 Brazen Bar where she could start casting, and then she has the air locked down. She needs to end this game, Joe, but she can't get aggressive on the ground. There's plenty of spells that disrupt the Rhino counts. Look, you see she pulled the Summoning Sick Rhinos back. She's looking to see if any attacks make sense. Maybe you can attack with a Rhino token and Shardless Agent. She's really, really thinking on that one because she knows she has to close this game. But at the same time, if there's a pair of removal spells or anything, or even just a tap, whatever, you're in trouble. And you see she smartly is like, oh, I can't attack and all this stuff. I'm just going to start casting my Brazen Borrowers and seal the game up that way.
Yeah. So this Fury here with double strike, now that is going to be a spot where another Violent Outburst, even without a Cascade, would make a huge difference as it could handle a double block. So incentivize problem. So if there's just an attack with the board, with Wesley's current board, okay, let's take it back. Is this a Cryptic Command?
How about a Cryptic Command, Joe? How about that? How about carry the Rhinos and get a little bit more from my trouble? How about that one?
Pretty good to me. All right.
I agree, Joe. How about tap your guy? Yeah. We'll counter that one. And what's your life total? 16? I got 12, 13, 14. Okay, just checking.
Wait, so hold on. So there was a token in play. So we countered. It was bounce the token, counter the tokens, right? So why is the Fury tapped?
There was no token in play, right? It was just.
Oh, was there not? Okay.
Yeah, no, there's no token.
Okay.
Just the
I'm
Fury.
sorry.
We countered the Crashing Footfalls and tapped the Fury. That is the Low's command, and we are in Wesley's main phase. Please no burn spells, says Brittany. You see her kind of moving things around. She's like, what do you have? She's like, looking through the graveyard as here comes Violent Outburst. That was the card that was on your radar. Cannot get in the red zone, so Brittany's smartly tapping that Fury.
I mean, did Wesley board in a shock? Probably not, right? But it would win the game.
Are we out of footfalls? Is that all four?
Oh,
no, there's footfalls. All right, we have more footfalls. Brittany doing the check real quick. Can I see what's left in your deck? She says, as here comes more rhinos. She did try to tap down to go ahead and get a huge swing in. Not going to do it, but once again, Brittany just needs to fade these burn spells, and she can start winning the game with these borrowers. They look really clunky so far, but they're going to be big game if she can weather the storm of this constant stream of rhinos.
Yeah, so Wesley, with a mistap there, that actually wasn't no red man. Looking at this now, he's tapping his mana. Like,
yeah, I mean, he has 3 red sources. I can't imagine that there's anything that will particularly matter with, but it is a slight mistap. Easily fixable. It looks like he did realize his mistake. We're going to go ahead and fix that. Like, he saw it. It doesn't matter at all. Like, you have a Pentaland with the Gemstone Caverns and a Roger, or the Temur Triome, whatever that one is. I always call Rogring because that's the Jeskai one that's always fetched. Katria Triumph. Thank you.
Yeah.
There
okay.
So we got plenty. We basically have 2 Pentalands. We're good to go. We can cast all our spells. Here's 2 rhinos. Brittany gonna go ahead and draw in a quick pass of the turn. Looks like we have 6 mana. That's 2 Brazen Balls.
Yeah, I mean, drawing a mana source that is not that comes to play untapped, doesn't take any damage, actually relevant here, as it means 2 Brazen Borrowers can come into play.
And maybe another Fury. Fury kind of awkward when you see a bunch of Brazen Borrowers there in the Adventure Zone. Those are pretty easy ones to pick off with the Fury, right? So if you do have a Fury here, it's kind of awkward to try to cast that one, as here is a bounce of a Rhino. Go ahead and get that one out the way, please, and thank you. And here's a Fury pitch. That would take care of another Rhino.
That
was going to seal it.
Whoa.
Wow.
That was quite a finish. The Fury is just loading up in Wesley's hand, getting bounced off the board, making their way back down, and clearing the way for a just lethal attack, and the run is over. Brittany Davis' 11-match winning streak comes to an end. But, if you're going to have a streak end, it may as well be after you've locked up a top 12 berth.
Yeah, after you're playing for probably the least you could be playing for the entire tournament.
Yeah.
But, of course, once again, you would love to lock up that 12-0, just to say, first of all, you're 12-0. And second of all, to get those buys in top 12. Now, this does mean that she is more likely to be playing next round. She could theoretically draw in. It'll depend on how the math breaks out, but she could be playing for another buy in the top 12 next round. We're not necessarily sure what the records look like and what have you, but there's a lot of incentive for these players not to necessarily just draw in, but start playing for those wins in top 12. So we will see if both of these players, Wesley and Brittany, are going to do that. And I believe both players here are likely locked for the top 12. Now, we do have an update on our backup match.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so we did hear Amaz did lose the match, so I believe falls to 9-3 now. Is that right?
I believe that is accurate.
Yeah, okay, so got some work to do there. Now, these 2 players, Wesley and Brittany, both 11-1 now, both presumably locked for top 12, and then depending on, like, Brittany was clear of the field. Not only is she definitely still got a chance for the top 4 by with a win in the next round, may even conceivably be able to draw into it, because you do, when you're clear of the field like she was, you end up in a spot where you may be able to draw into what you want, but your opponents aren't, and so you're forced to play anyway. So that may have been the case here. So it may be the fact that she may be still able to draw into the upper half of the bracket. We'll wait and see as the other results come in throughout the next few minutes. But an impressive performance, and neither one of these players is done for the day.
I have to say, Joe, so we've seen kind of a big shift in Modern since the banning of Lurrus, right? That was there's a lot of questions about banning Lurrus and, hey, should we ban Lurrus, or why is Yorion still in the format, what have you? And we've seen, a big uptick in Yorion decks for sure. But this Modern metagame, just across these last few weeks that we've seen, appears to revolve a lot more around these Cascade decks.
Yes.
All these decks really eschewing Yorion as a companion, eschewing companions in general, same as Murktide. The Murktide deck's kind of in the same boat. No companions here. So we do still have access to a few powerful companions. Why do you think it is that we are seeing such an uptick in these Cascade decks? Obviously, they're very powerful, but have been for a long time. What has brought these back from the brink of non-existence during the Lurrus meta?
Well, I would say a little bit maybe is innovation in the lists. We've seen the Colossal Sky Turtle come into play in the Living Index, becoming a very useful cog, another way to interact with the board. We obviously saw in Brittany's list some innovations here, some different choices. So lists getting better over time, but it may be just that overall the format was just underboarding against these threats. We're certainly seeing more copies of Chalice of the Void than we were a month or 2 months ago. Mm-hmm. So that's often the way things work. When you have a deck that's easier to hate out, that I'm not going to say it's easy to play against these decks, but you have Chalice of the Void as kind of a generic card any deck can play that is strong against these decks. There's just not that many of them being played, and you see them, so the deck does better, and then the Chalice of the Void count will increase, and will eventually reach a balance, just like you do with like Graveyard Hate and Reanimator.
Exactly.
If nobody's playing Graveyard Hate, Reanimator will start crushing, people start playing it again. So you end up with kind of a cycle up and down, and then you end up in a balance, you reach kind of equilibrium, and the equilibrium probably isn't Cascade decks crushing everything, but it also wasn't the decks not really being good enough. We're somewhere in the between zone, we'll figure it out. That's at least what I would think. You have different thoughts on it?
No, I think you're very much right. I think there's a lot of developments that have changed. Obviously, Luris went into a lot of these hammer decks that are very fast, kill very quickly, and maybe even potentially before turn 3 when you can cast these cascade spells. But I think there's a little more to the equation of that. Like you said, new card pickups. You mentioned Sky Turtle. That's a big one for the Living In deck. All of the channel lands. Those are good at answering things like Chalice and, even like a Teferi, Otawara. You can pitch that. Pick up, that's more spells that these Cascade decks suddenly get to play. So I think you're right. I think you're hitting on the head. There's a lot of developments as, of course the metagames change. They don't have to play as much stuff to be scared of Hammer anymore. And now can prepare for other matchups more, can prepare for the things like the Teferis, things like Chalices, in addition to these powerful channel effects that they get out of Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty. I think we're seeing a rise of dominance from the Cascade decks for that reason. Of course, we can't understate 4-color decks, still very good. Those also with Ren utilizing the channel lands, but the proactiveness of these Cascade decks, I think, really leverages these channel lands a lot better as far as just having main deck answers to these hate pieces that also still work in the sideboard game, so you don't get punked out near as much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And certainly an easy shift we can see go back their direction. If all the people playing Force of Vigors change them to Chalice to fight Cascade, maybe Hammer has to come back. So these things can just ebb and flow over time. All right, sounds like we're going to take a break for a couple minutes and then go down to Honorog for an update from the floor. Unclear at this point whether Drake and I will be back or if the next pairing will be in for the next round. I guess you'll find out in a few minutes, and so will we. But we're going to take a break right now, and then Honorog will be back to take you through the next break. Stick around.
All right, let's go. We got one more round of Swiss left, I believe. So there's 13 rounds. We just finished round 12. And we got some games going on. This is where we finalize who is in the top 12, who gets the top 4, gets that free buy in the first elimination round, which is going to be a big deal. I mean, this is when you get to go and like get coffee, get food, relax, close your eyes for a little bit, and it's going to be very important. Also, you know, at the end of the round, I just want to specify. So, Brittany, you're 11-1, right? Okay, so you're still locked. Yeah, okay, so Brittany's a lock for the top cut. So we're going to definitely be seeing more of her in that section of the event. But Amaz now is X and 3. And there's a chance that because his breakers are really good, that even at X and 3, he can make the top 12. It'll be very close. So I'm pretty invested in that, and I want to know. That being said, we still have Drake and we still have Joe here. You guys have been absolutely killing it. What's up?
All right, so yeah, so we're still here for a few minutes talking, chatting. So, okay. So just so viewers and I am clarified, so you're saying Amaz is still live, but he's potentially live with a win, right? Not with a draw.
Must win in order to be in contention. I don't know if a win is a lock. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Brittany, the other featured player from this morning, she's in, but where she's in is unclear so far.
I'm fairly certain Brittany could just like literally not show up for her round and still, I mean, okay, I don't know if like it auto drops you like in Magic Online, but I'm pretty sure even if she didn't show up, she'd like make top 4 or something like that, right? It's her record is actually so good that even with the concession, like even if she like loses this round, she just might make the top 4 anyways, which is a massive flex. Massive flex. Yeah.
So I have to imagine she's looking to get paired up with another 11-1. They can take the draw and then lock up 2 of those top 4 seats with just like an unbeatable record. For sure.
So I think if she does get paired against another X1, it's going to be very good. Now that being said, I don't know how many X1s there actually are here left at this portion of the round because we are very deep in the tournament, you know, going into the last round. So we'll find out, and when we do, we'll let everybody know 100%.
Right, and we talked about that for a minute. That at this point there may not be anyone left that can draw with her. Aside, I mean, well, we know at least one of the players 11-1, but she can't get paired against him again. And so maybe if you're too far clear of the field, you might have to play anyway.
Realistically speaking, I think that is the most likely outcome. I think just that, you know, I mean, I don't even know how many players actually made the day 2 cut. That might be something that Jordan has access to or information of. Okay, so it looks like he's going to be able to pull that up. And then based on that, there's 26 players.
126.
Oh, 126 players.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wait,
Anurag, I'm impressed by your focus, man. You must be so into your feature matches because not being able to tell the difference, just being in the tournament hall of 26 people versus 126 people, I'm amazed.
Yeah, man, dude, it is actually crazy. If anybody ever wants to do this, you'll quickly find out that there's so much stuff going on. I don't even have time to watch the matches. I'm spending more times looking at life totals and life pads, setting up like extra tokens and dice. So like definitely like I have no idea what's going on. I know like who's winning and I know I have a general gist of what's going on, but I have no idea about the intricacies or complexities of the match. Like it is actually crazy that, and so the next time you ask yourself, you know, where is coverage and you know, why isn't it happening? Well, I promise you, only because I have actually like done this now. It is very hard to put together. Like it requires a lot of effort. And yeah, and it like this is just a sappy shout out, but like seriously, like to everyone who's been working here today, thank you so much. Like Drake, Joe, Tannon, upcoming. Did you guys mention who we've got next in the booth?
We didn't because we weren't sure when they were coming on. But yeah, go ahead and do it now. It's your broadcast. You spoil it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm going to give you full transparency on the details, right? So as I've mentioned before in other casts, the way it works is if you guys have played in SCG events like way back, like pre-COVID, you remember when you enter the venue, they make you sign that waiver, right? And that waiver is basically, it grants SCG permissions to put you on feature matches. Now, that is no longer a thing here. And I'm not the TO, right? So I can't like enforce that or authorize that or do anything like that. So the way it's going to work is that once we get to the elimination rounds, all right, we're going to ask all the players, hey, is there anyone who does not want to be on stream? If someone is uncomfortable with being on stream or, you know, wants to focus on their match and not have to deal with stream related things, then unfortunately we will not be able to stream the top 12. It is up to the players whether they want to or not. All right, that's what it is. So I made a promise to you guys yesterday or even day before yesterday that we would have Hall of Famer Reid Duke and his Dartmouth buddy Jarvis Yu, at least for some rounds. And so because there's a potential that we might not get the elimination rounds, I want to give them at least one round on the mic for you guys, because I mean, you guys know, like, Jarvis is cracked, Reid is cracked. They're going to do a great job. Just Joe, just to make sure, cracked is a good thing. Cracked is when you're like really good at something.
Dude,
I know.
I'm starting to put together, working with Becky, I'm starting to put together a little bit of slang over time. And even just on context, I would have figured that one out.
Okay, all right, good. Now I'm going to teach you a new word, Joe. You ready? It's called poggers, okay?
All right.
I need you to say poggers.
Poggers. So this is like, I remember when I was, it wasn't my age group, but there was like pogs with like these little circle discs that people flipped. Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Joe, stop. You're ruining a good thing. You're ruining a good thing. All right.
But it's your thing.
I would say, here's a great sentence that uses the word poggers, all right?
Okay.
Brittany
so it's
is an 11, is at 11-1.
Okay.
That's so poggers, all right? That's one way to say it.
Okay. Well, my way of saying it would be like, if I was repeating this to somebody else, they'd be like, what's Otter up to? I'm like, I don't know. He's playing pogs between rounds. Is that right?
That is not even close to being right, but it's a work in progress, Joe. I believe in you. I believe in you.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So, yeah, next round we're going to have Reid Duke, Jarvis Yu. It's going to be great. You all will be caressed by the gentle voice of the Duke. And then I guess there's also Jarvis, who honestly is great too. Jarvis and Reid are a good combo. They're good friends. And that's the most important thing when it comes to commentary, chemistry, right? So I'm trying to think what else we have now. Like we're 8 minutes into time right now. I believe
it sounds like one match is outstanding.
I can see the head judge by like one of the matches at the very top tables. So we're going to see how that pans out. And again, just a reminder, right? Brittany is locked for the top 12 with a win or a loss, but there is the buy-in that is, that coveted prize. Amaz is tournament life on the line right here, right? So, Bible thumbs, prages, do whatever you got to do to send him your energy so we can see more of his deck. Dude, I'm telling you that this season Pyromancer like deck list is like kind of sweet. I was actually talking to some friends about this, and they had actually cut the Archmage's charm for like things like main deck Blood Moon, right? But I really, really like Season Pyromancer, and I think after the Luris ban, this is a card that we'll probably see a lot more slowly integrated into the modern metagame. I mean, it's a known contender, right? Like Season Pyromancer has a good resume already, so it's just a matter of time.
Absolutely. They've certainly looked impressive on camera in the matches I've watched. So Season Pyromancer looked awesome. Blood Moon had some spots where it looked good. Other spots where it got pitched to Season Pyromancer just the way Amaz drew it up. So certainly good theory and good execution going on there.
Yeah, all right. So awesome. It sounds like that's it for that. I think Drake and I are stepping out. So I just want to thanks for the opportunity, man. Viewers, I hope we satisfied you. I hope you had a good time. You can only find me on the Nerd Rage broadcast the rest of the time. But thanks for having me on here. And Drake, it was good working with you, man.
It's a pleasure working with you as always, Joe. I appreciate sitting in the booth. I appreciate being able to provide commentary, keep coverage alive. Paper Magic coverage is some of the best stuff that you can watch in the Magic sphere. So thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate having me, and I certainly will be watching the rest of this tournament, as this has been just truly awesome Magic to watch. And you can find me on Twitter at Viral Drake. You can see that down there on the bottom right. So if you want to follow me, interact with me, tell me my coverage sucks, you can do so there. Thank you again, Anurag, for having me and for putting this on. And
dude, chat. Anurag's working his butt off here. He put this whole thing together. You got to follow this channel, consider subscribing, support this thing so we can do more of it in the future.
Yeah, guys, you guys did a great job. Just go ahead, do me a favor. Both of you post your Twitters in the chat right now. Seriously, like I know, I don't expect any monetary compensation. I went into this knowing that like it would be expensive, but that it was worth it, right? If you want to help and you can't necessarily, support in whatever other ways, what you can do is show these people your appreciation. I'm serious. It matters a lot. Hit the follow button on their Twitter pages. Seriously. Even here, if you do, that means a lot. A big accomplishment this weekend. We broke 10K Twitch followers. That to me has been a milestone, like a goal of mine for a long time. And I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed the content so much that, you're willing to show, like, the numbers don't lie. So seriously, go to their Twitter pages, hit the follow button. It doesn't take more than 3 seconds. And I know for a fact, at least half of you enjoy their content. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here for that long, So, yeah. Joe and Drake, thanks for hanging out.
Thank you so much for having me. And it looks
Yeah,
like some
thanks.
calls rolling in already. So thank you again for the shout out, Anurag. I appreciate you having me,
Let's
and
go.
I can't wait to work with you in the future. Would you have me? Of course. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Easy, easy, easy. Okay, guys. And now we're going to move on to the next thing, right? I want to re-shout out the sponsor for today's stream. Just like you guys showed support for, these two commentators. If you do go to Dynamo Collectibles Twitter page, so that's it's at Dynamo Nestico on Twitter. So if you guys actually, this is really important because Mark, you guys know already, you've heard it many times already. Kind of just like a startup company, but already has very competitive prices on buying and selling all sorts of video games, old, new, left, right, up, down. And he did sponsor the stream. And honestly, if you go show him support by giving him a follow on Twitter, that makes it more likely that in the future, I can get more sponsorships either from him or other people. And then we can actually fund these kind of operations a lot more easily. So you're not doing it for him. Well, I mean, you most definitely could, but you're also doing it for me. And you're helping me out too by showing him some support and things like that. And I think it looks like players are moving around here. So that means that the last match might be getting, okay. Yeah, it looks like the pairings are up. So we are going to take a be right back. We're going to set up some stuff and it's going to be absolutely killer. All right, we're going to crush this stuff. Okay. Let's go.
Hey everybody, welcome back to SCG Dallas coverage. I'm Reid Duke. I'm here with Jarvis Yu. Jarvis, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, I'm having a great Sunday, and there's nothing I enjoy more than watching Magic from the comfort of my home.
Yeah, this is awesome. In some ways, this is like completely new to me, but in some ways, it kind of feels like the old days, like just sitting home on a Sunday afternoon, checking out what's going on with the SCG tournament is a really good feeling, and it's just awesome to see some live Magic being played and people having.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I actually took the liberty of checking the standings page, and there's a old name lurking in contention here. Shaheen Sarone. Actually, he's 10-1-1, which I believe, if I did my math correctly, if he wins, he'll be locked into the top 12.
All right, that's awesome. Yeah, we're not sure exactly whom we're going to be covering next round, but I think we're going to be able to bring you some awesome matchups regardless. Jarvis, have you had a chance to tune into the coverage so far this weekend? Anything notable for you or anything standing out?
Yeah, I watched a little bit today. It seems like this Temur Rhino's Cascade list with Archmage's Charm is definitely overperforming. We saw the dominance of Brittany, 11-0. She just took her first loss in a semi-mirror match. It didn't look like Wesley had Archmage's Charm because you actually, do see most of the you see most of the deck in a Cascade, and it didn't appear he had any Archmage's Charms in his deck.
Yep. So that matchup, the mirror match, is fascinating to me. Just right off the bat, because it's like you start from this position of a combo mirror, right? Like I want to execute my combo as early as and often as possible. But there's also this mirror match dynamic where like a lot of times your plays are exactly symmetrical. You're trading off, and then what's going to be left when the dust settled. And that's a position where I really liked. Brittany's take on the archetype, sort of traditional Magic knowledge is that for a mirror match, if you can't be much faster than your opponent, the best way to position yourself is to be a little bit slower and bigger. And I think we saw that with the Archmage's Charm. Even though Brittany didn't win the match, it looked good. Like the opponent's spending 3 mana to play Dead Gone, bounce a Rhino. Brittany spending 3 mana to play Archmage's Charm, steal your Rhino. That's the kind of advantage that can really accumulate over the course of a match, and her deck looked good there, and I think there's a lot to like across the board in other matchups as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think I would definitely rather be on Brittany's side than the traditional side.
Okay, it sounds like we have some gameplay for you, so let's go right down to the match. All right, on the left side, we have Jason Chan on Is It Murktide. Now, this is Amaz, is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
All right, Jason Chan and Emiliano Saavedra. We haven't been coached on the pronunciation of folks' names, so please bear with me. Yeah, Is It Murktide against an archetype to be determined in just one moment.
It's kind of fun. We're in the dark as well. We know one side. Jason's take on the deck is a little bit different. It has cards like Seasoned Pyromancer, Blood Moon, and Maximize Velocity, which is not a card you see that often in Modern.
Yeah, this is why Modern's awesome, because in a world where much of the format is a contest of how many of the most powerful cards can you cram into your deck, there's also room for let's pull out this sort of niche common from 2018 and make it work and do things that no other card is really accomplishing for me.
I feel like we actually did used to see a lot of Maximize Velocities with Crackling Drake from Is It Phoenix, but not so much anymore.
So, Jarvis, from a big picture standpoint, what do you think of this new top 12 bracket format? Because in the old days, prior to the SCG Tour taking a break, it was just plain old, cut to top 8, everyone's on equal footing. This is much different.
Kind of an interesting way to go about it. I mean, like, it's a little bit more fair with regards to tiebreakers, but then you could argue that it just creates a different tiebreaker, like a different cutoff for the tiebreaker, you know? So it's probably kind of a wash, if I had to guess.
That makes sense to me. Here we're in round 13, and
I'm
I
betting.
suppose one consequence is that there's a chance of people making the top 12 at 10-3.
Yep.
So still be able to feel relevant in the tournament after your third loss is something that is pretty cool from a player perspective.
And there we see the maximized velocity being cast on the DRC. Oh wait, sorry. I bet it's living end. Yeah, Botanical Sanctum goes basically always living end. Sorry. Well, go ahead.
Maximize velocity, not super flashy there on turn 2, just to get some extra damage, but something that you don't want to lose track of in this Is It Murktide archetype is just casting spells. Period is a good thing. You're getting your surveils off the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Ooh, big moment here with the Blood Moon.
I believe most living end decks have a hard time getting through Blood Moon. Unlike Rhinos, the living end deck doesn't have a lot of room to play Brazen Borrowers or interactive spells because you have to play a lot of Cyclers to fill up your graveyard. So it can be difficult to get out of a situation like this in game 1.
Casting Shardless Agent under a Blood Moon from this position just seems like a million miles away. Maybe Violent Outburst, if Emiliano can find a basic forest.
I think I see a basic island in hand. It's one of the Neo Kamigawa Islands. Yeah, that is an island. Wait, so okay, yeah, that was considering a bolt. So realistically, do you think it's possible for Emiliano to be able to cascade before he's dead to the creatures on board from this board state?
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of putting a cascade spell onto the stack somehow, which there's nothing exists for blue and red mana. You got to enable green mana or get the Blood Moon off the battlefield at some point, and it's looking like it's got to happen real quick.
Sure. But wait, something about Seasoned Pyromancer, it's actually really good versus Living End if you just discard a bunch of creatures. You can sort of try to have the best of both worlds. Be winning on board and in the graveyard, you know?
Right, and at the same time, the Blood Moon has reduced the velocity at which Emiliano can even cycle creatures. By the end there, we saw Amaz's graveyard just bigger. Like, he was likely to be in a fine position post-Living End, even if it had been cast, which it was not.
Yeah, so that was, I would say, a decisive victory for Amaz. Really showing the power of the Is It Murktide deck with the unconventional choices all looked really good there. If you look at the MTGO stock deck list, most of them don't play Blood Moon in the main deck anymore, but Blood Moon certainly ended the game on the spot right there, is how I would put it.
Yeah, I like it. Also happens to be an enchantment for Delirium if it winds up in the graveyard. If I was to bring Is It Murktide to an event like this, I would say, okay, I've got a really good, powerful, well-rounded, top-tier archetype, and probably the one matchup I would be really scared of is just somebody who's going to outvalue me, say with one of those 4-color Omnath decks, or maybe like an Amulet Titan, something along those lines. And Blood Moon just gives you that one-punch KO, in so many matchups and situations. It feels like a nice choice.
Yeah, it is interesting that I think intuitively a lot of people, including myself, would not think about Blood Moon being good versus Living End. Then you look at how the games actually play out, and then you realize that if you Blood Moon your opponent as Is It Murktide, it's actually really hard for them to do a lot of productive things.
Yeah. Now, one thing that is worth noting is it's somewhat time sensitive, right? Like Amaz had a good draw on the play, 3 lands, including a threat, and turn 3 Blood Moon. It's probably a little bit different if he loses the die roll or if the Blood Moon comes off the top on turn 4 or 5. But under those circumstances, it was just, smooth as butter, and that was a good, clean win for the Murktide player.
I do think if Emiliano actually had Otawara, the Soaring City in hand, he could have returned Blood Moon End Step, untapped, played Charles Agent, cleared the board, and built his own board in hope Jason didn't draw Lightning Bolt, essentially.
Yeah, so tricky. Like, on the one hand, Boseiju and Otawara are like kind of good against Blood Moon, but also those are the slots that you might have been using to play basic lands in the old days.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that's something that we've kept a good eye on over the course of the tournament, is like the impact that those new channel lands are having on the format, and certainly giving combo style decks a game one built-in out to problematic disruptive permanence. That's a very big deal.
So who do you think improves more in a post-sideboard game?
Traditional knowledge would be the more, sort of the more linear, focused combo style deck loses relatively speaking post sideboard, because really, really potent cards exist to fight Living End, but really, really potent cards don't really exist to fight the mid-range blue-red strategy with counterspells and removal. So I would guess that if anything, Amaz is going to access some number of graveyard hate cards, Soul Guide Lantern, whatever it might be. And Emiliano is probably doing some marginal improvements and or trying to prepare himself for fighting through the hate. But I think in his perfect world, he would have won game one so that he only needed to steal one of the two sideboarded games. But in this case, he's not out of it, but got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, I would expect to see cards like Relic of Progenitus and Flusterstorm from Jason, because that's in most of the lists on MTGO. But of course, we've already known that he's going off the beaten path a little bit, so maybe he'll come up with something crazy for us.
Yeah, Flusterstorm's a great point. Complementing Counterspell and possibly Archmage's Charm to actually fight the card Living End when it's on the stack. It also brings up the point that Amaz can sideboard any card he wants in the blue and red colors, whereas the Living End player is restricted by that fairly stiff deck building penalty of not being able to have cards of mana value 1 or 2.
All right, I had this exact same decision that Jason's had. Do you play Relic or a creature on turn 1 because of grief?
Oh, interesting question.
Yeah. He had the exact same decision. He chose to play the creature, and I usually normally choose to play the creature, but I think it's kind of close, It
is close, yeah. It probably depends how strong the rest of your hand is, if you have redundant threats or redundant disruption, but that's a really good one to have on your radar, and I would love to kind of get a snapshot into Amaz's thinking and know if he had grief on his radar for that turn 1 play.
I think it's kind of easy to forget about grief until it literally happens here. Then you're like, oh no, I could have maybe avoided this if I'd actually thought about it a little bit more. Because I think pretty much by this point it's accepted that I believe Gab Nassif was the first one to put grief into Living End. I think everyone just realizes it's just good to be able to use your useless Living Ends or Architects of Will to just unmask your opponent,
Yeah, totally.
Look at this Foundation Breaker coming in from the sideboard. Very smart from Emiliano. He knows that most of the Izzet Murktide decks do play Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, so this is just an example of that leveling that we had described during the sideboarding process, and frankly, just being really, really sharp with the modern format. If you teleported me into the seat of the Living End player, it would totally not be obvious to board in Foundation Breaker against a blue-red creature deck, right? But you start thinking, what are they going to do to beat me? What do I do to level that and be prepared to fight through the hate?
We saw the Blood Moon again. This time Amaz does not have a basic island, so it might actually be more of a fair fight if it actually gets cast.
Yeah, wow. you start to worry, like, okay, I have one threat on the battlefield, can't cast spells. What if that threat gets killed? And then I'm locked under my own Blood Moon.
I think it's kind of difficult for the Living End deck to actually kill a creature without using actual Living End. I guess you could play Bone Crusher Giant, but I don't think they normally do. Well, the monkey's back to steal basically useless cards from Emiliano's deck, because the average card you get from his deck is not really something you can really cast or use very productively most of the time.
Yeah, one advantage of the Living End strategy. My cards are so bad you don't even want to hit them with Ragavan.
Right.
The treasures, however, are relevant because that's gonna put Amaz in a winning position post Blood Moon if that enters the equation. It also increases your flexibility to do things like cast a threat and hold up a counter spell if you need to.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. For a Cascade deck, Living End also plays a large number of counterspells. They play 4 Mystical Dispute and 4 Force of Negation generally in a post-sideboard game in this matchup, is my recollection.
Yeah, that's an awful lot. This doesn't seem like the matchup you're excited to draw when you're playing Living End, especially if you know you're going to lose the first game and have to fight through all this hate after sideboarding.
This is a tough Wake Over the Waves activation. Grief was discarded. I didn't really get a good look at the other card, though.
So if you're just tuning in, we are playing the final round of Swiss before we cut to our top 12 bracket. And a player on the left, Amaz, is in a strong position to win this match, which would put him in effectively the tiebreaker scrum for one of those bottom positions in the top 12. Jarvis and I sitting here, we don't have really much more information than you do. We don't know exactly how things are going to break, but that's what we're keeping an eye on at this point.
So, did you see that Jason discarded literal counterspell to Seasoned Pyromancer?
That's intimidating.
When I see that, I'm just like, if I'm playing Living End, I'm just like, okay, there's like, he has to have at least one other counterspell in his hand, probably 2. Wait, what's going on?
It looks like this is a concession. I mean, this looks like the post game debrief, right?
I guess that was, and yeah, his hand is just 2 counterspells and a spell pierce. Wait, what's going on? Okay, Jason won. Okay, it's kind of unclear because I thought we had to turn to cast the Shardos Agent. Okay, I guess not.
It may have been exactly what you said, Jarvis, where it's like, look, you're discarding counterspell. I can see the writing on the wall. So that was a quick and decisive one in favor of Amaz. Now, hoping his tiebreakers hold up and that 10-3 can earn a spot in the top 12.
Yeah, impressive performance in those games. Kind of a slaughter, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really, really good showing for the Is It Murktide deck. Sort of made me, feel like that might be the deck I want to pick up in Modern. It's just so smooth, efficient. It's even customizable, as we've seen with Amaz's take in this particular tournament. It frankly resembles the deck you and I have been playing in Legacy, right? Like so many of the cards are just in common with Blue Red Delver.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jarvis.
I've had that analogy drawn a lot, and I actually kind of disagree. This deck feels more like Is It mid-range, whereas Is It Delver and Legacy doesn't feel as well. It basically, I just would like to point out that I think this deck loses unless if it hits its first 3 land drops relatively often, whereas the Is It Delver deck can operate on a much lower land count. So just cautioning you, if you're a fan of Is It Delver and Legacy, you should check it out. But I will think you'll find out pretty quickly that some of the play patterns are quite different.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sort of adapting for the needs of each relative format. At any rate, we are going to have more Magic to bring you. We have our backup match featuring Brittany Davis, who's been pretty much our number 1 seed throughout the tournament. But we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with that. All right, welcome back. We want to bring you as much of this Magic as possible, so we're going to throw it to our backup match, which we can start right from the very beginning of turn 1 of game 1. Let's get to it.
Okay, so I actually recognize the name Richard Neal. I would suspect he's playing 4-color Yorion Blink, because that his username on MTGO only has that deck listed finish-wise, pretty much. So, no surprise.
Well, that would be great if that's the case, because this is one of the more important matchups, in my opinion, in Modern right now. And let's see how Brittany's innovative take on the Teamer Cascade deck, and the one that she's been running the tables with all weekend, see how it matches up against the 4-color Menace.
So also, in the upper left, I believe there's a Yorion. It's kind of faded out. Yeah. So a giveaway. Also, in the draw bracket, if you know your opponent's like 10-1-1, sometimes you think to yourself, okay, are they a slow control deck? Just tournament things, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of interesting. So Brittany played her first land as Otawara the Soaring City. That makes me think she doesn't have a lot of lands in hand.
Right, so there wouldn't really be a 1-mana play that you would make, short of possibly Dead Gone in certain matchups.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, you would think a tapped land would be played there if it was a land heavy hand. But she could have just kept Otawara plus Forest and some good 3-mana plays. Could also be a Fire Ice to help draw into that 3rd land. We'll see.
Fair enough. So this is Eladamri's Call for Omnath Locus of Creation. Eladamri's Call is actually one of my pet cards. I was so sad it wasn't in Modern forever, but now it finally is.
Right, yeah, Eladamri's Call, for me, that's sort of the best low-hanging fruit that the Modern Horizons sets were able to bring for us Modern players, is these cards that are just not overpowered in terms of in your face being better than everything else, but they play some sort of unique, fun role, like Eladamri's Call. Being able to introduce those as reprints into the Modern format is something that I think is all upside.
So yeah, it looks like my suspicion is Brittany kept a 2-lander, Forest plus Otawara plus Fire Ice, which is, I think that's a reasonable keep in the deck. You just need to draw 1 land to fire off all your Cascaders. But it looks like she did brick on a land and is just forced to. suspend Crashing Hood Falls on turn 3 instead.
Yeah, funny, Jarvis, when we were discussing the Is It Murktide deck, you said, this deck probably is going to lose if it doesn't hit his third land on time.
Okay.
But then this Teeter Cascade deck, that is the definition of like your deck cannot operate if you don't hit your third land on time. So I certainly agree with you. Two lands with ice, that's the best start you can hope for. So no criticisms in terms of the keep, but this is just a deck that you don't want to play all day where you're missing your land drops.
So interestingly, the Cavern of Souls and Risen Reef basically tell you all you need to know about the deck. This is a very loud exclamation that, we're just 80 card Yorion Elementals here.
Elementals is a sweet deck. It's pretty much the best value deck I think you can access in Modern. Which all versions of Omnath have plenty of value, but the Elementals deck in particular can really pop off with Risen Reef when it gets going, and maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, I think I saw a Twitter post from Autumn Burchett. They split the finals of some UK event yesterday. Apparently, she discarded 14 cards to hand size in one game on one turn. I'm just like, well, that seems like overkill, but also it's very within the realm of possibility for that deck to do this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good reason to play 80 instead of just 60, right?
Right. And I believe Richard Neal is hoping to hit Ephemerate, or already had it.
Yeah, so this is really popping off here.
Yeah, this is disgusting. Just like, you had 2 4/4s? How about you have nothing, and I plow both of them, and get more cards?
So a good way to think about this deck is, at face value, having Risen Reef on the battlefield means anytime you evoke one of the Modern Horizons 2 elementals, you're recouping the card disadvantage that you used to evoke it, right? The Risen Reef draws you a card to replace the one that you exiled from your hand. Then it just gets better and better from there. When you're hard casting the elementals, you're getting massive card advantage. When you can do one of these ephemerate turns, it just gets absolutely crazy. And then eventually you start seeing situations where there's multiple Risen Reefs on the battlefield, and from there it's just impossible for the opponent to keep pace.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I think, you kind of think about the fact that Rhinos has a bunch of armies and cans, is how I would put it. The armies and cans are not really effective versus this sort of strategy, I would say, because, the Ephemerate or Solitude thing, it just Ephemerate plus Solitude or Fury, everything just dies so quickly that it feels like you can't get anywhere.
Rhinos has this funny position where, yes, it's a combo deck, but your combo is like you're getting a big influx of resources in the mid game. It's not necessarily that you're winning on the spot or that you're working towards some kind of unbeatable, go over the top combo for the late game. So, in a game like this where the opponent's actually able to fight through the initial rush of Rhinos and then establish their own powerful late game, sometimes the teamer, the Crashing Footfalls combo is not exactly where you want to be, or it's not enough.
That will take a slight misstep. I think Richard announced he was using Cavern. Brittany went to charm it. Then I guess I'm not sure what actually happened right there.
Aha! One of the stereotypical troublesome situations you can get into in paper Magic. Somewhere in the gray area between a miscommunication and a mistake from one player or the other, and it's just the sort of thing that you work through, and that's what the judges are there to help with and make sure it gets resolved in a way that's fair to everyone involved.
It looks like there is a slight discussion going on with the judge based on the finger pointing. There's a motion of, this is what I tap to cast this, and So
Yeah, I'm rusty. You know, I far be it from me to like say what the ruling should be in corner case scenarios after not having played much Paper Magic in the last couple of years. But I will say that the handling of Cavern of Souls has gone through several different iterations when it comes to like, you know, competitive REL and the way that judges handle that stuff.
yeah, I remember at the beginning of Pro Tour Absent Restored, the judge made an announcement about saying you need to announce the cavern.
In other words, if you don't specify that you're using Cavern mana, the spell can just be countered as normal. Yeah, that's a pretty brutal ruling, but it's also pretty brutal if, you know, the opponent uses their counter spell and just has to put it in the graveyard for no effect.
Yeah. You know what I think actually happened? I think. Wait, no. Never mind. I'm not sure what happened. Anyways, it kind of just looks like, you know, Richard's just happy here to sit here for a while. Because if the game goes on long enough, I just think the cavern plus the engine, the inherent engine that his deck has, will very easily overpower basically any number of creatures that Brittany can come up with.
Yeah, and I would say if you're watching and you're in doubt of the truth of what Jarvis is saying, this is the turn to watch, because this is like shields down from Brittany's perspective and untapping with all the mana in the world from an Omnath, a Risen Reef, and you know, whatever Richard Neal can accomplish on this turn. This is what the deck is designed for. You know, this is the payoff.
All right, so he played a fetch, cracked it, used the floating mana, and played Fury, and then he's also casting another Fury. Okay. But I believe the Risen Reef also hit a third land to put into play, which also dealt Brittany 4 damage on the third activation of Omnath.
Yeah, so just absolutely dominant board state in favor of Richard. Brittany's going to untap and, you know, have another go at this. Maybe put some more rhinos onto the battlefield, but it just gets worse and worse when facing this elementals deck. Like each turn that they get to untap with a larger battlefield and more mana and more cards in hand.
Now I'm kind of trying to remember why this deck disappeared. I can't even remember now.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's a really good deck. It's one that I could see myself playing with. By the way, I realize I've said that 2 times so far. It's sort of like a Freudian situation for me where I'm like, you know, I haven't been winning much in Modern. I'm looking for a new deck. I'm shopping around. Maybe I'll find something at SCG Dallas. But anyway, back to my discussion of elementals. The way I view this deck is that it's sort of the most extreme version of the mid-range arms race, we'll call it, where like this is the best value deck. If you are allowed to cast all your spells and the game goes 5, 6, 7 turns, you're going to get the most value and be the hardest to shut down. However, you know, the Omnath decks are popular enough that a lot of people are just saying, I don't want to engage with that kind of game. I'm going to kill you with a turn 3 Karn Liberated, or I'm going to Charbelcher you as quickly as possible. So when you have these non-interactive decks that aren't giving you enough time to get your elemental synergies going, you are exacerbating both the strengths of the mid-range value game plan, but also the weaknesses of, you know, the more elementals I play, the less interaction I'm going to have, the less ways to stop your combo.
So the Hardcast Urian just made Brittany pick up her cards because that was like going to be like, it was basically a cruel ultimatum, I would say.
Yep, that sounds about right. So we're going to sideboarding, and you know, one thing to keep perspective is that a game win is a game win. Whether you win, you know, just barely scraping over the finish line for that 20th damage, or whether you win in super impressive fashion like Richard Neal did, it's just one game to the good, and we're starting fresh for game number 2. So, in my opinion, what Brittany wants to do to win these next 2 sideboard games is leverage that mid-game moment where she gets the big influx of resources, where her mana spent is having greater impact than Richard Neal's mana spent. And if she can, push that advantage around turns 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's how she wins, not by letting the game get to, turn 7 on equal footing.
Yeah, it's sort of problematic because I think one of her primary ways to stop that stuff is, Archmage's Charm, a key elemental, Cryptic Command, a key elemental, or kill a key elemental. But Cavern of Souls, I think in the Elementals deck, there was a huge wrench into that plan.
Great point. Also, it doesn't seem to me that Force of Negation is particularly potent in this matchup. I do think Brittany has access to Subtlety, which could be a cool card.
Yep. So for those of you who are wondering at home, Subtlety does not counter the creature. It lets the owner of that creature or Planeswalker spell put it on the top or the bottom, similar wording to Aether Gust.
And in fact, Aether Gust has been used specifically as a foil for Cavern of Souls. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've Aether Gusted my share of Primeval Titans. I don't know about you.
No, I'm usually on the losing end of the Aether Gust.
Yeah. So the point you brought up about elementals is pretty good. I think one other thing is decks that don't care about Fury or Solitude basically don't really care about elementals. I guess that's like kind of the same thing you were pointing out.
Yeah, like elementals is very good at drawing cards, generating value, even pretty good at killing opposing creatures. But if someone brings a non-creature based game plan, it can be a little tougher.
I cannot fathom beating Charbelcher as that deck, essentially. Like, it just basically seems impossible.
All right, so big picture standpoint, before we get into game 2. Brittany, we're going to see Brittany in the elimination rounds win, lose, or draw here. Richard Neal also looks to be in good shape, win, lose, or draw. I mean, I think maybe there could be an outcome where a 10-2-1 misses top 12, but we were talking about our main feature is somebody possibly making it at 10-3. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. But what these players are playing for is that prime seeding in the top 4, where you get the bye in the first round of the playoff bracket.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
Okay, this time it's Brittany happy with her hand and Richard throwing his back.
Yeah, with the way the Elementals deck is constructed, you do have a lot of pitch cards, so you do go down cards a lot, but, there are cards like Red and 6, there are cards like Risen Reef is a huge one that can very easily offset the card disadvantage.
Yeah, that's true. Heck, I mean, pull for your Yorion on turn 3, and you have the same number of cards as your opponent. However, the main question I think in this game is going to be how much time does Richard have to enact those card advantage plays and actually get his legs underneath him.
Can you imagine shuffling a Yorion deck IRL?
Yeah, I mean, 80 cards seems like it's with a moderate amount of practice, it should be manageable. Not quite, Battle of Wits territory, But I was thinking about that when Richard presented his deck. There's like an old legend of Hall of Famer Patrick Chapin like picks up his opponent's deck to cut, and he's like, "Oh, you have 61 here." You could tell by the weight of the balance of the library that it was off by one card. But 80 definitely has a different look and feel from the normal Magic deck sizes that we're used to.
So we saw a Utopia Sprawl turn 1 met with Fire Ice on upkeep, which is a pretty good way to recover some of the tempo.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, I think this is the test. Do we have it? Do we have the agent? 10 power, here we come.
Yep, exactly what we talked about. This is now Richard and the Elementals deck under the gun. So instead of putting on a show and getting maximum value out of all of your cards, let's see how these Elementals do when they have to fight from behind. Not saying they can't do it for the record, but I just think this game is gonna look different than the one we saw previously.
Definitely agree with you. If it's Fury plus Ephemerate, that's pretty good because it cleans up both and then the agent can't attack. If it's Solitude plus Ephemerate, then the Solitude can trade. Except actually, sorry, in both of those cases, you probably just let the agent live and just get the Ephemerate rebound and, just clear out the last creature that way. So Richard does he have the 3-card combo or not, right? That's one way to do it. Oh, but we do have the Ephemerate.
Yeah, this is cool. Another just huge reason why Yorion is awesome in these decks is, hey, even if you never cast it, it's just something that you can pitch to your Elementals. And yeah, I mean, he really just flipped the script there.
He didn't get all the way going, unfortunately, but I think he'll take removing 8 power from the board for his troubles.
Yep. So we saw Brittany main phase dead to Solitude, which is going to mean the Ephemerate can't rebound, has no target, and a great reason to do that on your own main phase is that you don't meet with another Ephemerate that can blink the Elemental in response to the removal.
And actually, I saw Richard Neal has a copy of Aethergust in his hand.
Okay, that's pretty effective against Crashing Footfalls.
Yep. Got to find that bright land to fetch.
Searching the 80-card deck is a little bit, I guess, more cumbersome than searching a 60-card deck.
No. Brittany was looking for another blue-red source, I think. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Once your deck is like full of Archmage's Charms and Cryptic Commands, you probably just need to fetch as many islands as possible every game,
Yep.
Okay, this fetch might take a little bit longer. Nope, we found the Rogrun Triumph pretty quickly.
This game is getting kind of scrappy because it's very far from what I expected. The initial rush, the first round of Rhinos was answered, but now, Brittany just doing work with the leftover Shardless Agent and the Brazen Borrower.
Mm-hmm.
Are you surprised to see Brazen Borrower in after sideboarding for a matchup like this?
A little bit, but also I feel like there's just... I mean, I don't think there's really that many bad cards in Brittany's deck, is how I would actually put it. So I'm not actually sure what she cut for the subtleties. It's possible something like... Actually, it's really hard to know without knowing the exact deck lists.
You mentioned maybe some of those counter spells being a little clunky or unreliable against Cavern of Souls.
Oh yeah, I think that might be it. I mean, I don't think I would ever cut Cryptic Command because it lets you beat a clogged board.
Good point.
But I think there's definitely merit to cutting the Archmage's Charms. Because, like, yeah, like, it's just the Cavern makes it so awkward.
All right. More rhinos.
In some ways, Violent Outburst is so much more terrifying than Trials Agent because it's not face up. Like, it makes a lot of games harder to play, you know?
Okay, so just some accounting here. We had Violent Outburst, Cascade ability resolves, finds Crashing Footfalls. Crashing Footfalls is cast, put on the stack. The rest of the cards are put on the bottom of the library. Now we're taking some action in response. And wow. So the Archmage's Charm could not counter the Omnath, but countering the Ether Gust is good enough to win that game for Brittany. That's awesome.
Yeah. Basically, she has to randomize the Cascade pile, but she was going to crack a fetch anyway, so you might as well just put it into your deck and just, you know, search for the land and just go the Archmage's Charm if it's lethal anyways. Yeah, that was a very different game from the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it's just the Crashing Footfalls deck can make for fascinating games and strategic battles for this reason that, yeah, you know, both players have to put a lot of attention and resources towards managing the Crashing Footfalls combo, but that's not always the end of the story. Sometimes there's an and then, you know, and then am I going to combo a second time? And then am I going to threaten you with Brazen Borrowers? And then what am I going to do to stop your elementals from getting any traction? So it winds up making for sometimes complex and very interesting games. Sometimes still, you know, still lopsided.
Yeah, really, Modern Horizons 2 made this deck so much better because I think the addition of Shardless Agent along with Violent Outburst, so you only had to be 3 colors instead of 4. Otherwise, I think you had to go with, like, Demonic Dread or, you know, Ardent Plea or something like that. But Shardless Agent is a really, really, really strong card.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think it was a big contributor in that game because the Solitude Ephemerate play took care of the Rhinos, but still having that 2/2 creature left over, it's not flashy, but those are the margins that games of Constructed Magic hinge on sometimes.
10 power versus 8 power, also 2 turns versus 3.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
So Richard already took a mulligan. Oh no, this is tragic.
Yeah, down to 5. Not the experience you want to have in the very last game of the Swiss portion of the tournament. Now, circling back, we believe we're going to see both of these players in the playoff rounds, regardless. So hopefully, this is not the end of the line for either of them. But still, you know, pretty high stakes match, and can't be a great feeling to start on a mulligan to 5.
Sometimes when I'm in these situations, I just think about the ideal 5 card hand and just try to materialize it into being.
Wow, brilliant advice from Jarvis. Stick with us, folks. You'll get more gems.
My ideal hand would be 2 fetch lands, Ryan 6, Teferi 3, Omnath, Locus of Creation.
All right. Let's see how much of that Richard was able to materialize. And it's a good point that with Ren and 6 in your deck, you can almost go down as low as you want on cards, and just having an unanswered Ren and 6 will mean that you're hitting your land drops.
I've already failed. There's no Ren 6 here for Richard.
Yeah, no fetch land, in fact, either.
Yeah. So this is probably Fire Ice. Yep.
Fire Ice is just so good in this deck. It's like a turn 2 play that you can make no matter what to leapfrog ahead of your opponent and just set yourself up really nicely for the turn 3 cascade, especially against an opponent who goes on to miss their 3rd land drop. That's brutal.
So Richard Neal actually veiled to cycle. So he got to cycle instead of Brittany.
Okay, so that's a good outcome in terms of resources for Richard, but the outcome of his land being tapped remains unchanged, and he did not, he wasn't fortunate enough to draw land off either his draw step or the veil.
Oh, so he had to turn for a Risen Reef, but I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of angry rhinos.
Yeah, so a really good outcome here for Brittany would be like end of turn Violent Outburst, untap, make a play that deals with the Risen Reef, whether it be Dead Gone, Fire Ice.
Should we call these pair of rhinos a Crash of Rhinos?
Yeah, Crash of Rhinos. I mean, we've come a long way since that card was really exciting to me as a child. I think it was, some large amount of mana for an 8/4 trample from like Mirage Block.
Yeah, this is definitely a Crash of Rhinos.
Or 8/5 trample.
It is 8/4, I believe. A Neo Kamigawa Foil Mountain. Fun fact, the characters in Japanese and Chinese for all those lands are exactly the same.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like a total coincidence, or is there a lot of overlap in terms of the alphabets used in Japanese and Chinese?
Some of the older characters that were basically there's a bunch of borrowedness is how I would put it.
That makes sense. Just tracking back hundreds and thousands of years to like probably similar roots there.
Yep. Anyways, Yep. Anyways, Archmage's Charm countering Teferi Time Raveler, a big deal there. That's one of the best cards versus the Cascade deck, obviously.
Ooh, yeah. So Brittany really threading the needle there with the right answers at the right times for Teferi Time Raveler and Stomp against Risen Reef, and now just laying on the pressure with yet another Violent Outburst. The Bone Crusher Giant waiting in Adventure.
Yeah, this is a clinic. This game is very different from the other games. I mean, obviously, Richard's Mulligan to 5 had a lot to do with this game, but I think even with a good hand, this might have been problematic as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Brittany, the story of her tournament was she was dominant, our 1 seed through the whole thing, and then sort of like a 1 hour blip on the radar where she took 1 loss and lost the first game of this match, but now back to her winning ways, and I mean this surely means she's going to be the number 1 seed going into the playoffs.
Right. Okay, Richard cannot come back from 2 Crashers of Rhinos.
Well, congratulations to Brittany Davis. Really, really impressive showing in the Swiss rounds, earning herself a bye for the first round of the playoffs. We'll get to see more of her later in the event. And Richard Neal, good showing as well. Unfortunate mulligans there, but hopefully he'll be battling in the 5th through 12th position and continuing his run at SCG Dallas. Hey everybody, Reid and Jarvis here. We're trying to take you smoothly into your top 12 playoffs. Jarvis, what do you think? Any predictions for how the rest of the tournament's going to shape out?
My prediction is Murktide will win the tournament.
Wow, that's bold. Is that just because you really like the deck in general, or a certain player you have your eye on, or way it's matching up against other decks?
I think it's a really good, well-rounded deck that has really high power. Like, its floor is extremely high because, honestly, none of the cards in the deck are really that bad. And I think a lot of really good players are playing the deck. And as well, I think a lot of people this weekend realized that Cascade is sort of the place to be. So I would also expect those Murktide players to, load up on Fluster Storms or relics for living in, or engineered explosives for rhinos.
Okay, so in the heads up battle, you would prefer to be on the Is It Murktide side rather than the Temur Cascade side. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. If you, for me, three, maybe the top 3 decks, or certainly 3 of the top decks, would be the 2 you mentioned, Is It Murktide, Temur Cascade, and then also the 4-color Omnath strategies. What I've gathered from hearing from players who play a lot of Modern and are experts in these respective strategies, you have this sort of like soft rock paper scissors where maybe the Is It Murktide is slightly ahead of the Temur Cascade, which is slightly ahead of the Omnath, and then Omnath slightly ahead of Temur of Is It Murktide. Now, all of these decks are so powerful and even so customizable that I don't want to give the impression that any of them are sitting ducks. But when you get to these very, very highly competitive levels of play where people are running on thin margins, that might be a way that some of these folks are sort of processing the format.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I would also probably toss in Hammer as a deck that's still pretty good. The deck I think is still being figured out because the loss of Loris was kind of a big deal. Because a lot of the time, like, you would miss one of your pieces because it would get killed or discarded, and Loris would just let you buy it back. But now, I think people are slowly trying to figure out how to rebuild the deck, and it's still being worked on.
Yeah, that's true. I'd love to chat with you more about the loss of Luris of the Dream Den in the format, but I think this would be a great time to take a break, reset for the top 12, and then we'll join you when we have more information to bring you.
Yep.
Hey, everybody. Reid and Jarvis back with you. We are just getting into the elimination stages of SCG Dallas, the top 12 bracket. It's been a great match so far, and I'm excited to see what the rest has in store. Jarvis, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I took a quick break around the house to do some stuff, but I'm pretty excited to see what happens. I saw Shaheen did make it in at 7th seed.
Oh, that's great news. Okay, so we'll have basically exactly what you would hope for in one of the early big paper tournaments back after a couple of years off. Is we have some older like fan favorite players represented, but also some newer breakout potentially future stars of the game, and we're going to see what everybody has to offer for us. So, Jarvis, you and I have lots to talk about, but let's not miss any of the action. We'll go straight down to the match. So here we will give you archetypes in a minute, or we should know even sooner than that based on what cards are played. But we have Noe Leal against Michael Byers. These are 8th and 9th seed players. Remember, the top 4 after the Swiss got a 1-round bye. So basically, we're playing from top 12 down to top 8 in this round of the tournament.
So I believe we watched Noe play Is It Murktide earlier. I think it was versus Amaz, actually.
Okay, and then we have Prismatic Ending and Yorion Sky Nomad represented on the right side of the battlefield here. So this is one of our classic battles of Is It Murktide against presumably 4-color Omnath Yorion. We said in our sort of pre-playoff chat that we thought this was maybe a close matchup that would normally be slightly in the favor of the 4-color deck. Would you agree with that, Jarvis?
Yeah, I think it's very, very slight, but the Izzet deck's really, really, really good. So there's always room to wiggle out of it,
Most definitely, and in fact, Jarvis's prediction was that an Is It Murktide deck would be taking the trophy when all is said and done. So let's not count anybody out. We already have some interesting sequencing going on in the game. Looks like Michael Byers has a good start with a little bit of mana acceleration. Answer to that turn 1 Ragavans. We won't see that running away with the game. But a cool turn 2 on Noe's side that I wanted to mention, it was Dragon's Rage Channeler, cast Mishra's Bauble, Surveil, leave it on top, and then play a fetch land. So little sequencing like this really gets my attention, and it's part of, I think, mastering the archetype, or really any Dragon's Rage Channeler deck for that matter, is knowing all of these tricks with surveilling and bobbling yourself and knowing how to pull the desirable cards from the top of your library and shuffle away or bin the ones that you don't want to be drawing.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. There's a world of difference, of course. Huh. This is interesting. Has a land already been played for Noe?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think this is turn 3. So I agree with you. That's abnormal sequencing. You would traditionally cast the expressive iteration before making your land drop in order to maximize the chance that none of your resources go to waste, that you can make a land drop off of exile. It could be specifically that he wanted to have red mana available, so played the island first and tapped it for the iteration, but I'm not sure what's going on there, and would love to get inside the player's head on that play.
Yeah, I did see a second expressive iteration, so probably it's going to end up okay, but it looked like Noe looked at 2 lands in one spell and was forced to exile one of the lands and not be able to play it.
Yep.
A very foily Ottawa Soaring City.
I gotta say, Jarvis, I'm grateful that you're so sharp on identifying cards because I am way out of practice, and particularly with now with secret layers and so many different alternative art versions of cards available. It is hard in the commentary seat to be so sharp on what everything's doing or what every card represents.
So I think this might explain the sequencing from Noe last turn. He wanted to make sure he could leave up Spell Pierce no matter what. But if you already have a land in hand, if you miss on a land, can't you just play the land after you play the iteration?
Right, and actually that's even more reason why you would want to hit a land off of exile, is because if you exile a lightning bolt, you might just not even cast it, and then suddenly you've tipped your hand that you have a 1-mana play that you need to hold up. So certainly a tricky situation to navigate, and not trying to claim that I have all the answers, but that is one where maybe there was some value left on the table.
Anyways, a flurry of blows. Brandon 6 got Archmage's Charmed, I believe, and then Solitude, pitching Solitude killed Dragon Rage Channeler. But then we immediately fire back with a DRC and an iteration, so...
Yeah, and actually, this seems like what the Murktide player wants is to, make the 4-color deck pay the iron price for all these cards. That was back-to-back pitch spells, answering cards on a 2-for-1 basis. There's only a certain number of times you could do that, Jarvis, before you're depleted. So we think of the 4-color deck as like this value machine, right? Of just being able to generate so much additional card advantage in the mid game. But if you can force them to actually pitch their cards and use their spells in a way that's not advantageous, then you can even the score and fight this mid-range battle against them.
And look at this, a giant dragon. Byers' card in hand is Yorion. It was put in hand last turn, so kind of under the gun here.
Now, are you able to identify whether that's an Abundant Growth or a Utopia Sprawl? They look kind of similar sometimes.
It's Abundant Growth.
Okay, so that plays well with Yorion and could potentially give buyers a little bit of influx of much-needed card advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough way to go because he's still taking 3 damage down to 1 from the DRC as well.
Right, so that would be presumably chump block the Murktide region and go to 1. That is a tough way to do it.
Oh, so he's just casting Springs. So he's hoping to hit Solitude or Teferi or something?
Or just, hey, I'm playing Yorion and I need to draw an extra card in case the game does go another turn. But it does not it does not go another turn.
That was kind of a slaughter from the Murktide side, actually.
Yeah, and I think it was, a lot about just the total number of resources that both players had access to. Like, Michael had the right answers, Prismatic Ending for the first creature, Solitude for the second creature, Force of Negation against the key expressive iteration. But when you have to pay so much to cast all those spells, and we're talking about a deck that, needs to hit its land drops and needs to have resources still to work with in the mid game, it's just very tough. The Izzet deck doesn't give you a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, and I hope to see it. I do agree that Blood Moon is one of the best weapons for Izzet Murktide in the matchup. Any number, I would bring in as many as I had in my sideboard.
Yeah, even just the threat of Blood Moon, I think, is going to change the dynamics a little bit, where so often the 4-color deck just wants to fetch a turn 1 Triome, and then their mana is pretty well set up. But if you are changing that into actually trying to have Plains, Forest, Island, Mountain on the battlefield, that's tougher and can restrict your sequencing and your ability to cast 2 spells in the same turn. We'll see how it plays out.
I wonder if they even play Mountain for that reason, actually. It could be the case that they don't even play that land because that's the one you would never fetch for his Blood Moon.
Yeah. I could see it either way. I'm sure it would depend on what fetch lands, you choose. You know, if you have 8 or 12 red fetch lands, maybe you just want the ability to turn one painless pull the Goblin Guide. But yeah, you know, Field of Ruin is not nearly as played as it used to be. Which was a reason why you might want one copy of each basic land.
Assassin's Trophy, one of your most favorite cards, I know.
Yeah. It's, you know, everything seems to give your opponent a land these days, and that's not what I'm in the market for. I want to take lands away from my opponent, not give them more.
So you're much more on the pillage side than you are on the Assassin's Trophy side, aren't you?
Oh yeah. So while the players are shuffling, Jarvis, let's take a minute just to give some shout outs, because I think this is a really special thing they were able to do this weekend. This project to give you coverage of SCG Dallas involved a lot of people and a lot of hard work, and it was basically all just done for the love of the game. Jarvis and I had it kind of easy because we're just sitting around talking about Magic for a few hours. That's no hardship, but Anurag and all the folks behind the scenes who did a lot of legwork to make this happen. Special thanks to them. Thanks also to the players who, this of course wouldn't be possible without the players agreeing to put on a show for us on stream. And then SCG too, for just, as long as I've known them, SCG's always run great events. And I think they do care a lot about their players and their customers and their staff.
Yeah, shout out to Dynamo Collectibles, Mark Nestico at Dynamo Nestico. In fact, I actually have bought quite a few cards from him over the pandemic, including a second copy of Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale.
Wow.
Not the cheapest card to get a hold of, but he has fair prices and he ships very, very quickly. So shout out to making it so I can go to church twice. Not just once, but twice.
Congratulations on that second tabernacle, by the way. That is awesome.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to make sure people just pay their tithes,
How often do you register 2 tabernacles in the same deck?
I think it's more common in Vintage than in Legacy by a lot.
I agree with
that. Cranderson and Daryl and a few other people have had lands lists with 2 copies of the card. You really don't see it that often because I think cost is, a barrier to that IRL, but on MTG, no such hardship, All
right, with that, we are starting off game number 2. So now Michael Byer is on the play and hoping to even the score. This is it, folks. This is elimination magic. So the loser of each of these matches goes home. The winner trying to make it to that top 8 match and fight then on even footing with our top 4 players after the Swiss rounds.
Yep. I believe that's Ketria Triumph, one of the alternate arts that you're. I'm personally not a fond of these alternate arts either. It's just so hard to tell. Like, it really does seem like every card has 5 different printings nowadays.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag for me because I do think it's cool that players can customize and express themselves in their deck building. Also, I'm a huge nerd for Magic's art, so just getting to see more cool artwork is upside. But in terms of the being able to glance at a game on coverage and know exactly what's going on you need to use a bit more in terms of context clues.
Byers really does like his alternate arts, though. So far we've seen alternate art, Tarn, Strand, and Triumph.
Yeah, respect. People have nice collections. This is something that really surprised me. Basically the one paper Magic tournament I've played in the last few years was I went to MTG Vegas. And I was, from my perspective, I was like, all right, I haven't played much. I haven't kept up my collection. A lot of folks are going to be here playing budget decks or outdated decks, whatever it might be. But man, people have nice collections. I saw people with fully foiled out 4-color Omnath decks or Urza Saga decks, stuff like that. I just have a lot of respect for these people, people's collections, their dedication to having nice cards to compete with.
I have a question for you. When you see your 4-color Yorion opponent play iteration on turn 2, what does that tell you about their hand?
Great question, Jarvis. It's a sign of, well, on the one hand, it could be desperation. On the other hand, it could be sort of like an embarrassment of riches situation. But what I'm reading into this right now is just that, hey, I'm behind the 8-ball here with Dragon's Rage Channeler going unanswered, and I need to spend my mana. I need to find an answer, or I need to find a land drop. Like, maybe my hand's a little clunky, and I just got to get my cards in when I can. Is there anything you want to add to that, or anything you're seeing differently?
Typically, when I see that happen, I either believe my opponent has multiple iterations and just needs to spend mana, or does need the third land.
Yeah, so the multiple iterations would be sort of like the embarrassment of riches of, I know I have so much gas in the tank that I'll never run out no matter how long the game goes. But in either case, the main priority is like, let's spend the mana while we can and not fall further behind.
Oh wait, Noe fetching an island there really makes me think that there's a Blood Moon somewhere in the deck.
Great point. Yeah, Buyers is not...
Nope. Nope. No basics in sight yet, right?
No basics in sight, yeah. That's the right way to phrase it. I was going to say, like, not respecting the Blood Moon, but, sometimes you just sort of make this calculated risk. You got to cast your spells one way or another.
Yeah, it's really a dilemma. Like, it's so hard to play around Blood Moon and cast all of your spells on time sometimes in that deck. I see multiple Strixhaven counterspells in Noe's hand. The Mystical Archive art, I believe. Alright, Reid, if you were playing that deck, which counterspell would you put in your deck?
I am partial to the Ice Age art of Counterspell, which I'm not sure if you can picture it, but it's like a female wizard, in a pose. And I learned recently from this pretty cool Twitter account. It's like MTG Facts, or like this. It's what is it? This day in history, MTG, something like that. But basically, a Twitter account dedicated to like fun facts about old Magic stuff. Mm-hmm. And they showed that art was actually based on a picture of a real person, a like female bodybuilder from the 60s or 70s who was like really successful in the sport. So that, I already liked the art and have a soft spot for Ice Age, but I thought that was very, very cool to have a little bit of extra insight into the artist's work.
Look at this, an Endurance, because I think Byers is afraid of getting killed by a Murktide Regent, given the stocked graveyard. But I do like this. We Unholy Heated. Wait. Oh, we didn't have Delirium? Or actually, I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I guess. Did we actually see a successful block there? Was that block and then post-combat lightning bolt or something?
Oh, it was... Okay, I think I know what happened. There was a block with Ice Fang Coatl. The damage resolved. Then Endurance targeted the opponent.
Cool. Good stuff. And then Unholy Heat killed the 3/4 Endurance before the graveyard went away.
Exactly.
All right, so we've significantly cleaned up the battlefield from that position then.
Byers does not have a lot of life to work with. It's always kind of a question of how many lightning bolts is it Murktide will leave in the matchup, because it's not like the card does a lot besides remove like random 1/1s and that's not really what you want to do in the matchup, I think. But at the same time, like when you get into these situations, it can be nice to just like, oops, I drew a few bolts. You're at 9. You're dead.
Lightning bolt, the classic. Like, I don't want to have this in my opening hand, but I would love it to be the 15th card of my library when the opponent has stabilized at 3 or 6 life.
Yep.
But yeah, you can see how it becomes a little trickier for the Is It Murktide deck to navigate through all this stuff when, maybe we're trimming lightning bolts and the opponent's got graveyard hate, so unholy heat's not reliable, but you've got to kill the red and 6s and the omnaths, so they don't stick on the battlefield. And if you can't get this quick rush of creatures and score an easy win, then the Yorion deck really does have a lot of good weapons to take over.
This was a dash Ragavan. Of course, we're never casting Ragavan into Ren 6. That's just never going to happen. But it's met with a Solitude pitching Omnath. That's an expensive way to do it.
Yeah. This time, the difference between game 1 and game 2 here is that this time Byers seems to have enough resources that he can make plays like that more comfortably. And we do still see that Yorion sitting in Companion Zone if he ever has the 8 mana spare to use that. And of course, the Planeswalker on the battlefield ready to go. So now this fetch land, what happens here is going to really, I think, show us some insight into Byers' state of mind and what he's worried about. It looked like he was thinking about just, okay, let me get another dual land or triome, but it ends up settling on snow-covered plains. So now, once he's established, it's time to start playing around Blood Moon and worrying about that.
Yeah, I think now that the battlefield is stable, I think he feels like he can fetch up 2 basics, and one of them has to be plains, and if you get another one, then you can at least Prismatic Ending the Blood Moon away.
Yeah, good point. It's not, Prismatic Ending, I wouldn't call it a reliable answer to Blood Moon, but if you can get to that point, then you're in great shape.
I think we're going to see that Omnath cast. Again, alternate art. Maybe it's more just like a little bit fleshed out. That's kind of like the same as the normal art,
Just generic, glowing, rainbow-colored being.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so if Noah doesn't put the kibosh on this Omnath like very quickly, it's just going to gain like 8 life every turn cycle.
And then it will be too late to draw into those lightning bolts.
Yeah. There was an Archmage's Charm main phase to try to draw cards. So I think we're really just digging for Unholy Heat, if I had to guess. Does not look like we found it, though.
So on the one hand, a good turn for Noe. I mean, getting up a couple cards worth of resources, but on the other hand, you've got to get this game over with because you're not really going to be able to hang with the 4-color Yorion deck, even with these plays of drawing 2 cards off Archmage's Charm. It's not enough.
A lot of life is going to be gained.
Such a brutal combo too. How Red and 6 just guarantees that you have your perfect land drop every turn with Omnath.
You can also stock up fetch lands to get the 3rd chapter on Omnath if you want to. Doesn't look like Byers is going that route. I think we might see a Yorion Flicker this turn. Pretty common play pattern in these decks, I would say.
Right. So with that influx of mana, it's a grand total of 11 to be spent.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is going to be the best mole drifter ever. Yeah,
and counting.
Yeah, this is going to be outrageous. I'm glad to see the attack first. Some people might get hasty and forget the 4 damage. And then now we just... Alright, Noe's had enough. I can perfectly understand that.
So we've gotten to see both decks do their thing and show off their relative strengths in the matchup. Crucially, Noe does get to be on the play for game number 3.
Mm-hmm. So, Reid, are you rooting for turn 2 Blood Moon?
Turn 2 Blood Moon. Whew. I would say I'm never rooting for Blood Moon. I like to see folks, cast their spells and play some good, honest Magic, but the existence of the Blood Moon does, color the matchup, so to speak.
I'm kind of rooting for it. Does that make me a monster?
Yes, it does make you a monster. Okay. But that's exactly why we have you here, Jarvis.
Oh, I have to be the monster to your not monsterliness.
Yeah. I don't know if the good cop, bad cop routine applies to MTG coverage, but
yeah, I'm definitely the bad cop right now. Turn 1 Ragavan, hit you, turn 2 Blood Moon. That's all I'm looking for.
Zooming out to the big picture for a moment while the players shuffle, we are on the round of 12, so the top 4 players after the Swiss earned a bye, and we're whittling down to 8, where everyone will then be on even footing. So these are elimination matches. One player that we had followed through a lot of the tournament is Amaz. Ended up winning the final round to be 10-3, but did not make the top 8 the top 12 at 10-3. It was in fact 10-2-1. That was the cutoff where some players made it, some players didn't. But the player that we covered in the final round of Swiss, Richard Neal with the Elementals deck, he did make it. So even though mulliganing to 5 in the last game and losing the match, he did to squeeze into 11th place. So he's still competing. And we had 6 players finish 11-2 or better. So that was the cutoff for the really nice seeding in top 4. And we have Brittany Davis as our number 1 seed, who finished 12-1 with the Teamer Cascade deck.
Really dominant performance.
Shaheen Tarani, another player that we'll keep an eye on. Crowd favorite. Honestly, one of the most successful players in the history of the SCG Tour. He is 7th seed with, I'm guessing, Azorius Control.
Well, with no data given, I would guess Azorius or Azorius Splashing Fire Ice.
Yeah, I mean, just all you got to do is you can pull Shaheen's name from any tournament in any era of Magic's history, and probably have a pretty good bet that he's playing, blue and white cards.
All right. So Ragavan's met with his meta ending. I guess my dreams are dead.
Yeah, sorry, Jarvis. This game will go more than 1.5 turns. Sorry to break it to you.
All right. So I think Michael's happy to keep the game going slowly. Ooh, it taps Steam Fence, huh? Maybe there's no Blood Moon in the future.
Do we know if the players... I can tell you for sure that Jarvis and I do not have access to deck lists, but do we know if the players have one another's deck list? Yeah, we don't have that information. So I guess we'll operate under the assumption that they don't, but it is hypothetically possible that No, he just doesn't have access to Blood Moon at all.
Oh, it looks like Jace the Mind Sculptor came in from the sideboard for Noe. Pretty common option. Yeah. It
Deck lists are in fact not known, so this is I would just call it good honest magic. You know, everyone with the same information. Fog of War.
So looks like Michael just didn't have a third land and just cycled Veil in response to an Archmage's Charm drawing 2. Just try to hit a land.
Yeah, that's a tough way to do it, especially when you figure that Noe cashing in an Archmage's Charm, kind of makes it likely that he's set up with future counter spells. However, if you're just mana screwed, when are you going to be able to cast a spell and hold up Veil of Summer as backup? So I do agree with Michael's prioritization that just getting the land drops is the most important thing right now.
Yeah, I mean he's kind of a sitting duck. Like that's a Windswept Heath, I believe. I think I caught a Mystical Dispute or 2 from Noe's hand. Shocked in Steam Vents means there might be fireworks.
Oh boy.
So looking for our own dispute, I would assume.
I love it too. If you put your opponent on dispute, if you respond to the Jace with the creature, it's kind of like they can't afford to dispute the Ice Fang because then you could have your own Mystical Dispute or Force of Negation. Whereas if you said, okay, Jace resolves end of turn Ice Fang, then Noe's like, all right, well, maybe I'll cash in my Mystical Dispute now. So just a little bit of sharp sequencing there, which I do appreciate. Despite being pretty well behind in this game, Michael's still playing hard and trying to get every edge. What would you use there, Jarvis?
Yeah, I was about to say that plussing Jace is interesting. The question is how many Unholy Heats you expect to be in the Yorion deck? I mean, or actually it's just Lightning Bolt, so like plussing to play around Lightning Bolt for 1 turn I think is worth it.
I agree. Prismatic Ending could hypothetically answer the Jace outright, but we sort of know that Michael has been struggling with mana issues.
Oh, look at that Lightning Bolt. So he managed to avoid the Nightmare scenario.
Yeah, but Fury takes care of Jace, so that's sort of interesting. You got the extra red card out of the opponent's hand for the Evoked Fury, but you didn't get a Brainstorm out of it. At any rate, I think Michael able to salvage a disaster there and keep himself somewhat in the game.
I'm surprised that the Ice Fang actually attacked. But fortunately, there was a Solitude, pitching Solitude to answer the Ragavan, but...
The Ice Fang had to attack the Jace in order to set
I see. I see. Okay, that makes sense, actually.
Oh. Ooh, that's a cool play. Main phase endurance. 2 advantages here. Number 1, you maybe play around a 3-mana counterspell like a Mystical Dispute or an Archmage's Charm. And you give your opponent no opportunity to play Murktide Regent. Because, of course, once Murktide is on the stack being cast, it's too late to attack the graveyard. We should note, too, you flash back to that turn 5 where Noe played a shock land untapped and cast Jace with 1 blue mana, that's gotta put Mystical Dispute on Michael's radar. So, to be consistent with your plays throughout the remainder of the game and play around that Mystical Dispute to the best of your ability, that's just good magic.
I thought the Dispute was used on Teferi 3, though. On the Fury turn. Yeah. I mean, of course there could be a second one, so there's no reason... I mean, I think Michael's play was correct still, but I think that just accounts for the one dispute that was very clearly face up, I would say. It is interesting because I think Noe actually had the Murktide in hand the turn before, so this kind of worked out not great for him, if so.
Yeah, so was that actually 5 mana spent on Murktide Regent?
Yeah.
Boy, this game, I was ready to write it off in favor of Noe when Michael was missing land drops and resolving that Jace, but now it is fully evened up, and I think Michael even has the much stronger hand at this point.
Yeah, I think Michael has a Counterspell and a Mind Growth and one other card that I couldn't really make out. And, I mean, honestly, if Michael just draws a fetch land, that Omnath does so much for him, you know?
Yeah, so Unholy Heat turned off as a clean removal spell. I actually got a glimpse that Noe has one in hand.
That appears to be another...
Boy, we're really stuck here.
Tough way to do it. I think there's another Murktide, which is like basically the worst card to draw right here.
So the hand looks to feature Unholy Heat, Murktide Regent, and 2 more cards. One thing you can do is attack with your Murktide. The Ice Fang doesn't have Death Touch right now, but if presumably there's some kind of double block, you can save your Murktide and win the combat. But this is fine way to do it as well. Just double Unholy Heat. I think I would have liked an attack first. If your opponent does double block, then you get to kill the Ice Fang and get a free kill on the Endurance. And if your opponent doesn't block, then you got in some free damage and make the same play. But in either case, I think getting this game over with is going to be a key if you're Noe, because you don't want to fight through all those cards in Michael's hand and that Yorion that's still waiting to be grabbed for the companion tax.
Yeah, and Fury getting to kill a Murktide, that's not something you see particularly often.
No, and it all circles back to that really nice main phase Endurance play that Michael had to set that up and to make things really difficult on Noe.
A flurry of blows. So there was Endurance attacked, was blocked. There was a lightning bolt from Michael. Noe counterspells, then Michael counterspells back.
Oof.
Yeah. No, that's not how it... Yeah. It looks like Noe's mostly just dying now. I think there's another counterspell in Michael's hand. All right, check mark for four color Yorion Blink.
Really nicely done from Michael Byers there. Faced a couple of really tough spots, especially in that game 3, but just kept his composure, used all of his cards optimally, not just like strategically well, but tactically well in terms of timing things and making Noe's mana work out as inconveniently as possible. And those small plays, they just do accumulate and led to Michael being able to take over and get the win.
Really good stuff from Michael's side. Remember, this was a game where Michael had to use Veil of Summer to find a land, remember?
Yeah, he missed the third land drop. It was looking ugly, but yeah, he fought back. All right, so again, if you're just joining us, that's the round of 12. So top 4 players receive a bye in the first round of the eliminations, and Michael Byers just won his match to be in the top 8 on equal footing with those players for next round. So that's what we're working towards. We do have a backup match for you to show you again from this round of 12, but we're going to take a quick break before we get into that one. Hey everybody, Reid and Jarvis here. So we just showed you the round of 12 where Michael Byers advanced. Next, we're going to have what basically amounts to a classic top 8 elimination playoff. And that should be ready for you in just a few minutes. But Jarvis, you and I have some time to kill. And I wanted to follow up on a conversation that we had sort of touched on earlier, but that's the most recent banning in Modern of Lurrus of the Dream Den. So what's your big picture of like how has that impacted the format? Was that a big deal?
Yeah, I would say so. I would argue before Lurrus got banned, Grixis Death Shadow was actually the best performing and honestly very heavily played deck. It didn't really appear to have that many truly bad matchups. Mostly because I think Lurrus is kind of a broken magic card, and I would say that Death Shadow particularly was a Lurrus deck, not a deck that happened to have Lurrus in it. Really, a lot of the games it played, you just turned into a Lurrus control deck versus your opponent. And I feel like Hammer was just a deck that happened to have Lurrus. So I think it was a significant difference. And the format is quite different now.
So in other words, the relative hit to Grixis Shadow is larger than the relative hit to Hammer?
I would classify that as being the case, yeah.
Okay. Do you think Shadow survives in any form, being able to add like Street Wraith or some interesting top end threats, or is Lurrus just too much losing that card?
I've seen people play Gigantha instead of Lurrus, and they play Kaito Suzuki, I believe is the name of the card. Forgiveness if I pronounce the card incorrectly. I don't actually know the name of the card exactly, but I've seen lists that play 2 of that card. The old, creatures. Some lists play Murktide Regent. Some people play Street Wraith. There's a lot of room to work on the deck, so I wouldn't write it off as dead. I just think it's severely weakened from where it was.
So what about these other companions in the power vacuum left by Lurrus? Like, are we supposed to just play normal 60 card decks and pretend it's 2017 again, or how powerful are Gigantha, Obosh, Yorion, and any of the other ones that are playable?
It's kind of funny. I think Ari Lax and I had a conversation about this. One of the primary uses of Yorion was actually to beat up on the Lurrus decks, because in so many of those grindy matchups, what you actually want is a clunky, slow, like giant mole drifter effect. And by building your deck as a Yorion deck, it's inherently clunky, sometimes a little bit slower. So we actually theorized that the banning Lurrus might actually hurt Yorion some, rather than the other way around.
Yeah, these big picture metagame concerns, that they're very complex, where you could have weird dynamics like, the Lurrus decks were holding, Charbelcher in check, but then Charbelcher's really good against the Yorion deck. So sometimes it's hard to parse exactly what's going to happen. But thankfully, that's why we have big tournaments like SCG Dallas for the a huge number of really, really, really good players to try to answer these questions for us. And on that note, I think we actually have some magic that we're ready to show you, so we can head down to the round of 8. All right, Jarvis. So on our left, after a modest break, a bye round, we have Brittany Davis, our number 1 seed, who's using her own take on Temur Cascade, featuring Archmage's Charm and a heavier blue skew. Then we have Michael Byers, who is the 9th seed. That's because he advanced through the round of 12 on camera, beating Is It Murktide. And frankly, speaking for myself at least, I think he was pretty impressive.
I agree. I think Michael played extremely well.
What are you expecting going into this matchup? It looked like he had good weapons against Is It Murktide. Is Temur Cascade going to be a little trickier for him?
It's kind of interesting to say. I actually think the play draw matters a lot here, because Brittany will be able to cast the first Cascade spell under Teferi 3, because she'll have the first 3 land drops, you know?
Okay, so that specific pattern of what's going to happen first, Teferi, Time Raveler, or the Cascade spell, yeah, that makes sense that's really, really important.
I mean, I think the way her deck is constructed, she obviously doesn't fold to Teferi 3. I think if the deck actually folded to Teferi 3, it wouldn't be a very good deck. You see Furies, you see Brazen Borrower, so there are answers to it.
Yeah. Brazen Borrower is like a little tough to.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have 5 mana, it can work, but if you just, answer the turn 3 Teferi with a turn 3 Petty Theft, it's coming right back down. I think one big card, though, is Force of Negation.
Yep. I'm not sure about Bayer's exact list. I know some of these 4C decks sometimes sideboard Supreme Verdict now, and that's probably a really valuable weapon in the matchup.
Yeah, let's see if that comes to pass.
It's always kind of interesting looking at the deck list on MTG week by week, because you see the changes slowly happen. Like, I've seen this Archmage's Charm version of Footfalls slowly creep up in the leagues or the prelims or whatever, you know?
Yeah, Footfalls is an archetype that I've experimented with quite a bit, and one of the things that really engages me about it is that it's okay. Obviously you're playing your 4 Footfalls, your 8 Cascade spells, and a couple other key staples, but there is a bit of flexibility in terms of how you want to round out your deck and how you want to construct your post Footfalls game plan of scraping out these mid-range wins. But I definitely think the mana works for the triple blue spells. I hadn't played Archmage's Charm myself, but I did play Cryptic Command, and I liked that card quite a bit.
Yep. I think in the very early days, there were versions that played 2 or 3 Cryptic Command, so it's kind of just a throwback to that. I also believe Brittany's playing 25 lands, so that helps a little bit in that regard as well.
I love that.
Yeah.
For a deck that just basically folds if you don't hit your 3rd land drop, plus Gemstone Caverns. Yeah, I love the higher land count. That's just one of the things that I do in Magic usually is play 1 or 2 lands more than the stock versions.
So we've been told that this match can't actually start until all of top 12 finishes due to a prize split, but we can switch to a previous round backup match in a few minutes.
Okay. All right, Jarvis, there was a chat request. Can we get an official prediction for this matchup? Who do you think is going to escape that one with a win?
I think Michael Byers is going to win in 3 games.
Okay. So that's combined with Jarvis's other prediction. That's Michael Byers winning that match in 3, but it isn't Murktide player potentially.
Yeah.
The finals. Keep in mind, the more predictions we stack on top of Jarvis here, the less likely they are to all come true. But I like it so far. I think everything individually has been pretty sensible, and I'll for the sake of a little excitement, I'll take Brittany in that matchup. Okay. The nice. Good list of teamer Footfalls and being on the play there. I'll take Brittany in 3. Okay, so we're going to bring you to a backup match, taking you back in time to the round of 12 to help set up for what's actually going to happen in our top 8 bracket. So here we have Ian Plants with Blue-White Hammer. This is one of our players who finished the Swiss rounds 11-2. It's an extremely good record, by the way, for folks who aren't familiar with playing tournaments that long. It's really difficult to achieve that good of a record. But he wasn't fortunate enough to tiebreaker into one of the top 4 seeds. Anyway, he's battling Tommy Harding on Is It Murktide. What do you think of this matchup, Jarvis?
I think generally game 1 hammer is favored, and the key card is Archmage's Charm from the Izzet side, because it's really hard to deal with a hammer equipped creature when your deck is only red removal.
So sorry, that was hammer generally favored,
Yeah.
but Archmage's Charm is the card that Murktide needs to flip that.
Yeah, that or engineered explosives in a post-board game, but the charms are usually main deck, so that's why I bring that card up.
Yeah, this is looking like a good start for Ian Plants for sure, getting to be on the play, and Esper Sentinel just trips up the spell-based deck so much.
Yeah, it's a very, very frustrating card to play against, but I do see an engineered explosives in hand. I believe it's the leftmost card.
And we're actually in a game 3 here. Okay. So whoever wins this game will advance.
That's on 1.5x speed, because I don't think most people draw their cards that quickly. Esper Sentinel is really, really good versus engineered explosives. Like, Thalia isn't, but Esper Sentinel actually is. Because like you don't really get to do the tricks that you normally would get to, you know?
Okay, so can you elaborate on that, Jarvis? How does Thalia work with Sunburst, and how does Esper Sentinel work with Sunburst?
So the thing about Thalia is if suppose you want to set EE on 2, you can announce an EE on 1 and just end up paying 2 mana of 2 different colors. For Esper Sentinel, since it's an additional trigger, instead of being like sort of part of it, you just have to pay how much ever you need to for X, and then pay 1 additional to prevent them from drawing the card.
That's very cool. And a subtle difference, like you said.
Yeah, Esper Sentinel is one of the best cards versus A, Grixis Death Shadow, and B, this is it Murktide deck.
Okay, so Tommy Harding playing a little bit slow there. It was Engineer Explosives on 1, pay the tax. Then Sigarda's Aid was cast from Ian Plants, and Force of Negation countered it and paid the tax.
Yep. Yeah, he just didn't want to take a 10-point hit to the face, because if you let that Aid resolve, you know about the hammer from Stoneforge last turn, so you would just take a lot of damage. Yeah, you can clean it all up with Engineer Explosives, but that's just a lot of damage to take, you know?
Right, and then also the Urza Saga threatens to get... Well, okay, I see that the timing of Engineer Explosives can be a big factor here, but yeah, I agree with you. Just like, let's not have the Sigarda's Aid on the battlefield in the first place to make this a lot easier.
I haven't seen a lot of Narsets and Izzet Murktide lists in this format. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so Amaz, who we followed in the Swiss rounds, had Blood Moon. Tommy Harding is Narset. Just like kind of like a little spice that can help with Delirium every now and again, or let you attack from a different angle. One of the cool things about the Murktide archetype.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Tommy has taken the card Ragavan out of his deck in this matchup.
And why is that?
Generally poor versus a deck full of Memnites.
That makes sense.
And also, like, when you try to sideboard into a controlling deck, there's not a lot of cards you can actually take out of your deck. Because, like, the counterspells are actually kind of good, and all of the removal spells are obviously excellent. So, your options are limited for what to take out, you know?
Pretty cool that we saw in our main feature, Izzet Murktide taking on 4-color Yorion. And in that match, it very much had to take the aggressive posture, like, let's get out of threat and back it up. And in this matchup, Izzet Murktide is very much taking the defensive posture of let's, engineer explosives, everything away, make sure that I survive through the Colossus Hammer, and then, winning will be an afterthought later on.
Wait, so Sigarda's Aid was cast then hammer was cast. Shouldn't all 3 lands be tapped? Because there was a blacksmith skill to protect. I don't know what happened there. Well, hammer won, but it looked like 1 and 2 lands were tapped. But
it might have been just I'm showing you the blacksmith skill to show that you're dead. I tend to be a little bit of a stickler for like let's get the lands tapped and cast.
No. There was mana floating from Urza Saga. That's what I missed.
So the Urza Saga cast the hammer.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. So that was Ian Plants taking game 3 and advancing.
Yep. I do think hammer's favored. I think it's really hard to navigate from the Murktide side. And I also think just the relative efficiency of the cards from the hammer deck makes it really, really problematic sometimes.
Yeah, now the sort of the balance of power that exists in these Eternal formats, frankly, Urza Saga is just a totally busted card. It's just massively more powerful than almost anything else you can be doing in these formats. That's supposed to be balanced by the fact that really strong sideboard cards exist against it. Think, Force of Vigor, Ancient Grudge, Fracturing Gust, whatever it might be. But is it Murktide? You got Engineer Explosives. That's pretty good, I guess. You don't have any of those like super, super potent home run cards for beating up on artifacts. And that just means that the Colossus Hammer deck gets to operate on full power. It's really hard to beat.
Yeah, good point. I think sometimes people play Dress Down. I personally do. That's pretty good answer to the constructs. Also can fizzle a Stoneforge activation, stuff like that. I've considered playing Shatterstorm before, actually. That is like a nuclear option,
Yeah, though, Shatterstorm was amazing against the old style Affinity decks, but it's not that good against Urza Saga.
No,
imagine the world where they have Saga on 2, they pass with the intent to make a construct end of turn. They could have a whole new army the turn after you Shatterstorm it, which is just another point to like the power and the resilience of these Urza Saga decks.
No, I'd probably play Hercules Recall, which is not amazing, but it's a fine card.
Yeah, it's a fine card. My pet card lately has been Crime and Punishment, sort of like an obscure split card, but it's the crimes. No, it's the punishment side, right?
It's punishment, yeah.
Punishment is black, green, X, and you effectively get an Engineer Explosives for X, but it will kill Urza Saga itself because instead of saying non-land permanent, it says all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. So I really like that, being able to kill Urza Saga. Also Seed of the Synod if it comes up in Legacy or Vintage. Okay, so we have one more short break, and then we'll be back to set you up for the round of 8. Hey everybody, Reid and Jarvis, we're back. We are wrapping up the round of 12. We're getting into the top 8. So this is probably going to be more or less what you expect of just 8 players remaining, 3 more rounds to go, win and you advance, lose and you're done. So the top 12 bracket's kind of like a cool wrinkle that the SCG Tour has introduced, but we are past that stage, and now we actually have our match starting, so let's get right down to it. Brittany Davis on the left, Michael Byers on the right, Charming Footfalls, Teamer Cascade against Four Color Yorian. We sort of set this one up for you, that it's going to be a close match, and either player can win. Jarvis and I predicted like a pretty tight 3-game match where maybe the die roll and the seeding of the players would matter a lot.
Yep. Interesting. It looks like Byers is playing Force of Negation in his 4C deck.
How do you think that will impact this matchup?
It probably makes the matchup slightly better for him than compared to normal 4C that doesn't have it. Just so like having maximum answers to Crashing Footfalls, I think is what matters the most.
We saw Brittany defeat a 4-color elemental deck in the final round of Swiss. Now, granted, that's not exactly the same strategy as Michael Byers' take on 4-color Omnath, but I think conceptually it's the same, where Brittany has an advantage in this window of time in the mid-game where she can be really mana efficient and enact that Cascade into Crashing Footfalls combo, but she doesn't really want to go super long against the grindy card advantage deck that Michael Byers is packing. So, if Force of Negation can allow Byers to get through that mid-game window unscathed, I think it's going to be great for him. But we'll see exactly how that plays out.
So, looks like she's going for it now while the shields are down, so to speak, for Byers. Let's see if there's a fawn or not.
The tokens are coming out, Jarvis.
Yeah. So if Byers has a Teferi 3 here, it'll still be good. It just won't be like crushingly good. Because obviously you just have to use Teferi to get rid of a token here.
How important do you think the death touch ability of Ice Fang Quaddle is going to be in this matchup?
I mean, pretty relevant, but one thing that actually happens a lot is I see the Ice Fang like block a lot, then it just gets shocked. And because the rhinos have trample, it's just as good as not being blocked,
Yeah, that's interesting. The combination of trample and a lot of instant speed, and actually a wide range of different instant speed interaction, kind of gives the last movers advantage to the Teamer Cascade player.
Yeah, and look at this. Byers did have the Teferi 3, but since he was on the draw, this is almost exactly how I predicted. Because Brittany was on the play, she got to sneak in the rhinos before. Oh, wow. This is huge.
Yeah, so really nice cleanup phase there for Michael Byers. What Brittany needs is a way to burn Teferi and then a way to do it all over again with another Cascade spell.
Yeah, Dead Gone cannot go after Teferi 3, unfortunately. And now Byers is in excellent shape now.
Yeah, so not the way you normally expect Brazen Borrower to interact against Teferi, but I like it. I think playing the game of trying to bounce Teferi is a losing battle for Brittany here, and I like this plan of let's just go ahead and try to attack it with a creature. Byers has Prismatic Ending. That's really not that bad, though. It would have been tougher if it had been Ice Fang Quaddle.
Byers obviously could wait because Teferi 3 sort of just warps the game. You're just allowed to cast that whenever you want now. Ooh. Brittany saying go there is a tough way to do it, though.
Yeah. The only thing she could possibly spend her mana on would be like an Otawara. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's actually most likely what's going to happen here.
I mean, if you're a Brittany fan, that's what you hope for, because the alternative is just that she has all cards that are totally invalidated by Teferi. But no, it is indeed the channel ability of Otawara. So let's see. This is the window where she needs to make something happen.
Looks like she just dropped a card by accident and went to go pick it up. Jarvis Agent. We're back at it. The Crash of Rhinos are back.
Yeah, they go away, but they don't stay away for long. Just until you roll another 7 in your game of Jumanji, and then the Rhinos are back.
Ooh. Oh, the Teferi's back.
I was about to say this looks familiar, but this time it's much different in that Brittany has Force of Negation ready to go.
Yeah, things turned around real quick yet again, which is kind of crazy. I wonder if Byers has a second Teferi 3 in hand.
But looks like this time it's going to be actually managed by the creatures. So this is not the card that's shutting down Brittany's deck anymore. This is just a pretty good removal spell, because she's going to be able to untap, attack it, and then at least be able to cast her spells.
Would you send both at Teferi to play around Solitude?
I'd probably be pretty greedy. 4 damage is a lot to miss out on. It depends, of course, on Brittany's hand. If she has Fire, Ice, or Bone Crusher Giant, then it's pretty easy choice. But wow, Jarvis, you called it. There actually is a Solitude to now protect the Teferi?
Yeah, so I guess you and Brittany both would have gotten got in the exact same way. Oh, but a Fire Ice off the Archmage's Charm, I think, ends that, which is probably good for Brittany.
Fun fact, you used to not be able to split the damage of Fire Ice between a player and a Planeswalker. The original rule for damaging Planeswalkers would be that you would target the player and then redirect the damage to the Planeswalker, but that has since been changed.
And now we see abundant growth into Hardcast Solitude, and suddenly the board's clear yet again.
Notably, Byers has had to expend a lot of resources to make this happen. We saw Fury and Solitude both be evoked. The Yorion is long gone. We won't be seeing that cast in this game. And yeah, the Rhinos are just back. It's amazing the resilience of this deck, because for most combo decks, you think like, okay, I fought through their combo, I survived, now I'm in the clear. But all the Rhinos deck has to do is invest a single card. Mm-hmm. So even all your work with the Solitudes, the Teferis, it's not shutting down the deck, it's just treading water. It's just surviving and waiting for them to do it again.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Byers is flooding out now, which is wont to happen sometimes with this deck. It looks like there's a Lightning Bolt in hand, so I think we might see a block and, bolt the token. Try to... It's tough,
Jarvis, something else I want to ask you about is, we talked about the Solitude protecting Teferi and exiling Shardless Agent as though it was like kind of this potential devastating blowout play. Is there any part of you that maybe would have just let the Teferi die?
Good question. I think now it looks like that would have been a lot better, but at the time, I feel like Byers felt like he wanted to insulate himself from top-decked Cascade cards. So I think it's a really tough sell to just let it die there when, like, she's sending a creature at it, so, and only one creature. Yeah, so I probably wouldn't have let it die either.
What is that card that just got cast there? Can you identify that?
So Kenzin, it got channeled to block. Since Byers is at 1, if you put a blocker on each of the creatures, you just take 3 trample going to 1.
I see.
Yeah, a little bit hard to tell because that's probably not the one you're used to looking at. I think it's like slightly extended border or something like that.
All right, so that's Brittany Davis taking game number 1 in a game that, frankly, there were points where I thought she was going to lose.
That was just a really back and forth game, like, to be quite fair.
Yeah, Michael kind of had the right answers at the right time, even got to untap with Teferi Time Raveler, which usually is sort of the death knell for the Cascade deck. But she fought through it, just continuously re-upping those rhinos, the Archmage's Charm with a key influx of cards, burn spell at the right time, and yeah, just getting across the finish line there.
I believe I saw a pair of Supreme Verdicts in Michael's sideboard. An excellent tool for the matchup.
Yeah, most definitely, especially if you can get that in tandem with Teferi Time Raveler.
Oh yeah, that's a brutal one.
You said it, Jarvis, the die roll is huge, and you even outlined for us how that game may have gone differently if Michael had gotten to go first and play out the Teferi prior to the first Cascade. So maybe game 2 is where he'll be at his greatest advantage.
Yeah, I think it might not be as important in a post-board game because of the presence of card like Supreme Verdict, but obviously if he's the first to the board with Teferi 3 and it doesn't get like fawned or Mystical Disputed, it's obviously game-breaking, but I think he might even slow play those cards post-board because of Mystical Dispute, because of fawn, just trying to set up a better situation.
So what does an ideal opening look like for either player in a post-board game where you have to worry about all that stuff?
Oh god, it gets... I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question because it gets really complicated because there's like a lot of levels of play to it. Like Byers also has Veil of Summer in his hand, so like even
wow,
it's not even like Brittany necessarily wants to like burn. Like suppose Byers waits until turn 4 with a green up. Do you fawn the Teferi? Like because if you get veiled, it's kind of disaster. But on the other hand, what if he's bluffing? What if there is no veil and you just let Teferi through? Like it's kind of a weird leveling game by this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking that question literally, my answer would be like I'm usually just playing my spell and taking my medicine if they have the veil. I mean, like it is brutal though. I see where you're coming from.
I think like barring that, Byers' ideal hand probably has like 2 lands. A Renin 6, one of the lands being a fetch, of course. Teferi 3, maybe a fawn, maybe a veil, something like that.
Sure. So you're outlining basically like a little bit of interaction for the combo, but also just let's have a normal, good opening and make sure my deck's functioning properly.
Yeah, when I played that 4C deck a long time ago, like right after MH2 came out, I actually felt like the most important card in the deck was Renin 6. And the games where I just didn't have it, I was kind of like, it was really hard to operate.
I agree with that. Renin 6, just so good, is even scaling up in power level as more cards get added to the modern format. You think about these channel lands, you think about the triomes from the upcoming Streets of New Capenna, and yeah, a lot of modern is like, let's just find the best way to use the most powerful cards, and Michael Byers' deck is might be the best way to use Ren and 6.
From Brittany's side, I would say like Mystical Dispute 3 lands Cascade card is probably like close to ideal.
So this is Michael keeping his hand on the play, Brittany going down to 6.
It's kind of funny because one of the issues I had with Footfalls in the early days of MH2 was it was really hard to beat the card Tarmogoyf actually with the deck. Like it was really, really, really annoying. Like just a 2-mana 4/5 was actually close to unbeatable, but there's not a lot of Tarmogoyfs around anymore. So I think that might have to do something with it.
Yeah, not with me in the coverage booth. I didn't get a chance to bring my Tarmogoyfs to this tournament.
What do you brought? Shall we say Boomer Jund?
Maybe. Yeah, I do have a soft spot for trying to make those decks work. I also, along the lines of what you're saying, Jarvis, I've been playing Golgari Yawgmoth, and I had the thought the last time I played, I was like, should I just have one Tarmogoyf in my deck to for the Teamer Footfalls matchup? Because it's certainly the case that like they just put you under siege, your life total so quickly. But if you had a creature that could block the rhinos, it would really change the dynamic of the matchup.
Makes sense.
To
Sorry,
your
go
point,
ahead.
Death Shadow would fall into that same category, wouldn't it? As just a cheap creature that outsizes the rhinos.
Yeah, definitely. Apparently, Shaheen's opponent is playing Tarmogoyf, so you got some representation there, Reid.
Nice. Shaheen's ready for Tarmogoyf, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Tarmogoyf is generally a good card for Shaheen unless if it's actually killing him like immediately, All right, so Brittany went to 5 cards, but since all of your cards are, well, 8 of your cards produce 2 creatures or 3 creatures, it's probably fine.
Yeah, that's well said. I mean, it really just takes assembling the rhinos combo once to make a mulligan to 5 into a totally reasonable hand.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not thrilled about it, but it's manageable. Kind of interesting that Michael hasn't cracked either of his fetch lands yet. Okay, now he's cracking both.
Now, it is conceivable for a Teamer Cascade deck to have Blood Moon, right?
Yes, it definitely is. It's certainly not likely for Living End to have it because of what I referred to before, but Teamer Cascade, the Rhinos deck, definitely could play that card and often does.
Yeah, so we're not sure. It seems like Brittany is less likely to have it because of the demanding mana requirements of the Archmage's Charm. Also, just filling up more slots in the deck for that matter. But if you're in Michael's seat, you don't want that to be the way your tournament ends. Is just walking into a Blood Moon. So maybe giving a little bit of extra care to that is something that'll be on his radar.
It would be it is hard to fit in both Archmage's Charm and Blood Moon into your deck at the same time, I would say.
All right, here we go. Let's start the action. End of turn, Brazen Borrower.
I feel like Vendilion Click died for Brazen Borrower's sins.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw Vendilion Click be played in Modern?
I can't even tell you. It's probably been years by this point.
All right, Teferi. Brittany Davis, what do you have to say in response to a Teferi? Surprisingly clean answer. No Veil of Summer.
Yeah.
No fight back for Michael. And wow, she's got the outburst. End of turn.
That's a lot of damage. Michael will be at 4 life after this turn cycle. I believe there's a table judge watching the match.
So I'm guessing the outcome of this is going to be shuffle the top portion of the library and then shuffle the bottom portion of the library separately.
Agreed.
No big deal, though. These things happen. And more to your point, Jarvis, yeah, I mean, 11 power toughness is no joke. Michael, for his sake, better have Solitude or something to interact. Brittany could just have another Violent Outburst, too, to pump the team, or a Burn Spell, and we're getting very close here.
Supreme Verdict, I think, would be the ideal way to clean up this board.
You gotta get that far first, though.
Yeah, you're taking a beating is how I would put it.
Wow, Jarvis, the mulligan to 5, too, and Brittany is making a game of it and then some.
Oh, there's no verdict. Oh, okay, that's one way to do it. Mulligan to 5 does not phase Brittany Davis in the slightest. A queen 2-0 sweep over 4-color blank. I guess I'll have to eat my words, Reid, saying Michael was going to win in 3 games, whereas Brittany won in 2 games very convincingly, I would say.
Well, that's true, Jarvis. You didn't get that prediction right, but the one you did get was when you said how well this Cascade deck can mulligan and how it really just takes resolving that one Crashing Footfalls before. Yeah, I mean, I would almost go so far as to say I would voluntarily mulligan to 5 if it meant I could have a turn 3, or turn 4, whatever it might be, resolved Crashing Footfalls. So that was a really good showing for both the deck and for Brittany Davis advancing to the top 4.
Yep. Obviously a great finish for Michael still. Making top 8 of these events, it's really quite an achievement. Remember, no buys were involved. These players had to do it the hard way, literally play every round out.
Yeah, for sure. These tournaments have a lot of tough players. There are a lot of rounds, and it's difficult to still be playing at this stage in the tournament. All right, so that is our main feature match. We have a backup to bring you as well. It's Ian Plants versus Travis Brown, which I'm told that these players are actually teammates, both playing Azorius Colossus Hammer. So I guess without further ado, let's get to it.
So, Reid, have you played a lot of this version of Hammer?
I have not. Sort of ingrained in my head is the old Luris versions of Hammer, but we now have a world with no companion, and we have a world where there's actually a different color combination of choice for this deck. Can you tell us about the blue-white version?
Yeah, so the blue cards generally are like Teferi 3, the Reality Chip, and some number of like hate bears like Meddling Major Lavinia or Spell Pierce in the sideboard. So I think specifically in this matchup, the fact that Luris has disappeared meant like you can't soft lock someone with Cathar Commando anymore. You used to be able to kill like literally all of their relevant permanents in like an elongated game, but that doesn't happen anymore. I think what actually happens nowadays is someone basically gets killed almost every time instead. So that's why you see these players mulliganing so aggressively. I believe those dice indicate the number of mulligans they've taken.
Wow, that is this normal in a hammer mirror that there would be
Yes.
5 mulligans between the two players?
Yes, because like think about it, so few cards actually matter. Like what matters is having an equipper, the core outfitter, pure steel paladin, Sigarda's Aid, and a way to find a hammer, or Saga Stoneforge Mystic, Steel Shaper's Gift, or the hammer itself.
So you're telling me just having an extra couple of Mem Knights is not gonna make up for the opponent having Colossus Hammer? All right, so I'll have to learn this matchup, but we'll learn by watching.
Ooh, that is a fast turn one. Springleaf Drum plus 0 drops, a known quantity from the old Affinity decks of yore.
Most definitely. As an aside, Jarvis, getting one of these playmats, beautiful, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of the Brainstorm art for sure.
Yeah, I knew you'd be Team Brainstorm. I'm Team Noble Hierarch. But I think you and I maybe were at both of these events, right? I remember you had a top 16 finish at Grand Prix New Jersey.
I did. Oh, look at that. A turn 2 Nettlecyst. It's not a hammer, but Nettlecyst is pretty terrifying in this deck, you know?
One, two, three.
Yep.
How much would you say the life total matters?
It matters in that you won't be able to use your fetch lands as effectively. But I think what happens is, so often the damage is in like chunks of 10 that I think you can actually afford to take some chip damage. Sigarda's Aid. Well, the problem is this hammer's face up, so you're definitely taking a 12-point hit to the face.
So I'm seeing exactly what you were saying, Jarvis. Where it was Ian was starting with, what was it, 4 cards?
Yeah,
but the cards are just so much better. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, something that actually happens a lot in that dynamic is if both players have hammers, whoever finds Shadows first is also heavily advantaged. Oh, and look at this. Ornithopter was played, and all of the hammers are moved to it.
Wow. It doesn't have flying, though. It does not have flying.
You're right. It does not have flying.
So once true or false, once an equipment's on the battlefield, there's no way to equip it at instant speed, right?
I don't believe this version plays cards like that. I know the red version plays Magnetic Theft.
Wow.
Anyways, I think that Saga is going to find Shadow Spear to, like, it just lets you punch through because it gives trample and lifelink, you know?
So here we saw Travis go, oh, I'm going to chump block both. And Ian said, wait, which creature is blocking which? And the reason that these little details matter and why in tournament Magic you shouldn't skip through them is sometimes it's not always obvious why they matter at the time. But if Ian incorrectly re-equips his equipment, one of his creatures could die from the lingering combat damage.
Okay, Travis is like, yeah, I'm dead. So you saw that game. Ian had 4 cards, but Hammer came into play, drew a card. Another Hammer came into play, drew another card because of Pure Steel Paladin. I know that's a card you're actually quite fond of, right?
I love Pure Steel Paladin, man. That is a great card.
Are you getting an itching to play this deck now too?
Yeah, I'm used to like much more air versions of Pure Steel Paladin.
Oh yeah.
One of my more memorable games was back when Pure Steel Paladin was like standard and block constructed legal. Mm-hmm. The sweeper of choice was called Black Sun Zenith, and this was a similar template to the Meat Hook Massacre in that it was black X for -1/-1. And I played against a blue-black control deck, and I was pretty sure my opponent had this card. So every turn I went, all right, I'm going to play a +1/+1 equipment and put it on my Pure Steel Paladin and attack you. And then my opponent would like kind of agonize on their turn and be like, oh, I got to wait one more before I could Black Sun Zeniths away Reid's creatures. And then I would draw and be like, okay, I'm going to put another +1/+1 equipment and equip it to my Pure Steel and attack you. And then their next turn, they'd be like, oh, I still can't Still can't do it. I did that like 4 turns in a row before the opponent was eventually just, sheepishly like, okay, I'll kill everything else besides the Pure Steel Paladin.
But I think at that Pro Tour in Nagoya, my round 1 opponent, Antonio De Rosa, was playing Pure Steel, and I was playing Blue Black with 4 blacks on Zenith. Instead, I just killed all of his creatures repeatedly over and over until he didn't want to play anymore. So I don't know.
Wow. So you actually you won that match, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Antonio did what you did to your opponent, which was like outsize it of the Zenith every single turn. Instead, what happened to him was he had like a Vault Scourge and a Pure Steel out, and I cast Zenith for 2, and then all of his creatures died instead. Which seems like a much better exchange to me personally.
Yeah, so, look, short history lesson, Pure Steel Paladin was the breakout deck of that Pro Tour Nagoya, and surprisingly, even though Pure Steel Paladin is such a good card, and even though that was an artifact block, it was kind of like a sleeper card. Like, people didn't really know that was going to be a big deck going into the Pro Tour, and it ended up really being one of those rare moments where an archetype takes people by surprise and has a really good finish.
Yeah, and I think before this hammer deck, you only saw Pure Steel Paladin in like, I think what you would call cheesy combo decks like Cheerios.
Cheerios, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I quite like this version of Pure Steel Paladin instead. I think this deck is kind of a solid deck on the fundamentals, but also has a combo kill built into it, which is very attractive to me.
Yeah, for sure. The hammer deck really appeals to me. I'm as a player less likely to pick up a fast aggro deck, I think. I more go in for like mid-range or controller combo. But when there's a really, really good aggro deck that has like backup plans and staying power, and you can put your opponent to tough choices, it's really fun for me. And I think Hammer checks all the boxes in that sense.
Yep, and well, I'm not the biggest fan of the hammer mirror. I think it's like just kind of pretty volatile because I think if you put both hands face up, it's pretty clear who's going to win most of the time. But there is that bluffing element, I suppose.
So to your point, Jarvis, is there anything that's going to change after sideboarding? Like, do these players, do they have answers to what's going on?
I think you could have a sideboard of hammer that's geared towards the mirror, but I think one of the reasons to play hammer is that you don't expect a lot of other hammer. Like you would also just not expect a lot of Force of Vigors is the reason to play hammer as well. So I think most versions of hammer I see don't have a lot of cards in the sideboard for the mirror, but like I think literally the best card you could play is like Menriki Gusari.
Okay. Destroy an opposing equipment.
Yeah, it has to be equipped first though. So like you can get into situations where it's worthless. I had success playing March of Otherworldly Light to just kill their sagas when it was like sinkholing your opponent for 1 mana is really, really, really good.
Yeah, that's a great one. That sounds like a sweet sideboard card.
Yeah, so given that both of these people mulligan aggressively in game 1, I'm not surprised to see the mulligan die pulled out again, I think they know what's up, is how I would put it.
Yeah, I predict there's going to be like 10 mulligans in the first 2 games, and then game 3, somebody's just going to be like, all right, I keep 7. It's going to be like, oh, you jerk. You've got the nuts.
It's the same feeling as when you play against a Tron player who like mulls to 4 in game 1 and game 2 they just keep 7. You're like, God damn it!
Yeah.
You're just like, we're done here. Bring the match slip. I'm going home.
Or like when your opponent at FNM they go, I'll try it, and you're like, oh, I know you've got the bet. I know you're going to kill me on turn 2 or something. Like, oh man, the I'll try it guy always gets me.
All right, that is an Esper Sentinel etched version, I believe.
So this actually ended up being both players keeping 6, right?
Yep. Oh, but here's some fireworks already. Boom! Here comes the hammer. Do you think Ian's going to pay 11 mana for his spells anytime soon?
That seems unlikely. I think it's probably more likely that Ian casts 0 spells in this game. So far, we are like an order of magnitude more time spent shuffling and sideboarding than actually playing these games.
I mean, this is what happens when you cut Lurrus. No one plays Seal of Cleansing anymore, or the Cathar Commando, so people just get killed instead. Whatever you want, however you enjoy Magic. There are 2 ways. Alright, so currently this Esper Sentinel does not have trample, so we can block for a while.
Or flying. Everyone, it doesn't have flying. Just that's my contribution to commentary here.
That's the most fun part. The MTGO just doesn't have flying in blue text. I'm like, it already didn't have flying. Why are you telling me this? The reality chip.
That's
you can equip it for free. Yeah.
And what is that, an Inkmoth or a Blinkmoth Nexus that got played?
It's an Inkmoth Nexus. I don't think these decks play Blinkmoth still. Inkmoth obviously pretty good with Colossus Hammers, just a one-shot kill. So Reid, you said the creature loses flying, but with Inkmoth Nexus, you can reactivate it to have it regain flying.
That's a sweet one. That's really strong.
Yeah, so Ian's thinking, does he have a land? Because I think if he doesn't have a land, he's basically dead.
Yeah, so I mean, what would need to happen for Ian to even survive one turn, let alone win this game? He would need to produce blockers for either a flying or a non-flying creature, right?
Well, the Nexus isn't necessarily lethal unless if we figure out a way to get a hammer onto it, right?
Right, because there's no pure steel paladin to re-equip it for instant. Okay, so that's a good point. So hypothetically, just making a construct on the board could be good enough.
Hypothetically, it's going to be difficult. I guess that is Ian's plan. I guess he's main phase fetching in case of. So actually, if you don't main phase fetch and your opponent has March, you get kind of screwed, right?
If you don't fetch and your opponent has March, correct. Although in this particular case, the March could just hit the construct and it'll be lethal regardless.
Right.
But that's certainly, a sharp tip that you want to keep in mind if you are an Urza Saga player right now.
I really love Future Sight. It's one of my favorite cards, so. Huh.
Well, boy, that looks like another hammer from the hand or the top of the library, for that matter.
And there was a hammer on top. So since he knew about it, you can still cast it off the reality chip with Flash, with Sigarda's aid. It's super disguised. Like, even if Ian had Thoughtseize or something, you wouldn't know, right?
Yeah. Man, the reality chip's a super cool card. Is that the biggest reason to play blue, would you say?
In my experience playing the deck, I actually cited out the card a lot. In my book, the biggest reason to play blue are Teferi 3 and Spell Pierce.
Okay, sounds good. Those might come up if one of these players goes on to face Brittany Davis and the Teamer Cascade deck.
Yeah. I feel like that matchup, the card that matters the most from the Crashgate side is Force of Vigor. And that is a good card to Spell Pierce.
Yeah, makes sense. And also, I mean, Teferi 3 makes that really difficult to cast.
Yep. You're going to have to pay 4 mana for it on your turn.
Come on, that's not a modern power level play. Spending 4 mana on your own turn? Who does that?
I don't know. Maybe some people in this. Your blood breed elves are just looking at you right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I have a gripe with Bloodbraid Elf taking just incidental hate from Teferi 3's ability. I feel like Teferi, it's fine to keep these combo decks in check, but like I'm just playing good honest Magic here. Just let me cascade into my lightning bolt, please.
About a week and a half ago, I was testing Spike's Cabal Coffer's Urborg deck. It's a modern deck. It's like mono black ramp essentially. I had a Profane Tutor suspended, and when my opponent cast Teferi 3, I lost it. Because my deck is all sorceries. Teferi 3 shouldn't do anything to me.
Yeah. It's just, yes. Teferi against Suspend is particularly brutal, where your card just has to exist in limbo forever.
I did also play a match where I got my Lotus Womb Teferi 3, and then I won that game anyways, so it was kind of both sides of... Well, you killed my Lotus Womb, but it didn't actually matter. But you killed my Profane Tutor, and it definitely mattered. You don't see Lotus Womb too often in Modern nowadays.
Nope. Yeah, you run into like a Ad Nauseam or a Thassa's Oracle deck every once in a while, but Lotus Boom is not a staple card, I would say.
There's a new combo deck. Involves Tamishi, Reality Architect.
Ah, cool.
All right, let's see how many mulligans happen this game. All right, Ian's on 1 mulligan. Is Travis mulliganing?
I think Travis declared a keep, it looked like.
That has to be terrifying.
Yeah, he's going to try it. I'll try it, everyone.
I really like the mulligan die.
It's helpful for us, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we came to the beginning. We came to the beginning of the match, and we had no idea what had actually happened, except there were 2 dice. So it was pretty easy to figure out what they meant.
So you told us that if you were to bring a Colossus Hammer to a tournament, it's because you're not expecting really a lot of Force of Vigors. Would you say that this quality of this deck is more related to like the amount of sideboard hate relative to the particular like archetype matchups you're getting?
I think that's the case, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a solid enough deck that it can fight through some amount of hate, but I really wouldn't want to play against it if, like, literally all my matchups were Force of Vigor decks.
Okay.
Incidentally, that's why you saw one of these players had Blacksmith skill in a game earlier. That card is sort of effective versus Force of Vigor. It at least protects your Urza Saga from being blown up.
That can target any permanent Blacksmith skill?
Yeah, its target permanent becomes indestructible. If it is an artifact creature, it also... Or no, it's indestructible and hexproof. And if it's an artifact creature, it gets +2/+2 as well.
Cool. All right, 6 cards versus 7. We could have a game here. 6 cards versus 7 is a disadvantage, but getting to go first is presumably a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think it's extremely big deal. I mean, he didn't go to 5 or anything, so he must have been relatively happy with his 6 because he did show he was willing to go to 4 cards to kill his opponent, Interesting. That indicates a Pure Steel Paladin to me in the near future.
Right. And it's got to be a pretty explosive draw with Pure Steel Paladin, right? Because otherwise you would consider saving the equipment to draw a card.
Right. This might be a scenario where, like, Ian literally uses his manas on turn 1, 2, and 3 to set up the thing. The Pure Steel equipping whatever to whatever.
So, like, for example, if it was third land and Nettle Cyst or something like that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Giver of Runes is interesting because if you have another creature besides it, you can just sort of fog the attacks until some. Oh wow!
You call the Jarvis.
Well, it's just like so rarely do you see the hammer cast beforehand. It really takes like a special sort of hand to make it correct. So Travis is hoping for some creature able to block and using Giver to protect it from colorless, I guess, every turn.
Yeah, even though that was a really good turn for Ian, I would say it's not over. Just based on what's on the battlefield, Travis can manage that with a single other creature. But it's a pretty scary situation in that, you know, any future equipment draws Ian a card, and additional removal spells or threats can really help him pile on. But we'll see.
So Shadow Sphere is lethal as well.
Yep, great point.
Oh, this might be a defensive hammer.
But if you just attack with the 2/2 Pure Steel, then wouldn't a 12/12 Pure Steel beat an 11/12 Giver of Runes? Am I missing something there? That's what I'm missing, is the march.
Yeah, interesting.
But going after the Ornithopter rather than going after the hammer feels like a tough way to do it. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, that's interesting. What does that tell us about Travis's hand?
So maybe that he doesn't have a lot of spare white cards, because you could always pitch a white card to get rid of something more powerful than the Ornithopter, like the hammer itself or Pure Steel Paladin.
Right.
From Ian's side there, I probably would have equipped my Pure Steel and attacked, which may have worked out weaker for me because then Travis could have exiled the Pure Steel by pitching a card. But yeah, Travis decided not to pitch a card, and he may now face another tough spot if Ian finds a third artifact. At any rate, I would say this game has been much more competitive already in the first few turns than either of the first two had been.
Steel Shaper's Gift, obviously an excellent draw. I'm curious if he'll get Shadow Spear or Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Stoneforge Mystic, did that find Colossus Hammer?
Yes.
All right, so you have to give your opponent credit for an 11/12 blocker.
Exactly. And Ian does find Shadow Spear. It's going to cast it, draw 2 cards, which is a lot. Oh, Spell Pierce. Huh.
And notably, no Metalcraft now. That's enormous.
Yeah. So you have to...
You want to order the Giver of Runes first.
Yeah.
Okay, and now Travis Brown gets to untap and start taking over this game with his extra resources, his Urza Saga.
Mm-hmm. And remember, his Saga can find Shadow Spear as well. And Ian can never get his Shadow Spear back because there's no Lurrus involved. So it's going to be a one-sided affair, is my prediction now. Oh, wow. He doesn't even bother with the construct because he just has all of this instead.
It looks better than a construct to me.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's kind of weird. The games where Hammer doesn't make a construct, you know you're in trouble for a different reason. Oh, the reality chip.
Okay, so those reconfigure creatures, they are equipment, right? When they hit the battlefield,
Yep.
for the purposes of Pure Steel Paladin. So
Yep.
there's a card draw now. Now we have multiple equip options because there is Metalcraft. This game remains interesting.
Well, I don't think it does because I think there's 23 trample damage coming in next turn. So basically, you have to assemble. Okay, so I guess you have to.
can block some amount of that, right?
Yes, Garda's Aid makes it tricky. Actually, I guess I don't know what's going to happen. It's okay. Well, if your top card isn't good off the reality chip, then you're probably dead. So
wait a minute. Can you, like, because reconfigure is a different keyword from equip, can you use Pure Steel Paladin to equip the reality chip?
Yeah, it says equipment gain the ability like equip 0 or something like that.
Ah, cool. Well, I mean, you can start by you could play something off the top of your library. That's a wrinkle in this equation as well. This is funny. It's like the teammates are kind of working together to find out if Ian's dead. It's like, oh no, keep going, man. You can do it this way. You can make this attack.
No, so his top card was Stoneforge Mystic, which is obviously a dud.
Yep. Well, that was a great match, and hopefully both these guys are feeling good about what they've been able to accomplish, and one teammate advancing to the top 4 is just an awesome showing for sure.
Yeah. I think the turning point of that game was when the Shadow Sphere got spell pierced. It totally shifted the dynamic of the game.
Because that was stop the card draw from Pure Steel Paladin. It was stop Metalcraft, so nothing can be equipped. It was permanently get your Shadow Spear, which is an important card in the matchup, out for good. So yeah, I'm totally, and it was just big tempo swing in general. I'm totally with you. That was a great play. Notably, Travis could have just spell pierced the Steel Shaper's Gift, chose not to, and got the additional value from tagging the equipment afterward.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to make sure the Shadow Spear was out of the deck because he knew it. He basically, I would guess these guys have played a bunch of that mirror like in preparation for this event. He just knew in that situation that it's so natural to go get Shadow Spear and want to play it right away because it does everything. So once the Shadow Spear is removed from the deck, you know that yours is good to go and kill your opponent.
Well, folks, we're not going to keep you waiting very long. We're going to take just a brief break, and then the semifinal is basically ready to go. So we'll be back. Hey everybody, welcome back to SCG Dallas coverage. I'm Reid Duke. I'm here with Jarvis Yu. We just gave you, we gave you the round of 12. We gave you the round of 8. We're down to 4 players left, and we already have magic going on. So why don't we just get right down to the match? 2 players that we've seen a lot of so far today: Brittany Davis, our number 1 seed, playing Teamer Cascade, and Travis Brown, who we just saw win a Blue-White Colossus Hammer mirror match to make it this far. Jarvis, what's your prediction for how this is going to go?
I would normally say Hammer's favored by a fair amount, especially in game 1. But I think the fact that Brittany has 4 Brazen Bar and Archmage's Charms actually makes it a lot harder than it normally would be.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. She gets to go first as well, and then a card that you have mentioned a lot in reference to this Colossus Hammer deck is Force of Vigor, which presumably she'll get to add to her deck after sideboarding. So yeah, I think there's some game here. We've mentioned a lot of good cards that Brittany has, but can you just tell us what the Hammer deck has going for it in this matchup? Like, why would that deck be favored?
So I think just a fast kill that's sort of resilient versus most red removal, if you time it correctly, is very, very strong. Teferi 3 is a big deal. Spell Pierce also a big deal. And kind of think the Hammer deck can win after Rhinos come down as well, which is kind of a big deal.
That is a big deal, yeah.
By the way, Travis Brown also played out Hammer on turn 1. That indicates a likely Pure Steel Paladin to me in hand as well.
Yeah, so what's your read on this? Could it be a Pure Steel Paladin waiting for the second white mana?
Yeah, probably. But Ice went after the Nexus. You know what I think happened? Ice happened, but we quoted mana to activate because we knew we were playing Pure Steel this turn to equip.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So if you're in Brittany's seat there, Jarvis, are you feeling strong enough to act on that specific read that my opponent's going to need the white mana for Pure Steel Paladin? What would you have targeted with Ice, or potentially would you have saved it for a different use?
I might have just cast Fire instead. But I understand Brittany's problem. She didn't have a third land. That's why she really wanted to cycle both of her ices. So it makes perfect sense to do this. That's an Esper Sentinel. Sometimes, like, Brittany gave it a second look because it was the alternate art version, you know?
Yep, I've been giving cards a second look a lot from this seat, covering these matches.
Stoneforge Mystic, huh? Yeah, this game is looking pretty good for Travis right now, is what I would say.
Brittany's in the unenviable position of like, okay, how do I survive this turn? But also, I kind of have nothing going on. So, when am I going to be able to tap out to make some rhinos? When am I going to be able to enact my own game plan? And now the Esper Sentinel, further squeezing the mana tight player. It's pretty brutal.
Oh yeah, I love this. Travis Stoneforged for Paradise Mantle, because I think he just needs a few extra mana to really get his game completely going.
So again, a tough way to do it. Here's Petty Theft, bouncing the creature, triggering the Esper Sentinel. By the way, the Brazen Borrower should be in the Adventure Zone, but that's neither here nor there, and that's a decisive victory for Blue-White Hammer in Game 1.
Yeah, if you never draw your third land, it doesn't really matter how good your cards are when your deck is a Cascade deck.
Yep. In some sense, if you're a Brittany Davis fan, that's kind of part of the plan. Is that fair to say? Like if you're packing a Force of Vigors in your sideboard, is that kind of how you're expecting the match to go? That you usually lose game one and then improve after sideboarding?
I think so, and I'm looking at one of her old tweets that contains a deck list / sideboard guide. It appears to me that she has 4 Force of Vigor and a Pismari command in her sideboard.
All right, that's coming well prepared then. I mean, that's as good as it gets, pretty much. With the 4 Force of Vigors, quick combo clock, and then a wide range of blue and red interactive cards to support. Yeah, I think she's doing what she can in the matchup for sure.
It looks like she's cutting Force of Negation, which makes sense to me.
Does make sense, although the Teferi Time Raveler, there's a tension there, right?
Yeah, kind of interesting. I'm not sure. Well, so part of it is not actually every white-blue hammer deck plays Teferi 3, which sounds crazy to say. I would say about 50% do, but if there's a risk your opponent has it, like, it's kind of debilitating, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, you've got Force of Vigor, you've got Fury, maybe you've got Solitude. At a certain point, something's got to give, right? Like you can't just 2-for-1 yourself that many times in the first 3 turns of the game. So yeah, it's tough, and that's what's really great about a deck like Colossus Hammer is it puts so much strain on you to answer specific things that at a certain point you're like, all right, you know what, they have Teferi 3, it's really good against me, but I'm just going to take my chances because I can't afford against a deck that's this fast and powerful to play these like sort of overly specific hate cards. It's just tough. It pulls you in a lot of directions at once.
Yeah, in some sense, it's kind of cheating that Blue White Hammer gets to play Teferi 3, because it sort of presents another axis that's super annoying, but you don't really want to sideboard specifically for Teferi 3, or, keep cards in your deck because of the card.
Okay, so Brittany is finished sideboarding, pretty decisive. I think she's got a more or less clear plan. Travis still in the tank here. He's really working hard on his last few slots. By the way, do we have any information about the other side of our bracket? We knew some of the players that had made it to the top 8, but I'm not exactly sure who's in the semifinals. Okay, apparently Shaheen Sarani, who's a old school crowd favorite player, he went out in the round of 8. He lost to somebody that Jarvis said was playing Tarmogoyf. So, I'm a lifelong fan of Shaheen, but I'm also a lifelong fan of Tarmogoyf. Jund Saga, apparently, versus Elementals. Oh, it's that Richard Neal player that we found featured in round 13 has advanced all the way to top 4. So waiting in the finals for the winner of this match will be either Jund Saga or Elementals.
Which deck are you rooting for there?
I would like to see what this Jund Saga deck is all about, because we had a Luris ban. We have a lot of customizability. We're working on rebuilding the archetype. I want to see what's going on there. Let's get some Jund. However, as a Jund player, I would say Elemental is a very scary matchup.
Yeah, I think I like Richard's side of that matchup.
Okay, here we go for game number 2. Brittany Davis on the play, down a game. Question in chat: is it elementals or is it Yorion? Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. All right, both players are happy enough to keep. I would say that's very good news for both players, of course, but for Brittany, with all the 2-for-1s, having the raw number of cards gives you that extra flexibility to cast Force of Vigor when you need it. Notably, when I have 4 Force of Vigors in my deck, it makes me at least a sliver less likely to suspend Crashing Footfalls on turn 1. So this could be some hints about what's going on with Brittany's hand. Either she doesn't have Force of Vigor, or she has another expendable green card. We'll see.
He's footfall-footed. Those cards are really are quite easy to pitch to Force of Vigor.
Some games against Colossus Hammer, I mean, for game 1, for example, wouldn't even have gone enough turns for the footfall to come off suspend. This game may be different, more interaction after sideboarding means the game slowed down a little bit, and Brittany is on the play with the turn 1 suspend, so that I think it will come into play this game, but it can also be valuable as a pitch card.
So I'm curious if Travis Brown has Culture Complete in his sideboard. Not every Hammer deck does this.
Okay, there it is, Jarvis. Talk to me about that. Why would you put this card in your main deck? Why would you put it in your sideboard? Why would you potentially not play it?
So the reason to not play it is it basically versus an interactive deck, if you Stoneforge for Culture Complete and they kill your Stoneforge, it's basically a dead card because you have to get to 7 mana to cast it. That's why you see people normally play Nettle Cyst in that spot, because that's a very easy card to hard cast the turn after. Now, versus a deck like, and look at this, the Stoneforge got killed, so like this Culture Complete's basically a dead card now.
Okay, that's fascinating.
Oh, but there's another Stoneforge. Basically, Culture Complete sort of exists. It's like at its best versus a deck like Amulet Titan. It just kills them very quickly, and they can't remove the Culture Complete because it says indestructible.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definitely a really good card. It's also one of these things where if your opponent's on all Force of Vigors, then your Stoneforge and your Culture Complete might slip through the cracks. So the Colossus Hammer deck, again, just attacking from so many different angles and forcing the opponent to walk this tightrope of specific answer cards at every stage of the game.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would guess the Culture Complete is in their sideboard, but it is... I would say it's better in this sort of matchup than, say, like... It would be quite poor versus a deck, like, probably like Grixis Shadow, that has a lot of removal and discard.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like an Evoked Fury, because really we can't let the Stoneforge untap.
Wow, so the amount of respect that Brittany is paying to these Stoneforge Mystics, and in fact has to pay to these Stoneforge Mystics because of Culture Complete, it's amazing. Like it seems that she would have loved to just play a Cascade spell on either of these turns, but instead it's okay, Bone Crusher Giant, and then it's pitch something to Fury.
Do you see what was just cast right as Crashing Footfalls was about to come off suspend?
Yeah, that's something here.
So Travis casts Lavinia with Inkmoth Nexus up. Brittany goes for the Fire Ice, and so Travis obviously puts the hammer into play and equips it, and the game has ended. Wow.
Wow, that is that's a huge outcome there. So Lavinia, of course, is able to stop Crashing Footfalls from being cast, period, because of her passive ability. and then Travis sort of setting up the long sequence to sort of walk the opponent into targeting Lavinia with a burn spell, and having the instant speed equipment ready to go to combat it. That's just awesome. I mean, that really shows like a clear plan every step from deck construction to sideboarding all the way to actually navigating that game. And I mean, I think that was a really competitive game in terms of both players having a decent configuration of cards, and Brittany even had some specifically good stuff for the matchup. But yeah, the combination of Lavinia and the Colossus Hammer just did it.
Yeah, I think it was going to be pretty tough for Brittany to get out of that one, because you can't even Force of Vigor at the Hammer, because Lavinia is turning off the Force of Vigor, so you're actually completely safe by that point.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, so of course, I thought about Crashing Footfalls interaction, but stopping all the free spells, the pitch elementals. Man, Lavinia, sleeper card, but here it is in the finals of SCG Dallas. All right, great news, everybody. We have the backup match, so we can go right over to that one, and we'll continue setting you up for a good finals here. But props certainly to Brittany Davis, making it all the way to the top 4 and being frankly the tournament leader for the whole duration up till now.
So I believe we're in game 2, and I believe Richard Neal is up a game. We'll get the overlay fixed in a second. Brandon 6 and Liliana. Oh, how does this feel, Reid?
It feels good, man. So yeah, we see that Richard Neal, who's the player on the right side, is up a game, but this one's looking much better for the Jund player.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the deck's about, right?
Yeah, no, let's just get a pillage on that forest or something, and we're really in business.
Would you side in pillage in a matchup like this?
If they had Utopia Sprawl, I would, yeah.
Okay, sure, that makes sense.
Now we don't know if there's even pillage in the Jund sideboard, but hypothetically, it would be sweet.
Forecast Fury does take out Liliana. What is... Oh, that's a Terminate, isn't it?
It is. It is indeed.
Okay.
Oh, that's savage.
Yeah, I know. You love it.
Baron Moore plus Ren and 6 combination.
So this is a very Ren and 6 value oriented version of Jund, right?
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, I would think that the Urza sagas would in some way crowd out some of those other value land options, but Cantor Gianni finding a way to incorporate Baron more into the list and paying off now with the uncontested Ren and 6.
Wonder what Pithing Needle is on. So, your options are, Teferi 3. You wouldn't needle Ren and 6 because it's in your deck as well. You could needle a random fetch land, but that doesn't seem ideal. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it must be Teferi 3, right?
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Unless, some sideboard card, Engineered Explosives.
Mm-hmm. And here, we see a Mole Drifter again.
Okay, Ren and 6 emblem. Don't mind if I do. Huh. Okay, so starting with the cycle there indicates to me that you may be intending to plus the Ren and 6 rather than minus.
Well, I think the logic is if you cycle into another terminate, you would rather terminate then plus once more and then ultimate next turn because you don't have a backup Ren 6. But since Cade didn't find another removal, oh look, Richard donated his Ren 6 emblem to Cade.
Love it.
Yeah, that is some good sportsmanship.
Right. So what you were saying there, Jarvis, is that if you know for sure you're gonna emblem that turn, then the Baron Moore can just represent any spell in your graveyard anyway. You don't really need to cycle it. But there is, I guess, quite some upside if you do hit well.
Yep.
All right. So that you see that die on 2. That's 2 treasure tokens generated from Ragavan, which that could come up if there's a construct created.
I think we'll finally see a construct made this turn. It's a big construct.
It's not impossible that a deck like Elementals could overcome the Red and 6 emblem. It's not like this is not an emblem where you automatically win the game, especially if the opponent can continue making strong plays. But it does give Cade a tremendous amount of control over the game. Several terminates in the bank to kill the next few creatures. And the card I would really love to find is Kolaghan's Command, if that's in the deck to really lock things up. Alternatively, another Ren and 6 is super, super powerful here.
Also, Lightning Bolt, pretty good.
That gets the game done pretty quickly.
I mean, how many Lightning Bolts do you need before your opponent's dead? Not that many.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but we have Colossus Hammer waiting in the finals. Which of these decks do you think the Colossus Hammer player would rather face?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Huh. I think you would slightly rather Elementals, but it's kind of close.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It probably depends on which player came more prepared for the matchup in their sideboarding.
Yeah. Agreed.
Notably, the 80 card deck, I don't think you give up much in terms of card quality in game 1 by going up to 80 cards for Yorion, but it does water down your sideboarding a little bit. You still only get 15 sideboard cards despite the larger deck size. So, three Force of Vigors in a 60 card deck is arguably more potent than 3 Force of Vigors in an 80 card deck.
Yep. Look at this. Richard is he's doing his best impression of trying to kill every single creature possible as well.
Yeah, fighting a good fight for sure.
There you go. You're Some comments have been made about you and Liliana lately.
Yeah, well, not just lately. Ooh,
but failing a Liliana activation is quite brutal, though.
Yeah, if not for that extra treasure, it would have been even more brutal because then the Solitude could just attack and kill the Liliana. But the Cade able to cash in the last treasure and the last Pyrite spell bomb to take away the last creature on Richard Neal's side of the battlefield.
Like Richard is just flooding out, so that's going to end the game quite quickly now, I think.
Right. So as strong as an unanswered Red and 6 is, it's that much stronger when there's an active emblem and a stacked graveyard where you could choose from Baron Moore, Urza Saga, basically any spell that you want to retrace. There's a lot going on with that Red and 6.
By the way, Cade did not plus Liliana that turn, which is a huge show of strength.
Okay. Boseiju on I don't know what an Urza Saga that's just going to be returned next turn anyway.
It's kind of a losing battle because like, regardless of what you actually Boseiju, I think they're all like, it's just all bad news bears from here. I feel like. I am really curious what this needle is on. I kind of want to find out.
Would you be considering taking out the needle for game 3?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it does much in this matchup.
Well, it's tricky because from the jump side, one of the most important cards to answer is the opposing Ren and 6. But then if you needle it, it shuts off your own as well. So it's a tough tension there.
Yeah, like I think if Ren and 6 had been needled this game, Cade would have lost. Or like the game doesn't even look like this, right?
Right.
There's Tarmogoyf.
There's Tarmogoyf. That's a good way to get the game over with once you fought to a winning position.
But Richard correctly identifies the only way you can get out of this is to kill the Ren and 6. Richard's not going to have a lot of time though. Like, constructs kill really fast. There's another construct. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6 6s. 5, 6. There'll be 6 6s after the Saga Tutor.
Interesting deck building question. You have Urza Saga. You no longer have Luris. Are you playing 4 Mishra's Baubles still? You playing 1 Mishra's Bauble? Are you playing 0?
My instinct would be that you should play the first Mishra's Bauble, but I have not played this deck in a long time, so.
I agree with that. There was actually even like in the before times, prior to Luris, prior to Urza Saga, there were some times when I played a couple of Mishra's Baubles just to help out with like Delirium and Tarmogoyf, and it's never really a bad card. Good point from chat that the number of Dragon's Rage channelers can influence that decision as well.
Right. We did see Ragavan from Cade's deck, so not a stretch to have DRC in the deck as well still. Oh, this is a big Tarmogoyf. What are we just missing? Tribal?
Yep. Instant, sorcery, artifact, creature, land, enchantment. What else?
Planeswalker, there was a run in the graveyard.
Definitely Planeswalker and no tribal. So 7 out of a possible 8.
You ever have the 2-card Delirium?
2-card Delirium would be what? Urza Saga and an enchantment, an artifact creature or something?
Yeah, that's happened to me a few times recently.
Wow.
That's a really powerful Delirium, obviously. So we're getting a cycle land, cycling it, and hoping to hit. I don't think we even have an out. Yeah, that Well, Ren and 6 Emblem. You love to see it if you're a Jun fan.
Yeah, that was great. So in my mind, the Planeswalkers did a lot of heavy lifting there. I think that should be the plan for Cade, and I'd be less interested in like Tarmogoyf, Shadow Spear beatdown. Not saying necessarily that you need to cut all those cards in sideboarding, but that's really what I'm looking for in my good opening hand is like, okay, let's have some interaction to stop the Risen Reefs from going nuts, and let's get a Planeswalker to start generating some advantage.
I would actually be into taking the Shadow Spear out of the deck, personally, but I don't know the exact sideboard configuration Cade has.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd be really sad to draw a Shadow Spear in this matchup, especially early on.
I don't think I would even tutor it very often either, so...
Though, you know, you and I, armchair generals here, Jarvis, we said Pithing Needle's a little sketchy, Shadow Spear's a little sketchy, maybe there's only one Mishra's Bauble in the deck. You do need to leave some number of targets to power up your Urza Sagas, right? So maybe it's just a choice of, like, you know, where do you want that marginal value coming from? So the players didn't even look like they really re-sideboarded there. Seems like they're just ready to go. They're ready to get into the finals, both of these players.
Yeah. I see one Mishra's Bauble in Cade's hand, so... I also see the Pithing Needle.
Bauble you.
Bauble you discard spell?
Yeah, although... Okay.
Yeah.
Bauble you Inquisition. Fury, Steam Vents, Endurance, Eladamri's Call, Red and 6, Snow-Covered Plains. So my instinct is you have to take Red and 6.
I also believe that it's the case. Yep. Every Jund player is taking Red and 6 there. I guess the better question is, what would make you not take Red and 6? Like, I'm trying to construct a scenario and I can't even come up with one.
If they had Black Lotus, Channel, and Fireball in their hand, maybe I would consider. But I'd probably just take the quick and painless death at that point. I used to have a rule, always take the Snapcaster Mage. Now I have a rule, always take the Ren and 6.
Yeah, that's like the 2022 version of take Snapcaster Mage.
Yep. For what it's worth, I would have used the Mishra's Baubles maybe a little bit differently. I don't think you got any relevant information from looking at the opponent's top card when they had the fetch land on the battlefield. So, okay, Cade used the bauble again after the fetch, but maybe I just missed it, but it didn't look like he looked at the opponent's top card.
I can't really tell. I mean, some of these things happen so fast that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's true. But at any rate, you know, he used both baubles right away, got both the card draws. And there's the Shadow Spear, which has been drawn naturally. We said we were a little bit afraid of that. And notably, this is a cost of having the Urza Saga package is, you know, you're playing cards in your deck that are great to tutor up when they're free value, but then you do have to draw them sometimes, and they're suboptimal.
So, Eladamri's Call found Risen Reef, which is like one of the most important cards in the deck. I kind of wonder if Richard's even going to play it this turn, or is he going to... Yeah, he's going to lead with Teferi instead. Love it.
So I'd say this game is shaping up really nicely for Richard. He got Inquisitioned, but he had a robust hand with like multiple different paths that he could go down in terms of generating value.
It's kind of weird. Even if you Pithing Needle Teferi through here, the static effect still sort of warps the game, right?
It does, especially when it comes to the card Ephemerate.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, man. When you're the jump player, you do not want to be on the wrong end of a 2-for-1 exchange.
I'm also kind of concerned that Richard is just getting a lot of time to develop without any pressure being applied.
Definitely.
Like, inherently what's happening here is Cade is using all of his removal spells to kill things that have already drawn Richard cards.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like it's going to end really poorly.
Yeah, like, this is what you have to do. You have to kill the Risen Reefs, but you need to hope that you have a Ren or a Liliana or an Urza Saga getting you something while you're treading water in this way.
I feel like Richard still has like 6 or 7 cards in hand, whereas like Cade is kind of down to not much, you know?
Yeah, and the Yorion, and given enough time, that's just a huge additional value. Oh, drawn all the Urza Saga targets. Wow! Brutal.
Yeah.
And, as you asked previous game, what do you even name Blind with the Pithing Needle?
It's probably the Teferi 3 again, but Yorion in the hand. Alright, Cade's getting serious now. He rolled up the sleeves. He's making a comeback now. Tireless Tracker!
Now we are talking. Wow, that is a card I've not seen in some time.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a while, except in Cube.
Pretty sweet that you could have a couple clues hanging around, pumping up your constructs. Also easier on the mana, since it's you can use colored mana to cast Tireless Tracker more easily than something like Seasoned Pyromancer.
But Fury was waiting in the wings. Okay, so Cade is playing Dragon Rage Channeler in the deck. And I assume it's Super Delirium because, like, there's like 1,000 cards in the graveyard.
Super Delirium, patented term by Jarvis Hugh. Copyright 2022. Card left on top. Are we going to see the Shadow Spear equip? Probably not. I guess you could just draw with your clue.
Yeah, it seems a little bit better. Yeah, Richard still has 6 cards in hand. Oh god. Looks like he can only cast... Okay, no. I think I see what's going to happen. I think he's holding on to an Endurance, and probably the Utopia Sprawl named Green in that case.
That makes sense. Good call.
Yep. Oh, fortunately for Cade, he does have the Unholy Heat.
Yeah, I mean, he had to have something, right? He missed land drops, didn't have many threats early on. It seemed like it was just all removal.
I don't think Richard minds too much if his Endurance gets Unholy Heated here. Is that a Phyrexian Crusader?
It is indeed.
Okay, that is actually a problem.
That thing can hold the Shadow Spear too.
Yeah, exactly. The issue with that versus for the 4-color decks is it's actually very difficult to kill because Fury and Solitude cannot touch it. So the only way you can really handle it is to block it with a bunch of green creatures.
Yeah, right. Fury, Solitude, Prismatic Ending. There's it dodges all the removal spells. That's pretty sick tech.
You saw some Hammer pilots try it, then they all realized that Sigarda's Aid could no longer target it, then they moved off of it.
I see.
They learned the hard way, I guess is how I would put it. That appears to be Eternal Witness in Richard's hand. So I guess a way you could actually handle it is to just block and ephemerate loop your witness, probably.
Yeah. Also, like you could take the first 3 hits are free, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing about infect in it. That's
Yeah.
the thing about playing an infect creature in a non-infect deck is it's kind of like milling, right? Like it doesn't matter if you're milling your opponent unless you actually kill them with the mill. And the same thing is true of infect. It doesn't really contribute to your main game plan. It's just, you know, throw out this extra thing that puts you on a clock, but isn't actually an urgent threat.
Yeah, the issue with the ephemerate thing I listed was obviously if the Shadow Spear is on it, it gives it trample. So that doesn't really work very well. Yeah, I've not seen a Phyrexian Crusader in a long time either. I feel like Cade's making me say that a lot this match.
Yeah. So I guess it probably means no Seasoned Pyromancers and no Bloodbraid Elves if you have stuff like Phyrexian Crusader and Tireless Tracker instead. But maybe that's the secret. Maybe I'm too attached to these old style cards and I need to be looking for tech elsewhere. Ooh, old style card. Old style card alert. Dark Confidant. That is bad against Fury and Ren and 6, but it's pretty good against a lot of other stuff that's going on right now.
Yeah. We're really just seeing all of the Jund cards, right?
Yeah.
Are we gonna see Jund Charm next, do you think?
Jund Charm? No, but Riveteer's Charm is coming soon.
Yeah,
get him on day 1.
Exile my 3 cards at your end step, untap, use all my mana to cast 3 cards. Alright, looks like Richard has a Ren 6, so Dark Confidant doesn't really get to have any fun. Oh, or we're picking up a land.
Is it going to be Fury? Fury would be pretty devastating. Kill both creatures.
I can't wait. Come on, show us. Wow. This is kind of why I think the matchup is not great for Jund. Just like every card is like a Mole Drifter from the Elementals deck, right?
Yeah, an actual Mole Drifter is not even good enough, despite being an Elemental.
Right.
Well, reload.
But what we know about the Yorion, right?
The Yorion, that's correct. Yeah, that never got cast yet.
I think it's going to get cast this turn. Maybe not. Oh wow, maybe not. Okay, wait. Well, so we have Omnath plus fetch. So that sort of breaks even. A lot of game actions can be taken this turn, is how I would put it.
Yes, fun will be had. Not by all, but definitely by Richard Neal.
So that was the Omnath trigger plus Risen Reef trigger, which is a lot of value. I think we're entering territory where the Phyrexian Crusader doesn't even kill fast enough.
As in it gets raced?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Also,
well, I'll say there's no way that Richard Neal is losing this game fair and square, so it kind of becomes like, is there any way that the Phyrexian Crusader kind of steals one, or he makes a mistake and leaves an opening somewhere. But certainly if he gets to cast the cards in his hand, he will win.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of mana, and he has a lot of cards. So if he gets to cast all of them, I think he just, even if he gets to cast like half of them, he's probably good enough off. Remind me, does Phyrexian Crusader have first strike?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, the Mirroring Crusader has double strike. The Phyrexian Crusader has first strike.
Okay. Okay, and this is an astronomical amount of value. I can't even count that high. I've stopped being able to count. Okay, so that's our plan for Crusader. We can just chump it a few times. Someone in chat saying that the Endurance would trade with it, but I don't think it would, because I think the first strike damage would just shrink it down, right?
Yeah, first strike plus Infect is pretty nasty.
I suppose if you had 2 Endurances in your hand, which is quite possible by this point, you could just play both in double block, and that would work.
Double blocking with Eternal Witness and Endurance would have worked if the Shadow Spear had not been equipped.
Right. I think we will just see a so-called chump block with Endurance. It'll just eat 3 -1/-1 counters.
Yeah, you could even get a Risen Reef trigger if you like here.
Oh, I think maybe he forgot. It kind of doesn't matter. I feel like, I think we are so flush with stuff that being down 1 card is almost irrelevant.
Yeah, you know what? If you get 30 Risen Reef triggers and you get 29 of them, you're probably good to go.
Yeah. Is this lethal? For 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17 is what I'm counting.
So Ren and 6 ping gets 1 closer. Richard Neal actually discarded a couple of Ren and 6s the previous turn.
I was thinking about that last turn, but he's looking at them now. He's just like, okay, all right. Well, that was kind of a slaughter. I mean, we got to see a lot of cool cards from Cade's deck, but I think the reality of what happened there was it took a long time for Cade to get a meaningful board presence to pressure Richard.
That's exactly right, Jarvis. I think the story was that Cade's opening hand was just too reactive, gave too much time for Richard Neal, and as you were pointing out in each exchange at the time, it's like, okay, great, you have the answer to Risen Reef, but how many times can you do this? When the creature enters the battlefield, the opponent draws a card, and you have to spend something out of your hand to kill it. So just giving unlimited time for the Yorion to enter the equation and all these elementals get for full value. The elementals deck. That's just the game the elementals deck wants to play. So congratulations to Richard Neal in advancing to the finals there.
Yeah, you used to see the same issue with Swords to Plowshares versus Baleful Strix. How many times do you really want to cast that damn card on that damn card? Except, as the Miracles player, it's going to deal you like 8 damage, so you might as well just cast it right away, but you can't really afford that exchange like 4 times in a row,
Right, yeah. So, I mean, it's a fine play to make when you have the Swords to Plowshares. You have to use it, but you don't want your opening hand in that matchup to have a bunch of Swords to Plowshares because you got to find your counterbalance or your Jace or something to actually get some traction in the game. And that happened in game number 2 for Cantor Gianni, but it did not happen in game 3. All right, why don't we take a short break? And there's exactly 1 match to go. It's the grand finals. Hey everybody, welcome back. We're almost ready for the finals here at SCG Dallas. Not here at SCG Dallas. Jarvis and I are coming to you from the comfort of our own homes, but we are thrilled to be watching, and it feels good to be covering some paper Magic again. While the players are getting set for the final match, I have a couple announcements. I'll say, first of all, thank you to SCG for running the tournament and allowing us to do coverage. Thanks to Anurag and everybody behind the scenes who made the coverage possible. This didn't happen by accident. It happened because a lot of people really, really love Magic and want to bring you coverage and put a lot of work into making it happen. We've got a couple sponsors. Dynamo Collectibles, which is at Dynamo Nestico on Twitter. They buy video games and just posted today that he's looking to buy $5K in video games today alone. So this is a big push, and if you're interested, check them out. I also want to plug the Hunter Burton Memorial Open. Personally, I never had the opportunity to meet Hunter Burton, but my understanding is that he was like a really beloved, well-respected Magic player and just a great guy. And they've had the Memorial Open pretty much every year in Texas since he passed. We've been showing off the playmat and other swag for this tournament throughout the day. It's an annual charity event run in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In 2022, it had a 10K and a 5K Modern Open. And the 10th anniversary event is happening next year, March 2023. So, check that out, mark your calendars, see if it's a good fit for you. Info posted regularly at facebook.com/Hunter Burton Memorial and hunterburtonmemorialopen.com. I'm Reid Duke. You can find me on Twitter at Reid Duke and at Twitch, twitch.tv/ReidRabbit. And here with me in the booth, keeping us company has been Jarvis Yu. Jarvis, where can folks find you?
You can find me at JKYU06 on Twitter and Jarvis Yu on Twitch.
Very good. And most importantly, I want to thank you all for being here, spending part of your day with us. Again, I talked about how much we and the people behind the scenes love Magic and love Magic coverage, but this exists because you guys love it too, and sort of voting with your wallets in that sense, like showing up and engaging and watching and having a good time. That is what it's all about. So thanks for being here. Jarvis, what's been most exciting for you from what you've watched this weekend?
I do like to watch some Hammer Time, so that's been pretty thrilling. I mean, the games are kind of short sometimes, but there's something about just attacking with an 11 power creature or something like that that really gets me going,
Hammer is an awesome deck, and I think the Luris ban kind of hit well, kind of did its job. I like to see a deck that is like weakened from, taken down a peg from a dominant position, but still not obliterated, right? Like the people who love Colossus Hammer and invested in owning the cards and learning to play it and mastering these key like interactions, they can still play it and be successful. And we see that in Travis Brown in the finals with blue-white hammers. That's very cool. We actually had 4 distinct archetypes in the top 4 of the event, which makes it, fun for us to watch. And I think it's just a good sign for Modern in general. So great event overall. And we just got word that we're actually ready to take you to the finals. Let's do that. Here it is. Richard Neal on your left, 11th seed with Elementals against Travis Brown, blue-white Colossus Hammer. He faced his teammate in a mirror match in the round of 8. So really good showing from Travis and his squad.
So Reid, who do you like in this matchup?
I like Travis Brown, I think. Richard Neal has been playing well with the Elementals deck, but Travis has been playing well in all the right ways, we'll say. Like, he's been putting his opponents to these really tough tests and navigating around hate cards and sort of like walking his opponents into the play patterns that he needs to happen. So I think, especially against a deck that's a little bit like slower and more likely to hit its stride in the mid game, I wouldn't be surprised if Travis just kind of steamrolls here with some good aggressive play.
Or good aggressive mulligans, as the case may be. It appears he's going to 5 cards.
Some folks in chat are saying that this matchup's great for the elementals. So maybe I'm overestimating. Maybe I'm overrating the player that we've gotten to watch do some cool things over the last couple of rounds. But at any rate, I think we can hope for a good competitive match. What do you think?
Yeah. It's hard to remember. A long time ago, I used to play this matchup a lot, but elementals kind of faded out, so it's kind of hard for me to remember how it actually goes. I do think you saw Travis had 3 Lavinias in the sideboard, and while people might associate that with locking out non-creature cards, but I believe it locks out any card cost for 0 mana, correct?
Yes, unless it says specifically non-creature.
Okay.
Let me try to look that up for you. Okay, so one of the modes, I'll just read it. One of the modes is non-creature. Each opponent can't cast non-creature spells with mana value greater than the number of lands that player controls.
Sure.
Period. Separate ability. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell.
So Lavinia is a good card in the matchup.
In other words, you could play a Murktide Regent on the cheap, but you cannot evoke a Solitude and have it be successful.
I would advise against evoking Solitude into Lavinia, yeah. Well, we have a Giver of Runes into Stoneforge Mystic? Ooh, okay. So now we'll get to see if Travis actually has the Cauldron Complete in the main deck. Because if I'm Travis and I'm on 5 cards and I have Cauldron Complete in my main deck with this setup, I'm going for it.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, man. Travis Brown is asking all the right questions, and all it takes is the opponent to miss one answer.
Well, it's even more than that. Like, Richard actually needs 2 kill spells on this turn cycle. One of them has to be an instant, right? Oh, that's not a good sign. But there is a lightning bolt. Did we not have a land? Oh, we had a tapped land.
All right, so what's next for Richard Neal? You try to find Solitude to get rid of the Germ token. Is that a winning plan here?
Prismatic Ending to Fairy 3 also work.
Okay.
But I mean, you definitely have to do something about it. You can't just take 5 forever, you know? I guess there is a Solitude in hand.
All right, you called it, Jarvis. Prismatic Ending on the Germ, which takes definitely a good amount of the pressure off.
Okay, so notably in this deck, you know how I was talking about it's hard to like move Cauldron Complete or re-equip it? With Pure Steel Paladin, it becomes a lot easier than it normally would be.
Yep, definitely.
So I think the debate is hammer or like reality chip, probably.
Reality chip doesn't sound too bad. Recoup some of that mulligan disadvantage.
Yeah, I think the worry is with getting the reality chip is it costs you 2 more to put it into play and then 3 more to equip it. So it's kind of a clunker. And if you get your thing removed in response, that might just be too much tempo loss. But nah, he's going for it.
Could just be like a much later game concern because I wouldn't be surprised to see Travis just spend some mana on Urza's Saga the next 2 turns.
Yeah, I agree with that. So now I remember. I think the specific issue in this matchup is Ephemerate is such a pain in the ass, especially combined with Solitude, that it makes it really hard to get a lot of traction going.
Right. Yeah. So a lot of decks would have, either a counterspell or a removal spell, something to mess with the Ephemerate plan, but Hammer just sort of has to take it, just get valued when it happens that way.
Yeah, the hammer plan, instead of doing any of that, is to kill the opponent instead. Ooh, Fury taking out the Stoneforge.
Okay, there's an Ink Moth. I guess maybe one step closer to stealing one if it's going to have to be a flying creature with Colossus Hammer.
So I believe that Travis's hand is the Reality Chip and Colossus Hammer. So I think the reason he did this is he's hoping to draw exactly pure Steel Paladin off the top.
Yeah, or alternatively, just making some beefy constructs, until that happens.
Right. Prison Reef. Time to get the engine rolling. I love the windmill construct.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Whoa.
Did he actually draw pure Steel Paladin? Could you imagine how crazy that would be?
Well, he didn't make it a second construct. He picked up his hand again to look at it. Whoa!
Okay, and wow, so that can equip the Cauldron Complete, which I was like, oh, what about Shadow Spear? Yeah, Cauldron Complete is a good version of Shadow Spear when you have pure Steel Paladin.
Wow. That's like an unbelievable. Like, Travis was like, okay, how do I win? I'm in such low resources. What can I possibly top deck? He's just like, okay, I am simply going to draw Pure Steel Paladin. And it was there.
That is just sick. That is amazing.
I think he was just trying to figure out how to deal lethal damage through a Solitude.
All right, so let's say you block the 2 hammered creatures, and then you're taking. Okay, so Solitude definitely throws it off. The constructs can be 6/6, right? And then the Paladin's 7/7. So we needed the Solitude in order to survive here. Construct down to 5/5. Still can't be killed in combat. Yeah, still has to be chump blocked, in fact. I wonder. I wonder if the Solitude maybe needed to hit the Pure Steel Paladin. Also, couldn't the Solitude have hit the Pure Steel Paladin like sooner in this turn?
Yeah, that was kind of weird, right? I guess you wanted to see.
Like you could just use the Solitude in response to the first equip.
Yeah.
Because equip, despite being free, is not an instant.
Right. And now I kind of feel like Richard is basically dead unless he has literally Solitude Ephemerate, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So, crazy game.
Jarvis, can you walk us through the Inkmoth Nexus flying, not flying thing again, and what happened exactly on that turn?
So that turn, Travis didn't do that, but in general, what you can do is, if you have an extra mana, is you can activate Inkmoth Nexus, equip the hammer to it, it loses flying, you then reactivate Nexus, and it regains flying.
But in that case, with no additional mana, the Inkmoth Nexus was not a flying creature, correct?
Correct.
So I hate as a commentator to like put, to project thoughts into people's heads, but do you think that Richard was considering that to be a lethal threat when it really wasn't?
Oh, I see. So you think maybe Richard could have just blocked it with like Risen Reef and Solitude the Paladin?
Yeah, just if you Solitude the Paladin at the earliest possible opportunity, then just chump block and then hope you can make something happen on your own turn. There's so Travis Brown had not made a land drop, so there's always the possibility he could play another land untapped and reactivate the Inkmoth to make the play that you had illustrated. But clearly his draw for that turn had been Pure Steel Paladin. So at any rate, tricky turn, and I think there were different ways to navigate for both players.
I think the last card was known. It was the reality chip, right?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
So I think perfect information was known. I actually kind of assumed Richard didn't have Solitude because I also would have Solituded the Paladin right away, like with the first equip on the stack. Because I think letting Travis equip like multiple things basically is going to be so hard to beat. Like then you have to kill literally every creature possible.
Yeah. So I think if I was Travis, the first thing I would have done immediately when Pure Steel Paladin hit the battlefield is equip the Cauldron Complete to my construct. Because then if the Paladin gets killed, I at least have, the unequipable massive giant equipment is equipped to something and putting my opponent in a tough spot.
Yeah. Anyways, that was a really impressive game for the Hammer deck. I mean, low resource game, and then Travis was just like, you saw him thinking about it on that turn, what to do, and he decided that the only way he could win was to top deck Pure Steel Paladin, and then he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing showing from the Hammer deck. This deck is like not only just a good, powerful deck with lots of good backup plans and everything, but it's also just the best deck in the format at stealing games. When things look bad, like, I got the Pure Steel Paladin off the top, I got the right card, asked the right question, and the opponent had the wrong answer. That's it. That's it for these beatdown decks. That's the key for them.
Right. So Richard in the hole in game one, but kind of wonder how many Force of Vigors he has. Again, I think that's the key card.
Right. So Solitude, Fury, Force of Vigor, Prismatic Ending. That's probably the most important in terms of the reactive cards that Travis is going to have to fight through. But then, of course, just getting that engine going with Risen Reef is huge as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Risen Reef was there like for many turns that game, and Travis managed to squeeze it out. Maybe it was only 2 turns. It's kind of hard to remember because the thing about Hammer, it feels like the games are short, but then like just 1 turn takes so long that it's hard to remember how many turns actually took place. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
So it looks like Richard took a quick mulligan, and I would be terrified. Travis kept 7, and we've seen that he's willing to mulligan. You know, it's not like he's not settling.
Good point.
Well, what's the joke? Instead of playing cantrips nowadays, we just hit the mulligan button to just see all of our cards instead.
Yeah. I mean, you do have remarkable access to your key cards. Even in an 80 card deck, we might see those key sideboard cards come up pretty often.
All right. Looks like Richard is satisfied with the 6-card hand. One thing I really liked about Richard's play so far watching him today is he doesn't play slowly, and I think that can be an issue with these Yorion decks. He's always pretty crisp, does things quickly. It also, from my standpoint, appears to communicate things very, very well.
Yeah, well spotted, Jarvis. I think that's important for a deck as complex as Elementals with so much, we'll call it accounting, things to keep track of. It shows that he's like really experienced and kind of knows exactly what's going on and knows what patterns are important to recognize.
I've been told in the chat that Richard Neal is actually a level 2 judge.
That's extremely impressive.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work to become a level 2 judge. Also, like, just huge service to the community. All right, here's that card, Jarvis, that you've mentioned a lot. Lavinia, Azorius Renegade.
Yep.
That is Travis's techie sideboard 3 of that contributed to winning the semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's just an excellent card right now. Like, you saw all of these Living End decks and Teamer Crashcade decks running around. This is kind of the perfect foil to them, you know? Okay. A classic battle. Risen Reef versus Lavinia. And we finally seen a land put into play off the Reef. I feel like we went 8 triggers or so without ever seeing a land put into play off of it.
Yeah, that's true. It almost seemed like it was just to draw a card ability. I just want to circle back, Jarvis. Is this a classic battle? Because I've been around a long time. I have not encountered a classic battle very often.
All right. I just wanted to see if you were still awake. All right. So Travis played the Sigarda's 8 second main. It kind of feels like he probably doesn't have a hammer, otherwise it would have gone on to the Lavinia, right?
Unless he's setting Richard up for that same play that we saw him make in the semifinals of using the hammer as sort of a combat trick to survive a burn spell.
Yeah. I guess that is possible. Running 6. All right. Paying.
And floating 1 mana.
Oh, his blacksmith skill. Whoa, Travis is untapping real quick.
Right. Do you think that's the body language of a person who thinks he's about to become the SCG Dallas champion?
Yeah. Or, huh? I'm not sure. Ooh, bouncing Risen Reef. That's a tough way to do it.
Yeah, although, you can at least think, all right, if my opponent's spending their mana on the Risen Reef next turn, then I can continue pushing disadvantage. The card that Travis Brown really doesn't want to see is Fury.
Yeah, Fury on this board state hard cast is actually, I don't Wrath of God would. I mean, they don't even get a card off of the Esper Sentinel because it's a creature, right?
Yeah, and that's the key, Jarvis, that you said. Hard casts. Remember,
Yeah.
there's because of Lavinia, this cannot be evoked. So there's no. I'm playing Risen Reef. I'm drawing into Fury. It's just, do you have Fury right now, ready to go?
I think Richard would be very excited if he had a Fury in his hand right now. Hmm. He's thinking. I don't think he has it, Reid. I mean, of course, it's always good to rethink it out, but I think if it was in his hand, it would be on the stack by this point.
Cavern of Souls. Now, keep in mind, this is not necessarily an emergency.
Right.
I would say there's about 1.5 more turns before it becomes an emergency based on that Urza saga. Ooh, second blacksmith skill.
The fact that that can target any permanent is really, really bananas, actually. Like, protect your cigar's aid is kind of sick, you know?
Yeah, that card has certainly impressed me. I wouldn't have considered that a modern staple until this afternoon.
I mean, I've known about this card, and it's looked a lot better to me this time than it had before. So I might have to reassess my opinion of that card as well.
Offering to trade Nettle Sentinel against Risen Reef.
And it looks like Travis doesn't have a lot going on. He's waiting for the Saga to fire for Hammer, probably.
Yeah, so we can say with certainty that Travis doesn't have Hammer. It probably has no equipment because there were plenty of great opportunities to play those by this point.
Kind of looks like Richard doesn't have much going on either, to be fair.
Chat's informing me that I said Nettle Sentinel instead of Esper Sentinel. Freudian slip.
Yeah, you're just waiting to get back to those guys' cradles sometime soon. Oh, dueling to fairies.
By the way, I think it is really important that Richard Neal is paying for these Esper Sentinel taxes.
Yep.
Because this is, there's some games that are just so fast and explosive it doesn't really matter. But this is not one of those games. Travis has a lot of mana and just waiting to draw into something devastating, so you got to cut those draw steps.
So here, Richard actually went after the Urza Saga because he wanted to prevent the hammer, but Travis still got to make a construct. So
yeah. So the other thing you could do is maybe bounce the Sigarda's aid so that it's not in play when Chapter 3 goes off. But I like this. Let's just make sure the game continues, and then we'll find a way from there.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I think we're approaching the point that Richard might have to draw something like Omnath into like Yorion, put Yorion into hand, cast it. Let's see, this construct is 1, 2, 3. I guess it's only a 3/3, right?
Only a 3/3, that's correct. And counting.
Yeah. So I think he's going to use the Sigarda's Aid trigger to equip it for free, essentially.
Putting on the Nettle Sentinel is pretty big because that makes it really inaccessible for Richard to be able to pay the tax. Esper Sentinel.
Reid, you're so often right that Twitch chat's just waiting for the moments where you say something that's wrong. They're just playing a mini game, you know.
Well, thanks, Jarvis. That makes me feel not quite as bad.
Ooh, Boseiju is a good way to get around.
Yeah, that's a sweet one. It gets around the triggered ability of the Esper, ESPER Sentinel.
Mm-hmm. All right. I still think Richard needs to draw something good this turn. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. Because unlike Colossus Hammer, Nettlesis does not make Ornithopter lose flying.
There are a lot of good draws, though. I mean, pretty much any elemental can start the chain.
Right.
That'll work.
Okay. That's a lot of cards. I believe he drew a Fury.
Okay. And then remind me, that's a Utopia Sprawl.
No, that's an abundant
growth. Okay.
Yeah. But remember, the Lavinia is still in play, so you have to hardcast Fury. Otherwise, it won't end very well for you. Okay, that is not a great sign.
And there is definitely a world where the Ornithopter represents lethal flying damage.
Yep.
Additionally, like the Teferi can remove a blocker, and this is very dicey. I don't think Richard can pass the turn.
Oh, we're tapping all the way out. Meddling Mage.
Fascinating. All right, we'll see if we can get any information on what that named. What would you guess? What would you name there, Jarvis?
I would probably... It's difficult. Well, it was actually just lethal damage. So, congratulations to Travis Brown.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well done, Travis Brown. Really well navigated. Was that 6 in the air, or did we have the life total incorrect at a certain point? But at any rate, that is, I mean, that's decisively the end of the game, the end of the tournament. We have a champion, Travis Brown, with blue-white hammer, putting another teammate into the top 8. So really, really nice showing, despite the banning of Luris of the Dream Den. Colossus Hammer hardly slowing down.
Oh, it's because Nettlesis counts enchantments as well.
Okay, so that includes the Urza Saga.
And the Sigarda's Aid.
And the Sigarda's Aid, there you go.
Yeah, I had forgotten that fact as well. Someone in Twitch chat pointed it out.
Okay, so great news. We have Honorog on the floor, gonna be able to chat with Travis Brown. So we'll bring you that just, as soon as the players can collect themselves. We'll be back. Hey, we're back. So this is Reid and Jarvis just bringing you the tail end of SCG Dallas. We have Honorog on the floor with a winner's interview, but I just wanted to say real quick, thank you again for spending part of your day with us. Jarvis, thanks for being in the booth with me. It was great fun. You're a bottomless well of knowledge about Modern and these Eternal formats, and it's just a pleasure to work with you.
Same for you, Reid. Always love to watch Magic and talk about it, especially with someone as great as you. Maybe next time we'll make sure you don't confuse Nettle for Sentinel.
Yeah, I'll practice in front of the mirror, man. I'm so sorry about that. At any rate, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks everybody who helped make this possible, and congratulations to Travis Brown and all the players. We've got Honorog and Travis for you.
What's up, guys? All right, we're here. The event has finally finished, and that was an epic conclusion there. Blue-white hammer time. I mean, Travis, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, show us the trophy. It looks sweet.
Yeah.
Hey.
Very happy.
All right. So I'm gonna give you the mic here for a second, but I mean, talk to me through the final moments. I mean, you had a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. So the deck, when the game goes long, can get super complicated. Sometimes you kill them on turn 2, which is nice, but it doesn't always happen. So in that matchup, I found if I have Teferi in play, they basically can't win because I can just sequence perfectly. I'm more efficient. Once Lavinia is in play, they also can't cast any Force of Vigors. They can't Solitude unless they're hard casting, and then I don't care. But in the final moments, Nettle Cyst, a lot of people don't realize gets pumped for enchantments. So that's your Saga, that's your Aid. And so I just wanted to chip him down until I get to the point where I'm like, all right, just throw it on the Ornithopter, kill you. Because he doesn't have flyers, I have Teferi advantage, and the game's like. So.
I was literally watching the game, and I was like, oh yeah, there's 3 artifacts. This Ornithopter's a 3/5. And
exactly.
then no, it was just lethal, So
game's over.
Yeah. Cool. You had an incredible sideboard. We were talking about this earlier. So before we even do that, this deck, how did you arrive on it? Who did you test with? Things like that.
So I played Hammer for a while. I'm usually a Legacy guy, but kind of off the format right now. I know, right? But Hammer has felt really good. I actually played a Lurisless version and made videos with the no Luris version.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, this is fine. And then it got banned. I'm like, all right,
cool. Start.
Yeah, and so Chip is super good. It's absurd. And so you want to play blue. And then the worst cards for you are Solitude. And so Lavinia hard counters those. She hard counters Force of Vigor. In the Amulet matchup, she stops everything from Force of Vigor to even their Summoner's Pact, right? So she's good in a lot of different matchups, and she carries a hammer, which is the big thing. So 3 Lavinia, yeah, like there are a lot of times I'm just like, all right, Amulet, 12 you with Lavinia, and there's like, so that she's incredible. Definitely love her over a lot of the other things like Meddling Mage, because everything you're Meddling Maging, except for exactly Amulet Titan, she's countered.
Okay.
So that Blacksmith skill is the card though. I was trying 3, and me and my buddy Ian, who we actually played in the top 8, we've been testing back and forth.
I saw that. I was so sad. It was the team kill. It was the 74 to 75.
Yep. I guess we know who's deck is.
But it's a better deck builder. What's the difference in decks?
So I have a Paradise Mantle over the 3rd drum. Paradise Mantle won me multiple games because it's flash mana off of 8.
Oh.
So I've definitely tapped out, and they're like, all right, kill your guy. I'm like, all right, response, Paradise Mantle, tap it, flash in, hammer.
That's sneaky.
Yeah.
That's so sneaky.
It draws a card off of a paladin, and then of course if you have paladin and that, you can move it to all your not summoning set creatures to generate mana.
Okay.
So you just go off with chip. You're like, here are 10 cards.
As a one of, it's a lot of value right there.
Yeah, and I have 2 skill shapers gifts in the main. Some people have like blacksmith skill protecting things. I like just being very clean cut, very just direct in the main.
Okay.
The other reason I like Lavinia is because I like Giver of Runes, because now that you have to play Cauldron and things like that, which by the way, Cauldron was insane all weekend.
I saw you equip the Pure Steel Paladin with it for 0 mana.
Surprise! 7.
Yeah.
So you get to go Giver into Stoneforge, grab Cauldron. So now they immediately have to kill everything in play. And some decks just can't beat that.
Okay.
So yeah, Blacksmith skill's insane. Spell Pierce is fine, but
tell me about Blacksmith skill. Having 4 of those, is that like a stop? So I'm a legacy guy, and I did not get into Modern Hammer, so it's not stop.
No, a lot of people are playing like 2 to 3 in the 75.
Okay.
Me and my buddy were playing. We're like, this card just does everything we want. It protects your aid, it protects your hammer, it protects literally every creature. And so what you want to do is you just play out your thing, protect your thing, because now people, especially with like Boseiju, Force of Vigor, they're hitting your non-creatures.
Yeah.
And so by going, all right, well, counter your spell for 1 mana, you just blow them out.
Yeah. Okay.
It also stops Solitude.
That is absolutely insane. All right. Listen, any extra shout outs? Where can people find you? All this sort of stuff.
So for a while I was making some YouTube content, Disgruntled Elk.
Disgruntled Elk.
It wasn't planned, but we have an elk.
Okay,
so.
that's a very familiar name. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm with you now.
Yeah. So I play D&T and Legacy and kind of. I know. But not all of us can be as good at D&T as you.
He's gonna do the rest of this by himself, just in case you know. Yeah.
But yeah, so
I'm kidding.
doing a lot of blue-white hammer content. You can actually see the Lursless list like way before. I'll probably get back into that, but I haven't made anything in a month. So definitely check it out though.
Okay. Yeah. Oh snap! I got risky. All right. Well, listen, Travis. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Very well done. I mean, this is one of the first big events since the post-pandemic ish, and you took it down and you made it look good. All right. So
Lost 1 game today.
1 game. Yeah. And that's insane. That's actually just insane.
Yeah.
So
Thank you so much for the coverage though.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Absolutely. So yeah, be sure to check out Travis, Disgruntled Elk on Twitter.
Yeah, also Twitter.
Also on Twitter.
Elk, I don't know. There aren't a lot of them.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. I'll catch you later. All right.
Absolutely. Take
Yeah.
care.
Well done. All right. So, yes, Jordan, that's the plan. Guys, this is it. This is the wrap up. All right. Listen, a couple things out here. I'm going to make this as fast as possible because, I mean, yeah, okay, I guess I'm making it longer just by saying this. But first of all, thank you to all the commentators that were here this weekend. We had Joe Lossett, we had Tannon Grace, we had CCR, and we had Lee as well, Lee McLeod. I cannot say your last name, Lee. I'm so sorry. Mcleod. Day 2, we had Drake Sasser, and then obviously we were wrapping up with Jarvis and Reid Duke. It was an amazing weekend. We had an incredible event, quite frankly. It's been great. Looks like Corey Baumeister is still playing some Modern here. He's in the top 8 of the 10K. He told me he ID'd into either 8th or 9th, and he high rolled. There you go. So there's gonna be some more content for you guys. But yeah, last things I want to mention as I'm rolling off. First is I guess they're doing the top 8 announcement right now. Maybe I should just wait till this finishes because it could get loud. I'll wait for this. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. What are you guys saying? I'll take a look. Did any blue-white control do well? Yes. I believe Shaheen Sarani top 8'd with the blue-white deck. Yeah. Sarani did make top 8. Where do we get the deck list? That is a good question. It'll probably be on Star City Games' page. Yeah. And lastly, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up so that not everybody leaves before we ship you off to Corey. But lastly, mega shout out to our sponsor. Mark Nestico at Dynamo Nestico. You can from Dynamo Collectibles. Check him out if you're trying to buy and sell video games. This guy's your one-stop shop. He's literally put out a tweet today or this weekend saying he's got $5K that he wants to spend on your games. So if you're trying to get like new Magic cards and stuff like that, it's a little bit pricey. This guy will be able to convert your stuff into whatever stuff. And here's the thing, guys. I'm going to honestly appeal. Just go to his Twitter page right now. That's twitter.com/Dynamo Nestico at Dynamo Nestico. The reason I want you to follow him is because if this venture is successful, if we can show our sponsor that we can provide some value to them, we're more likely to get more sponsors in the future. And why is that important? Because I'm broke. Okay, I am literally broke. I want to keep going to more of these events, but I'm broke and I need money. So if we can make one sponsor happy, we can make them all happy. And you guys are the ones that. This is how you can contribute to these sort of like what is it called? Guerrilla? I don't know. Just like these crowdsourced sort of events. So help out where you can. And yeah, just wrapping it up here with mega shout out to Jordan Baker. Like this guy literally carried this stream. He has been here for 20 hours, just like I have, as invested as I am in this. And so seriously, give Jordan a shout out. In fact, chat, please say thank you right now, one more time for the third time this weekend to Jordan, because without him, none of this is possible. You feel me? All right. That's going to be it for me. Hit the follow button. Check out my Patreon and also Twitter, whatever it is. Thanks for all the support, guys. I'm going to catch you guys later. For now, enjoy some more modern content with Corey. I'll probably stop over and just say hi. I've also got some delicious brisket that I'm going to enjoy. So, have fun with that. All right. Yep. Bye, guys.